Good morning. Good Wednesday morning. How is everyone? We have someone here from Australia. Hello, Therese. Hello, hello. How are you? Hello, good morning, Mickey. Good morning, JC. How are you guys? Mickey's still reeling from that quick guilty on all verdicts, on all charges verdict, right? That was a very quick deliberation. Whenever they said, yes, we want to go back and deliberate more, we're not ready to go home last night, I was like, here we go. So they were ready to rumble last night. Good morning, Dawn. You guys, I'm still in my pajamas. Eli doesn't have school on Wednesdays. So, I slept in this morning and it felt good. I'm still not fully awake, but I do have coffee as always. How are you guys? How are you? So, the plan for today is we are going to stream the Brice Rhodes trial day 2, which is going to be starting soon. But because yesterday we had the trial going, the Hannah Payne trial still going on and all of that jazz, we are going to recap day 1 of the Brice Rhodes trial first so that we can get a better handle on what's going on with this case. So, you guys ready to do that? I want to skip through. I know yesterday I played the judge's first, instructions to the jury and stuff on pre instructions, whatever you want to call it. You're still in your pajamas too. Mm. Thank you, Dawn. I'm excited. It's nice and quiet over here right now. I like it. I like it. Yesterday we were flooded on the other channel, so which is a good thing, right? But also, yeah, it was just like crazy pants for a little bit. But nice and quiet over here. Let's enjoy it while we can. Um, so it's nice and small over here at the moment. At the moment. Hopefully we grow, right? But oof. All right, so let's go ahead and get started with the opening statements. I think we played a little bit of this yesterday, but also it got like interrupted pretty quickly. So let's go ahead and start with that, and then we'll be able to like fast forward through breaks and sidebars and all that kind of stuff. So I'm interested to see what kind of personality this Brice Rhodes character has. So let's do that. Let's get started. All right. All right. All right.
Opposing counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, callous and casual was the first murder. The two that followed were calculating and cruel. In May of 2016, Brice Rhodes snuffed out the life of Christopher Jones, Larry Ordway, and Maurice Gordon. The evidence is going to show that these acts occurred basically as two acts. And so if this were a play, these would be the characters that are involved in the first act. We have Maurice Gordon and Larry Ordway. Despite having different last names, these two are brothers that live together. They went to school at Olmsted. They liked playing basketball. They enjoyed rapping. They were always hanging out together. They had a home. They had a family. But from time to time, they would be out of the house for a few days. That wouldn't be anything unusual for them. They were born 2 years apart and a day, so they almost had the same birthday. And unfortunately, they both died on the same day, which we'll get to a little bit later. So these two brothers that were always hanging out together, 16 years old and 14-year-old, were friends with several people, one of which was Ja'Cory Taylor. Now, Ja'Cory, you're going to hear testimony from him. He's going to testify. He had a rough go of it. He had lost his job at White Castles. He was in and out of people's houses. He would stay in the stairwell at his girlfriend's house. He was just kind of on the boundary of things. And he was friends with both Larry and Maurice. And Ja'Cory goes by Corey also sometimes. And Maurice Gordon also goes by Maurice. And they were mutual friends with Brice Rhodes, the defendant here, who went by Rambo. Brice Rhodes, was 25 years old at the time in 2016 when he's hanging out with 14-year-olds and 16-year-olds. Ja'Cory was 17 years old. And there's one more person in this friend group. Antoine Carter, right here. And he goes by Buddha. And he was just a friend of theirs that would hang out. So, as they were hanging out, an idea came about. This is a picture of Larry and Maurice, Mr. Rhodes, the defendant. It's a picture of Antoine and a picture of Ja'Cory. Now I'm going to leave this up here just as a reference for you all, so when the names start going, you can look back. So one night with Brice Rhodes, we came upon an idea. The idea was basically there was a hit out on somebody, and they were going to kill that person and collect on the hit. And Brice Rhodes was aware of this hit and knew who would pay on it and knew who the target was. So, on May the 4th, 2016, now keep in mind, all the events from this case happened in May of 2016. So, when you see witnesses on the witness stand, they don't look at all the same as they looked back then. And also, people's memories are a little bit different because this happened a while ago. So, the idea was this. They all hopped in a car on May the 4th, and Maurice was driving the car. It was a blue Mazda that was owned by the defendant, Mr. Rhodes. The front passenger seat was Larry. Brice Rhodes was in the back behind the driver's seat. And Corey Taylor was on the right behind the passengers. Trailing in a different vehicle was Antoine Carter. He's in a truck that's following behind his car. So it's nighttime, and they're driving around looking for this guy, looking to collect the price on his head. As they approach, picture of Antoine, who was the follow driver. He was 17 at the time. As they approach 41st Street, there's video of the car driving by, then video of the truck. What happened was a man was walking out in the streets, and he had long braids. And so he looked like the guy that Brice Rhodes believed the hit was on. So Brice Rhodes rolled down his window. The guy was walking out of the street. Cars parked in the road. He's walking out into this, away from the street, in between the cars. Brice Rhodes yells out the window to him, "Hey, get out the road, bitch," and then shoots him one time in the side. The bullet wound is going to go through his arm and into his side. Police are going to be alerted that there was a shooting and respond to the scene.
Okay, hold on just a second. Before they get going on this video, I'm going to put a banner up real quick just to make sure in case things are shown. Because, you know, we want to let people know that things may show. All right, so there, I got it scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Yes, 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 yes. And thank you guys. I love moderators. They're amazing. I appreciate it. Oh, sorry, I hear myself. Oh my goodness. Sorry about that.
The man on the pavement there is Christopher Jones. He had nothing to do with any hit or street business. He was just in the wrong place in the wrong time and ended up being shot. He was still alive, but non-responsive there at the scene. EMS took him to the hospital where he passed away. This is the intersection of the nearest street the police reported to. There's another picture of Mr. Jones. And this is a picture of from the body cam of approximately where his body was in the road as the car drove by. You can see this is the clothes he was wearing, and some of the items that were on his person. And that's what he was reduced to after he was shot by Mr. Rhodes. You can see a single bullet wound in his arm, and then the entrance of the bullet wound that turned out to be fatal into his chest. So that's the end of what, if this were a play, if this wasn't so serious, we'd call the first act. Now, a couple different ways it happened, but essentially, Brice Rhodes became aware by overhearing a phone conversation with Jacory talking to Maurice that they were talking about the murder that had happened, that their family knew about it. And as soon as Mr. Rhodes knew that the boys were talking, even just to their family, he knew that they had to do something about these boys to keep them from talking, to cover up his first murder. So this is a black Dodge Charger that Mr. Rhodes had access to and often drove. And you're going to hear testimony that on the 22nd of May, just a couple of weeks later, this black Charger picked the boys, Larry and Maurice, up at their house. That was the last time that anybody from that apartment was going to see them alive again. So Maurice and Larry are obviously going to be the victims in this second act. And it's going to be carried out by a defendant named Tyrion Coleman, by Antoine Carter, who was involved earlier, and by Corey Taylor, and by Mr. Rhodes himself. So I'm going to leave that up there for your reference. So this is Brice Rhodes' apartment that he lived at with his mom. He had the boys over there. It was 4 of them, well, the 6 of them, 4 individuals listed there, Maurice, Larry, and another individual. And as the night got on, boys started wrestling around, and there was a little bit of a skirmish that broke out with Maurice. And so Brice Rhodes said it was time to discipline Maurice. Maurice had pulled out a knife on somebody, and so Brice hit him upside the head pretty hard and took the knife. Then said, "It's time for you to be disciplined." So he went up to Maurice, he put a toboggan on his head, and pulled it down over his eyes so he couldn't see. And he tied his arms behind his back so that he couldn't move. And he made him beg for forgiveness and plead for his life, which he did. He was begging everyone in that room to spare him and apologizing and saying he was sorry. So Larry, his brother, was taken and held in a different room. And from Larry's room, he could hear his brother pleading for his life. He could hear what happened to his brother. And what happened to his brother is that he was punched a few times by Mr. Taylor. And then Brice Rhodes took a knife and began stabbing him over and over and over again. In the chest, in the midsection, and in in the genitals. He was screaming and crying out for help, and his brother was helpless a room away to do anything about it. When they were finally done, they rolled Maurice over, and then they brought Larry into the room. And then they repeated the process. Took the toboggan off, they put it on Larry's head. They put something over Larry, and they started stabbing him until he died there in that apartment. Brice's mom and sister, who shared that apartment with him, were out of town that weekend. So he had the place to himself. He had the people involved help him take the body of the boys and put them in some totes, which he then carried down and put in the back of his Mazda. Some in the back seat, and one of them in the back seat, and one of them in the trunk. And then he drove off. Now he left Anwan and Jacory at the house to clean up because there was blood all over the carpet. He gave them cleaning supplies, and he gave them towel. And just for good measure, because his mom was out of town, he had them also do his dishes while they were scrubbing up the blood. He and other individuals went and dropped the body of the boys off, dropped their bodies off. He also set fire to the items that were associated with the stabbing and left it in a dumpster. Dropped the bodies off around 4028 River Park Drive, which you can see from the area is near the park, near Wyandotte Park, where they play ball. So on the 22nd day of May, this is what somebody in the neighborhood discovered. 2 boys, mutilated, stabbed, set on fire, and left like trash. So the boys' parents are starting to wonder where they're at when they don't come home after the first day. And so mom gives them a call. Well, the person that answers the phone isn't Maurice, it's Antoine Carter. And he tells her, kids are fine, they're doing something else, I just borrowed the phone. So police discover the 2 bodies, and eventually they have sketch artists come out. They can't get fingerprints because the bodies are too badly burned. They have sketch artists come out and draw a picture of how the boys looked, and they're looking for, checking news stories for missing boys. Eventually, they find that there's 2 boys that are missing from Olmsted School, and they have the boy's mother come out, and she identifies that, yes, that's them. From there, police realize a couple things. They know who the boys left with that night. They know that it was Mr. Rhodes. They also know that they left with Antoine Carter and Jacory Taylor. So police track the phone, and eventually it leads them to Antoine Carter. And Antoine Carter eventually ends up talking to police and explaining what happened after some little bit of give and take. He finally got to the story of what happened. About this same time, police pick up Brice Rhodes, and he gives a short statement. which you will hear. Police go out to Brice Rhodes' house once they've heard what happened, and they start pulling up the carpet from his house. And when they do a DNA analysis on that carpet, of course, they find the blood of the two brothers is there on the carpet. Police also learn that after this event, after that night, when Brice Rhodes comes back from dropping the bodies off, he picks up the two boys that were left to clean up the house. Corey had with him the boots that he wore in the house. And he left those boots at a girlfriend's house. And so police got a search warrant. They go to that girlfriend's house, and those boots, the DNA on those boots, comes back to the boys as well, corroborating what was said earlier. He also gives a statement to police, and it pretty much matches the statement of Antoine Carter that I've just relayed to you. So here's a picture of the apartment, how cleanly the flooring was stripped from Brice Rhodes' place. Another thing that police did once the investigation got underway was they went and looked at Brice Rhodes' blue Mazda that had transported the two victims in the tote sacks. And you'll notice this is a picture of the back seat of the Mazda. All the cloth seating has been ripped out of it. And this is a picture of Jacory at the police station giving his statement. You can see, I want you to remember how young he truly is. At this point in time, he is 5'5", weighs 122 pounds. Brice Rhodes is a 25-year-old grown man. This picture of the boots that were recovered from the girlfriend's house. You're going to hear from a lot of different people that are going to come through here. The police that were involved with both of these investigations that had to piece together that the two investigations were connected and take over. So there's going to be two different lead officers. You're going to hear from experts in, you're going to hear from the medical examiner. You're going to hear from CSU professionals. You're going to hear everything that the police did to make sure that the three victims in this case get justice. And I hope at the conclusion of the Commonwealth's case, you will give me that justice. Thank you.
Counsel, could you all approach for just a moment?
What is up? Somebody had said, I noticed someone had said yesterday that that whenever they do the sidebar white noise, it sounds like a toilet flushing and running, and it does. That's kind of annoying. Kind of annoying. So yeah, he looks kind of smug, arrogant. He's sitting there pulling at his beard. I don't know about this dude. Hi, Shanae Brothers. How are you? How are you? Good morning. The boys witnessed him unaliving an older man. Then he unalived the two boys. Yep. He looks annoyed, right? Yeah, he doesn't want to be there. I did notice he had, yesterday, I noticed he had some bandages on the back of his head. Wonder what that's from. Wonder what that's from. Tammy says, love that YouTube word, unalived, right? I know, it cracks me up.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm just waiting for Ms. Jones Brown to return.
Okay, looks like we're back. Pretty possibly. I don't know. You never know. I'm sure that he gets into it a lot.
Thank you. If everybody who's already seated could move in towards the wall, please, and make room for anyone else who wants to come in during this break.
I'm so sorry, Tammy. I hope he gets to feeling better.
Please have a seat. All right, would the defense like to make an opening statement now?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, please go ahead.
I stabbed him. I stabbed Maurice in his side. I drove on him. I ran him over. Ladies and gentlemen, these are quotes from someone involved in this case, but these are not quotes from Brice Rhodes. These statements were made by Ann Carter. Ann Carter talking about killing his best friend, Maurice Gordon, and running over a helpless Christopher Jones. Ann Carter is the prosecution's main witness in this trial. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm so glad that you're here. I'm thankful that you're here. I know Brice is also grateful that you are here because he has waited a long time for you all to hear the evidence. The evidence, or the lack thereof, will show you that Brice Rhodes is not guilty of these accusations. The burden of proof being beyond a reasonable doubt, why do we keep talking about that? I know you've heard that many times already. Our system, our government makes it so difficult to take someone's freedom that we can't let the government make any mistakes. And we want to be sure that no one is ever wrongfully convicted, especially in a situation where the stakes are this high. The government has made some very serious accusations against Brice. And I'm not here to undermine the loss that the families and the community have suffered as a result of these senseless deaths. But I'm here to make sure that nobody is wrongfully convicted, and that's why you are here. As jurors in this case, you guys have a great responsibility. But with that responsibility also comes a great power. You all have the power to hold the government to their burden of proving Brice Rhodes guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the power to say no. You have the power to say we are not convinced. And the power to know that that decision is okay. So how do you make that decision? As Ms. Jones-Brown told you earlier, none of us can define reasonable doubt for you. That's up to you as a juror. That's up to you as an individual. So what are you going to use to make this determination? You will hear evidence over the next several days. You will decide what evidence you find credible, what witnesses you find believable. So what evidence do you all expect to see to help you make this decision? It's a very important decision. Eyewitnesses? That might be good. I think you'll find that there aren't any eyewitnesses who were not themselves involved in these crimes. There are no neutral witnesses. Do these witnesses have a motive to lie? Can we trust them? You might expect to see a murder weapon. There's not one. Is there physical evidence? Yes. Can it be trusted? That's up to you all to decide. Let's talk about the physical evidence. The Louisville Metro Police Department found tire tracks and footprints at the scene where Larry and Maurice's bodies were found. The tire tracks could not be linked to Brice's vehicle. The footprints did not match Brice's shoes. Brice's fingerprints were not on any evidence. Brice Rhodes' DNA was not found on any evidence except for on the steering wheel and the gear shift of his own vehicle. Let's talk about Brice's car. The Commonwealth showed you a picture of the Mazda. Louisville Metro Police Department searches Brice's car and claims that the entire back seat of Brice's light blue Mazda had been removed in an effort to conceal evidence of these crimes. No DNA linking Brice to those crimes was recovered in that car. You'll hear that Brice borrowed Chris Jensen's black Charger to drive these boys around. And when you hear from Mr. Jensen, note that he is not going to be able to say that anyone was with Brice when he picked up that black Charger, nor was anyone with Brice when he dropped off that black Charger to Mr. Jensen. These are things to consider. I want to give you an alternate perspective, if you will, than what the government has. Have they accused the right person, or was Brice an easy target to blame? Has the one who already committed these crimes pled guilty? I ask you all to listen to the evidence, observe the witnesses, and ask yourselves if something isn't quite right here. The evidence will show that there is a reasonable doubt that Brice Rhodes is guilty.
Good
Let's
morning,
talk
Gail.
about the detectives in this case.
Good morning, good morning.
As you all know, the Louisville Metro Police Department was the agency responsible for investigating both of these murders, both both incidents on May 4th and then again on May 22nd. And there were two lead detectives, as the Commonwealth told you, Detective Griffin and Detective Tonelli, and you'll hear from both of them. But I want you to think about how many hands were involved in this case. When it comes to handling evidence, interviewing witnesses, executing search warrants, mistakes were made. And I want you to think, can we rely on every person that works for the Louisville Metro Police Department? You will learn that the Louisville Metro Police Department investigated these homicides, and once again, this is the same force that murdered Breonna Taylor.
Yes.
Did she really just say that? Wow. Mm. Hey, Elizabeth. Just rewind it 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Ay, ay, ay. Just rewind it like the minute. Can't believe she said that. I mean, to each their own as far as what people think and feel about that case, you know. She brought Breonna Taylor into it. So yeah. She said something about this is the same law enforcement that murdered Breonna Taylor. So, ay, ay, ay. Hi, human guy. Welcome. Hello and welcome.
For Louisville Metro Police Department. Detective Tonelli lied under oath about one of the biggest pieces of physical evidence that the police possessed. He told the court under oath not once, but twice, that law enforcement had a piece of evidence that they did not have and do not have. So you might be asking yourself, I can see how some evidence could be lost. Maybe it was a tiny piece of hair. Maybe it was a speck of DNA. That seems reasonable. Ladies and gentlemen, no, it was an entire back seat of a car. It's gone. You know how I told you earlier that police stated that Brice's back seat had been removed. Detective Tonelli told a judge and then a grand jury that the Louisville Metro Police Department had found and collected a burnt back seat from a dumpster that matched Brice Rhodes' back seat. And now it's gone. I am mystified as to how you lose a piece of evidence that big. It's huge. It's a huge piece of evidence, not only physically, but to the case as well. So in an effort to get Brice charged, the court was misled, the grand jury was misled about a piece of evidence in the LMPD's possession. Did they lie under oath about having it? Or did they dispose of it because it didn't help their case? You all decide that. The Louisville Metro Police Department searched the home of Brice's mother where he was residing on Hyde Avenue in Louisville 2 times. The first search, officers found nothing incriminating. They even commented on how clean the apartment was. The crime scene unit was there, detectives were there, officers were there. It was a big search. Nothing was found. And then they decide to just go back. The officers go back, decide to search the home again, and now claim that they have found evidence that Larry and Maurice were killed there. Now there's suddenly blood there. First of all, is that how search warrants work? You keep going back until you find something, and if you don't find anything, you find a way to come back and find something. If at first you don't succeed, try again, huh? But that's not how search warrants work, ladies and gentlemen. Despite all of those officers being there, I've never seen a video recording of the search at Hyde Avenue. There's nothing for you all to watch to see what actually happened. I want you to consider that when you hear about how the evidence was collected. Consider that reasonable doubt as to the guilt of Mr. Rhodes. I want to talk to you all about the investigation in this case, or the lack thereof. I think it's fair to say that you all could conclude that the police had tunnel vision in this case. And when I say tunnel vision, I mean that they focused in on Brice Rhodes, excluding all other possible suspects. Elizabeth Wren, the mother of Larry and Maurice, was the first to point the finger at Brice Rhodes. But why? She didn't see anything. So what was her problem with Brice? Was it their romantic relationship had gone bad? I feel for her. She lost both of her sons. She's a grieving mother, and you will see that when she testifies. But I'm going to ask you to look past that and think about the part that she played in this. Consider the reliability of her statement. Evidence will show that she is a known drug user who was aware that her juvenile sons were hanging with Ja'Cory Taylor and Anwan Carter, were involved with guns, and even knew her son's friends bought a gun out of her own home. She was naturally distraught when she spoke to the police, but also very likely under the influence. And I'm not saying that to speak ill of her, but as a jury, you have to know that the police took her statement and did not investigate anyone else. The police didn't care that she hated Brice. The police didn't care that they had a relationship that went sour. The police didn't care that she hadn't actually seen anything. They already had a name, and she was happy to trash her ex-boyfriend. Ladies and gentlemen, no other suspects were investigated. Not a full investigation was done, as you might expect to see in a case of this magnitude. There were, however, other suspects to investigate. Just prior to the shooting of Christopher Jones, a Louisville Metro police officer reported a suspect in a white shirt, reported receiving a report of a suspect in a white shirt riding a bicycle and waving a gun around in the area. It's not a coincidence. It's a high crime area. It wasn't investigated. Another witness reported seeing a black Chrysler 300M near the scene of Christopher Jones's death, and even stated a person got out and messed with the body, but then fled before the police arrived. This was not investigated. Another possible suspect comes to light in the statements of Anwan Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor. They both described two other men being present at and participating in the murder of brothers Larry and Maurice. Tyrone Coleman was eventually charged and convicted. However, the other individual was not charged or even questioned. There is a reasonable doubt that Brice Rhodes is guilty. There's no clear motive for Brice to have committed these crimes. The police allege that Brice Rhodes shot and killed Christopher Jones in the presence of Ja'Cory Taylor, Ann Carter, Larry Ordway, and Maurice Gordon. And then about 3 weeks later, the police think that Brice stabbed Larry and Maurice because Brice was afraid they would go to the police and rat. But the other two who were present are still alive. Ann Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor were there, and they are still alive. Does this make sense to you? And I would like to talk about those co-defendants. I stabbed him. I stabbed Maurice in his side. I drove on him. I ran him over. Ann Carter was facing life in prison for his actions against 3 innocent people. He was facing life in prison. And the prosecution said, that's okay. We'll give you probation. But to get the sweetheart offer, you got to give us someone else. Ann Carter pled guilty to the murders of Christopher Jones, Maurice Gordon, Larry Ordway, and in exchange for that, the prosecution was okay with probation, or maybe a little prison, left it up to the judge, if you testify against Brice Rhodes. Ann Carter gave a name, the police took it and ran with it. Up to that point, all they had was kids killing other kids. They wanted an adult to stick it to. And here we are. 2 people have already admitted to killing Christopher Jones. Ann Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor. 3 people have already admitted to killing Larry Ordway and Maurice Gordon. Again, Ann Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor, plus Tyrone Coleman. They have all pled guilty to their murders. So why are we here then? Because in order for those men to get very lenient deals from the government, they agreed to testify against Brice. The evidence will show you all that those responsible for the murders have already been convicted and are now trying to put the blame on Brice Rhodes. There is reasonable doubt that Brice Rhodes is guilty. The evidence will show that the testimony of Ann Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor, who you will hear from, is not believable. Both of these men are known criminals. In fact, Ann Carter is currently in prison right now in the state of Florida. Guess what for? Gun charges. He had a loaded weapon on him. So after he got his sweetheart deal here in Kentucky for killing 3 people, he went to the state of Florida, joined a gang, and again got arrested. He changed his statement at least 3 times to the police that I can think of. At first, Mr. Carter even told police, I do not know Brice Rhodes. I've never been in a car with him. However, after having time to consult with Ja'Cory Taylor, a plan was concocted to point the finger at Brice Rhodes. These 2, Taylor and Carter, had a chance to get their stories together. There weren't any suspects initially after the Christopher Jones murder, but about 3 weeks later, Larry and Maurice are killed. and one Carter wasn't questioned until about 2 days after that incident. So all of this time, Carter and Taylor had time to get their story straight, to come up with a plan of how to get themselves out of this. A plan to make themselves look less guilty for murdering their best friends, Larry and Maurice. A plan to blame Brice. And one Carter admitted to running over Christopher Jones's body in a pickup truck that he had stolen, that Mr. Carter had stolen. Do you know what kind of vehicle witnesses reported seeing at the scene where Larry and Maurice's bodies were recovered? A pickup truck, not Brice's blue Mazda. And one Carter admitted to stabbing his best friend Maurice Gordon. Carter claims to have seen Brice Rhodes shoot Christopher Jones, but the evidence will show that what One Carter in fact saw was a hand out the window shooting a gun. If you recall, Mr. Carter was in the vehicle behind where the shots were fired, the vehicle that the shots were fired from. It was dark outside, and Carter could not see the face of the shooter. Jacory Taylor was in the back seat where the shots were fired and had just bought a gun from the boyfriend of Larry and Maurice's mother. And one Carter saw Jacory Taylor buy the gun. There's reasonable doubt that Brice Rhodes is guilty. Jacory Taylor admitted to buying that gun right before the shooting of Christopher Jones. He admitted to getting into an altercation with Maurice Gordon right before Maurice died. He admitted that Maurice Gordon pulled a knife on him. And then he admitted to stabbing Larry. Again, reasonable doubt. At the conclusion of the evidence, you will be asked to make a decision about Brice's fate. You have promised that in order to find anyone guilty, the government has first proven to you that that person is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the government has not done that, you all must find him not guilty. I stabbed him. I stabbed Maurice in his side. I drove on him. I ran him over. You all get to decide what is true, who you believe, and what is reliable. Ask you to use your power as jurors to tell the government you are not convinced. Tell them that the evidence is not sufficient, and tell them that we will not wrongfully convict Brice. Thank you.
Before we begin hearing testimony, does anyone want a short break, 5-minute break? 5-minute break, just come back at 3:40.
Okay, so we are gonna speed through this 5-minute 5-minute break. It was such a weird camera view. Why do we want to see people's feet? I mean, okay, this cracks me up. So many shoes, so many walks of life, right? All right, let's speed through this part. You can see those bandages on the back of his head. I have no idea what happened to his head. Don't look good though. Let's see if he smarts off or says anything. Yeah, Lee, we're recapping that day one. It was only a couple hours long in the afternoon yesterday, so we're gonna get through it before we start today's happenings. Being nice and quiet and yeah, they're wide, but you can see it really good right there. They're like
Everybody's phone back over here.
really wide
Do we need to
bandages.
report anything regarding the admonition? Perfect. I know it's very hot in here. You all need to take your coats off, whatever you need to do. So, I'm gonna try to get a big fan in here for tomorrow, something to get the air moving around. It's just, when it's warmer outside, it gets very, very hot in here. All right, Commonwealth, are you ready to proceed?
We are, Your
You may call your first witness.
Honor. Your Honor, the Commonwealth is going to call Officer Thomas Franklin, staff.
Good afternoon. I could have you please raise your right hand. Please have a truth and the whole truth. Thank you. Can I have a seat?
Good afternoon, officer. Can you state your name clearly, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Officer Thomas Franklin,
And Officer Franklin, where are you employed?
Louisville Metro Police Department,
How long have you been with the police department?
roughly 10 and a half years.
And were you with the police department when this case occurred back in May of 2016?
Yes.
And how did you come to be involved in the case?
At the time, I was a patrol officer in the 1st Division on late watch. And I heard a shot fired while I was at roughly 28 in Broadway. Started going towards, and then was later updated that there was a shooting that had taken place with the victim, and therefore continued that direction.
So you actually heard the gunshot yourself, and then you became aware that
Yes, sir.
it was fired. And have you had an opportunity to review your body cam from that evening?
Yes, sir.
And did it fairly and accurately reflect the events as they unfolded?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit and publish officer's body cam. It's actually going to be Commonwealth 6. I'll have 5 photos.
Thank you. So admitted.
you shot at? Where you shot? Oh, here we go. Right here. Yeah, I got it. Hey, buddy, stay with me, all right? What's your name, man? Died, abdomen. 112, I go to the abdomen. He's breathing. He's not conscious or alert right now. Hey, buddy, what's your name? Hey, buddy. What's your name, man? Talk to us. Can you hear me? He's not really responding to anything. Yeah, good. Oh, here we go. Hey, you're good. You're good. You're good, Garden. Be still, man. Be still. Be still. EMS is here. Can you hear my boy? Can you hear me? What's your name? Got a wallet back here. He's moving his arm, but it's not like he's just responding to us. It's right underneath this. I don't see an exit wound. Yeah, there's one patient over here. Where, by you? No, it's over here by EMS. Don't worry about it. You guys are fine. Yeah, only seen one. Right here on his arm. Yep. No, he's not responding to us. He's moving his arm though a little bit. He may have another shot right here. Yep, right there in the arm. Another one. You're fine. This one's a throw through. It looks like it went through this into him. Oh, I got it. You're fine. You're good. Today's 6 right now. Can you hold down for today? I don't know. It went into him. It's stuck in there. No exit. We went through the arm here into here.
Is that a night you remember pretty well? Safe to say.
Yes, sir.
Can you walk the jury through what do you do once you get the call? What steps do you follow?
This one, again, I was in the parking lot at 280 Broadway and actually heard the shot and started going that direction. At which time it's updated to a shooting with somebody that's been struck. I'm a 1st Division officer that borders the 2nd Division. The actual location was in the 2nd Division. However, because of short bodies, people already on runs and things of that nature, I decided to continue to go anyways because I had determined based off what dispatch had been saying and whether people had been responding, I would still have been closer to help provide aid and continue to go that direction. So I continued going, observed EMS in the area beforehand, and notified radio that they were staging.
And I don't think I asked you, do you remember what time it was that the call came out?
It was after midnight. We work 7 to 7 at that time, I believe, but 12-hour shifts. So it was after midnight, but not too early in the morning.
I said it was a minute to 1. Would you believe me?
Yes, sir.
So you pull in, we saw how fast your cruiser was going. You see somebody down. What's the next thing you're doing there at the scene?
Next thing I did is I grabbed a roll gauze, medical supplies from glove box, show up on scene. There was another officer there, and put on PPE, gloves, then immediately went into trying to address wound, figure out where the wound was. Obviously, this is our victim here that we are attempting to help, and located the abdomen wound, which at the time putting pressure on was the best option. And based off my experience and training and everything that I've encountered up to that point in time in my career, again, en route, I'd seen EMS, so I knew they were close by, and just take care of the scene as far as making sure that it's safe for them to get there with their higher level of medical expertise.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
You know.
Showing the witness what's pre-marked exhibits 145. Are you familiar with these photos?
Yes, sir.
And they all fairly and accurately represent what they purport to be?
Yes.
All right. Why don't you walk the jury through what these are photos of? This is Commonwealth's Exhibit 1 to admit and publish, Your Honor.
Yes. Well, actually, sorry. I think I admitted and published. Should have checked with you first. I'm sorry. Thank you.
So the first picture was a driver's license. Why is that significant?
It was a driver's license that was in the wallet that was located in Mr. Jones's pocket. He had longer hair that night than the picture.
And then we have a picture here of this intersection.
Yes. At the location, roughly close to there.
And there's a picture of the numbers on this pole. Why is that significant?
I did not take those pictures. We've used the numbers on the poles for years. LG&E uses them at specific geographical and longitude, latitude locations. We've used them for our traffic accidents when reporting locations for traffic accidents in the past. But again, that picture I did not take. So.
And then this is Commonwealth's Exhibit 5. This is that same pole behind the car. Okay.
I'm sorry. Did you answer?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes, that's the vehicle from where the back bumper for Mr. Jones was at.
Focus just a little bit better. But what is this picture of?
That's the location that we found him.
And there's items that are in the road.
Yes, as from the body camera to render medical aid, some clothing items were cut off, taken off to better allow the medical crew to address the wounds.
And that's what we saw happening in the video.
Yes, sir.
And then I want to show you this final picture here. There are yellow cones, numbered cones on the scene. What's the significance of that?
I did not place those cones. That would probably be a question for a detective. In the past, cones have been used to mark key pieces of evidence or things that they want specifically documented.
Things that you've identified as significant on the scene.
Yes, sir.
And so how long was it from the time that you showed up on the scene to the time that the victim was taken away in an ambulance?
The perception of time in an instance like that, it seems like it could take a long time or a short time. Everyone's is different. For me, again, it's documented on the video. I would better reference that video to answer that question.
And then, did you do anything else of significance at the scene?
After I was done helping with aid and EMS was there, at that point in time, as a patrol officer, understanding this is now a crime scene, depending on what has already been done, crime scene tape was already in the process of being put up, at which point I went and people had started to gather and come outside because of the commotion and the lights and the sirens, and therefore just tried to identify anybody that may or may not have been around or seen or heard or anything like that, to try and get information on them, to better identify them for a detective to follow up with.
Thank you, and please answer any questions for the defense.
Very interesting, very interesting. Let's see how this goes.
Officer Franklin, I believe you told us that you are part of the 1st Division. Does that just refer to the area that you patrol?
Yes.
It's not a ranking of any sort?
Nope.
Okay, so you're a 1st Division officer on patrol that night?
Yes, that night I was.
Yes. And you testified that you were the first officer on scene that night?
One of the first officers on scene. The body camera video will show, again, going from 1st Division to 2nd Division, I'm not as familiar with all the streets. I was able to see another officer in front of me turn down the block, and then that's when the video kicked on, turn down the other block, and then come to the location.
So you were the first or maybe the second officer on scene?
I'd say so, yes.
And when you arrived, however, you were not the first person on scene, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Because EMS was already there.
No, EMS was not there. I would say there were other people, obviously bystanders, I at one point in time told to, go back, sidewalk, and we'll come talk to you.
So when you arrive, EMS is not currently there.
As far as first responders go, I was, for the video showed, the second officer there.
But there are other people who are not involved in law enforcement or first responders at all, correct?
They were already there as I was approaching.
And when you arrived, let me go back. You testified that you heard a single gunshot,
Yes, I heard a gunshot.
just one single gunshot,
Yes,
not 5 gunshots.
I heard a gunshot.
And you found a single bullet casing.
There was a casing near, and because of rendering medical aid, at one point in time, it was moved. However, I made a point of it further on in the video to identify that that was it, and we still had it located. Whether I moved it, I bumped into another officer, or EMS did, at that point in time, in our chain of importance, rendering medical attention is more important at that point.
So I think you said was it fair to say your first priority in responding is to preserve life, if it's possible to do so? And then the next priority might be preserving the scene.
Yes.
So your first priority when arriving was to render as much aid as you could.
Yes, when it's safe to do so. Again, you have to have the scene safe. Only 2 officers, 1 person, you're kind of delegating and playing off each other as far as tasks. 1 person is security. You still don't know is the individual who shot the area, etc. So going into medical aid, I had the gauze. I remember to grab it as I was getting out of the car.
The casing that was found, that was put into evidence and preserved.
I was not part of that process.
But Brice's fingerprints were not ever found on that shelf, correct?
Excuse me?
Brice's fingerprints were not found on that casing.
It's not part of that process.
I believe you said that after the scene was secure, you interacted with some of the bystanders
Yes.
to try and see if anyone had seen what had happened.
Yes.
And one of the bystanders was Keith Taylor.
Yes,
And did you speak with him?
I did.
further questions.
Thank you. So you can step down. You're free to go.
All
You
right,
want to
so
take-
that
call our
one's
next
done.
witness?
Oh, we are, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Sergeant Anthony Wilder to stand.
Thank you.
Let's get this dude up on the stand. I know what you mean, Mickey. I know what you mean. Mm. Ay, ay, ay.
Hey, Sergeant, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Anthony Wilder, Wilder. I'm currently a sergeant with the Louisville Metro Police Department assigned to the Public Integrity Unit.
And how long have you been with the police department for?
Approximately 19 years.
And do you remember what your role was with the police department back in 2016?
From 2010 to August of 2017, I was assigned to the homicide unit.
And is that what you were doing back on May the 2nd of 2016?
Yes.
Do you remember how you became involved with this case?
Yeah, it was her
I was
co-counsel.
working in the homicide office, and I was notified by radio that 2nd Division officers were responding to a reported shooting in the 800 block of South 41st Street. It was approximately 1 a.m. I believe it was Wednesday, May 4th, 2016.
And what was your first action that you took once you got to the scene?
Once I was on scene, I made contact with the first officer that responded to the scene, Officer Franklin. Spoke to him about what information he had learned upon his arrival. And then after that, I conducted a neighborhood canvass of the immediate area, spoke with several of the residents, and then I conducted the scene investigation for that location.
So can you explain for people that aren't familiar what goes into a neighborhood canvass?
I went door to door along that block and tried to make contact with residents to see if anybody had had witnessed anything or had any information that would help with the investigation. I spoke with several of the residents, but I don't recall any specific information being provided.
And do you memorialize that search in some way?
My activities are documented in an investigative report that's provided to the lead detective and maintained in the case file.
So what do you do on the scene as far as the scene investigation goes? What's your role there?
The crime scene unit was contacted and they responded to the scene, and then they work at the direction of the detective, which in this case was me, conducting the scene investigation. Do a walk through the scene and identify items of evidentiary value. And then the crime scene unit will do a series of photographs and video to document the scene location. And then they'll collect the evidence for preservation.
Sir, I'm now going to show the witness Commonwealth's Exhibits 7 through 19. You take a look at these photos and see if they're familiar to you.
These are some of the photographs taken during the scene investigation. They show typically there'll be 3 sets of photographs taken. The first set is an overall scene, and it shows the scene as it's found. The second set, markers are placed down. They're usually like a plastic type of cone with numbers, and those are placed next to items of evidence. And then another set of photographs is taken, and then a third set is taken where the evidence is, it's a close-up of the evidence.
Why is that done?
It's just for documentation and to be able to show perspective of one piece of evidence to the other.
Okay, and we'll just go through these photos real quick. Start with this first one, and I'll go ahead and move to publish these as we go.
Have you done
This one is marked Exhibit 7. It is one of the first overall photos.
And that's,
It's
Items.
showing, yeah, it's showing the scene and items of clothing that were eventually collected.
this is 8.
Yes, this is just showing from a different angle the clothing.
Same with 9 and 10.
Yes, these are just showing different angles and perspectives of the scene during the first set of photographs with no markers.
All right, and what about 11?
Markers in this photograph have been placed to help identify the items of evidence.
And 12?
It's the same, it's just showing a different angle.
And take a look at 13 through 19 together. What is this one?
These will be, it'll show a close-up of the marker and the item of evidence associated with that marker. So for marker number 1, I believe that's a pair of dark-colored jeans.
And picture 14, marker 2,
Marker 2 is a shell casing.
marker 3,
Marker 3 is a kind of a plastic wristband.
4,
Is a Cricket cell phone.
5,
There's several pieces of clothing in 5. I believe there's a jacket, some white and red T-shirt, and then a cigarette butt.
and 6.
It's a red and black hat with a U of L Cardinal logo on it.
Now, were you the lead on this scene?
I was not.
So what do you do once you gather all the information and help identify what the significant evidence might be?
Once I've completed these activities, I document what I did and my findings into an investigative report. And then as the case would progress, any further assistance that's asked of me by the lead detective or as the investigation develops, I would provide further assistance and then document those activities in separate investigative reports.
All right. And 41st Street is the address of this incident was in Jefferson County, is that correct?
It was in the 800 block of South 41st Street, and that is in Jefferson County.
Thanks.
Detective, you were the first member of the homicide unit on scene, correct?
I was.
But you weren't the lead detective.
I was not.
And you arrived on scene about 15 minutes after the call came in.
Approximately.
So you didn't witness the shooting.
I did not.
And you arrived 15 minutes after.
After the initial 911 call. By the time I got there, the victim had been transported to the hospital and was not on scene.
So when you arrived, you never once put eyes on the victim in this case.
That's correct.
And you testified that you conducted a neighborhood canvass.
Yes.
You attempted to or spoke to a number of folks who were in the area.
Correct.
But there were no eyewitnesses to this event.
I did not identify any during my neighborhood canvass.
One of the individuals that you did interview was Keith Taylor.
Yes, I believe he was one of the first 911 callers that reported the incident.
There was another report that night of someone riding around in a bicycle carrying a gun, correct?
Officer Hendricks from the 2nd Division, he was he was the first officer from the second division to arrive on scene. And he did advise me that there had been a report prior to that 911 call of an individual reported to be riding around on a bicycle with a gun. I can't remember the address he gave or the location, and I don't remember how far the 800 block of 41st Street is and the location he provided. I'd have to refresh my memory with a review of my investigative letter for the location that Officer Hendricks provided for the bicyclist.
But you didn't locate this individual riding a bicycle and waving a gun?
I did not.
And there was another report of another vehicle, a Chrysler 300 on scene that night, correct?
Mr. Taylor advised from speaking with him, I learned that when he had stopped his car, as he pulled up on the victim in the street, there was another car that pulled up with him. Both individuals exited their vehicle, saw the victim. Mr. Taylor called 911 and remained on scene. The driver of the other vehicle got back in his car and drove away.
And the other individual drove away in his car before the police arrived, correct?
That's my understanding from speaking with Mr. Taylor.
One moment, Your Honor. No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you. You redirect?
Mr. Taylor had said that he and the Chrysler both pulled up after the shooting, is that correct?
Correct.
And I think I misquoted the date on this. It actually occurred on the 4th. It was late at night on the 3rd into the early morning of the 4th.
I believe the call came in at 1 a.m. on Wednesday, May 4th, 2016.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cunningham just did the same, the first witness too. The date.
All right, any recross?
Detective, were you the officer to recover the shell casing?
I was on scene. It was collected by the crime scene unit.
Was it collected while you were present?
That's correct.
And where was it located?
There was a green Camaro parked on the, I believe it's on the west side of the street facing south, and the shell casing was near the driver's side rear tire, which would be facing the street side.
And this casing would have been placed into evidence?
It is.
And Mr. Rhodes' fingerprints were not found on this casing, correct?
I wouldn't know about that.
No more questions.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you.
Wonder who the next
Have another witness to call.
witness
May we
is.
approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
So they're going to approach. I'm going to fast forward through that bit. Yeah, I see that, Tammy. Um, he has been warned that if he misbehaves in court, they're going to use stun cuffs on him. So, cops are probably prepared to, you know, do what they got to do. Judge is texting. I don't know what they're waiting on. Let me fast forward. Some more.
This website. Yeah, yeah. It's here to have it remember. All right, I think we're ready to bring the jurors back in.
I can't get this to work.
I think it's funny to hear all of the little random
You reset it or something?
bits
Give
and
me a shot at hit
pieces.
reset.
Sure. I don't know if it's like takes forever to warm up or.
Ballinger always told me hit reset if all else fails.
I always think it's cool to listen to the little extras that sometimes they don't realize that the mics are
Angela
on,
Burley
and
texted me and said she's here watching the live stream, heard me, and has facilities working on making it cooler in here. Oh, Kristen must be watching too. I think she just heard me. They're so good. They're so good at their jobs.
see, listen.
It's like when they hear your voice, that they tune in.
It's so funny. All right. You know that judge is like watching this back, and she's like gonna have a little sidebar with the cameraman and say, excuse me, can you not get a close up of my belly? I would. I'd be like, yo, keep it right here. They do forget Tammy, that's for sure. But that's whenever when you can hear the random chitter chatter, that's when you know sometimes get some juicy stuff.
There, it looks like it's restarting now.
That woman.
Awesome.
All rise for the jury. All 15 jurors are present, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. So we need to report anything? Great. Commonwealth will call their next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth is going to call Detective Brian.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
If I could have you raise your right hand, please. Swear to tell the truth and the whole truth. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Detective. Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Brian Griffin. I was previously employed with the Louisville Metro Police Department, and at this time I was part of the homicide unit.
And how long were you with the homicide unit for?
I was with the homicide unit for about 2 years, employed at that time for 5 years, I believe.
And what do you do these days?
I'm a commercial real estate appraiser.
So, back in 2016, May the 4th, you were with homicide then?
I was.
And were you called to the scene in this case?
I was.
What was the first action you took when you arrived on the scene?
So when I arrived on scene, it was about 1:30 in the morning. Detective Wilder had already made his way to the scene and had started that scene investigation. When I arrived on scene, the victim had already been transported to University of Louisville Hospital. So at that point, we were conducting a scene investigation. So my first actions when I got on scene was to see what we had and then to start the neighborhood canvass.
Okay. And did anything interesting come about as a result of your neighborhood canvass?
For my part of the canvass, I was unable to locate any witnesses along in the 800 block of South 41st Street. I was canvassing house to house. I had no answers on doors. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. So on my side, the houses that I knocked on front doors, I was not able to talk to anybody.
And do you recall a report of a guy that had a gun that was on a bicycle?
There was a report of that. I didn't have any further information on that, and I was unable to.
Was there any statements from anybody that he was in any way involved in this?
I didn't have any statements to that effect, no.
And can you tell us a little bit about the character of this neighborhood? Is it residential? What?
So the 800 block South 41st Street where this occurred is a residential neighborhood south of Broadway in the west end of Louisville. It's predominantly a residential neighborhood. There's people out. Just depends on what time of day, but there are people out at all times of day. So someone on a bike is not out of place.
And no one said that someone on a bike was at this scene or
Correct.
even on this street.
That's correct.
Okay. So did you go out to the hospital that night?
I did. Once we completed our scene investigation, I went to University of Louisville Hospital.
All right. May I approach with Commonwealth's 20?
May. You all seamless.
No objection, Judge.
Thank you.
Is this photograph familiar to you?
Yes.
What is this photograph of?
This is a picture of the victim at University of Louisville Hospital.
Excuse me, what's the number on it?
That's Commonwealth's 20. And had he already passed away by the time you got to the hospital?
When I arrived at the hospital, he had already succumbed to his injuries.
What did you do after that? Did you do anything else with respect to the scene?
When I went to university, we had concluded the scene investigation. It was in the middle of the street and on South 41st Street. So we concluded that scene investigation. Then I went to the hospital I believe it was Detective Baker that went to the hospital first. So we kind of split duties while people are investigating the scene. Somebody else will go to the hospital to speak with the doctors there to get a report of what's going on with the victim to get an expectation there. So as soon as I was done with the scene investigation, I went to University of Louisville Hospital to talk to the doctors there to determine time of death and the injuries that had occurred.
And did you also attend the autopsy?
I did. That it would be that same morning at that point.
And Was there anything significant about the autopsy?
Other than the injuries he sustained. He sustained a gunshot wound that went through his right arm and entered his right side.
So after the autopsy, after the scene, did you have any suspects on this case?
I did not.
Did you have any promising leads on the case?
I did not.
So what was the first thing that broke for you on this case?
I believe, and I would have to look at the exact dates. Roughly 2 weeks later, I received a call. I was off at the time that there was there were interviews taking place. That the individuals that were being interviewed had information on my case.
And who was that call from?
I believe it was detective. It was one of the detectives in the homicide unit, but I can't remember who exactly called me. If it was Detective Tonelli or if it was another person. I believe it might have been Detective Tonelli, but I can't remember the exact conversation.
And as a result of this phone conversation with Tonelli, what was the next step that you were able to take on your case?
So at that point on my case, I came in to witness the end of the interviews. As far as in my case, we had a statement from one of the co-defendants in this case.
And
that,
Judge, I'm going to object to any hearsay at this time.
That needs to stand if you want to go, you need to approach?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me fast forward through this toilet flushing sidebar white noise. Literally, it sounds like somebody flushes a toilet. What in the world?
that it was
Surveillance video of your So as a result of your investigation, did you come across any surveillance videos?
I did. I had made several attempts to recanvass the 800 block of South 41st Street where this occurred, in the hopes that it was late at night, maybe somebody would be awake the next day or subsequent days. I had a chance to go to, I believe it was 823 South 41st Street, and where I obtained some video, surveillance video pointing out the front of the house towards the street. I was able to collect that.
And what was significant in that video?
That video, it faces the street. It does not capture where the victim was located ultimately. However, it does show the victim walking down the street right around the time of the incident, and then it shows two vehicles that are coming up the street. They would be driving northbound prior to that, right after he walked by.
All right, and you've seen this video before.
I have.
It fairly inaccurately represents the video you recovered. Your Honor, the Commonwealth would move to admit, publish Commonwealth Exhibit 21.
Objection. All right, admitted, and you may publish.
Do you know if the timestamp on this video is accurate?
I would have to, I don't remember. I didn't look as I was watching it.
If we
If you
put the
if
last
you
clip back
rewind
up.
it would have been, so frequently whenever I have been looking at video for surveillance on private homes, it's frequent that they're not on the correct date or the times could be off. As for instance, this is showing 5/3 of 2016 at 23:51 hours. The incident in this, for this case, it occurred on 5/4 at roughly 23:59 is when we got the call. So roughly an hour later from this, which could be from several things. If people don't change it with daylight savings time, if something like that occurs, the hours could be off by a little bit. So the timestamp on this will show within an hour of when we received a call.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon.
Catherine?
I want to start off with something pretty easy. Is it Brian or Ryan
Brian with a B.
with a B? B-R-I-A-N.
Correct.
Griffin.
Yes.
That's my fault. Okay. You were lead detective on this case?
I was for this case, yes. Christopher Jones.
Did you remain lead detective on it until you left the Louisville Police Department?
I did.
Okay. Which was when?
This January 15th of 2021, 2 years ago.
There's a couple of things I wanted to follow up on with you. You're familiar with your report, right?
Yes.
And your initial report in this case is actually only 2 pages, right?
That's probably a fair assessment. The initial report for anything is the pertinent information on it, and we'll add to that as time goes on.
2 pages.
Probably.
In that report, you indicate that there was a shot followed by 5 more shots.
I believe that was what the call came in as, that there was the caller for the dispatch run said that they heard a shot and then 5 additional shots.
So today, you would agree that that was incorrect?
I was not there at the scene to be able to say whether that was incorrect or not. She could have heard a total of 6 shots. I don't know. I can't speak to what she did here.
Okay. Well, you were the lead detective. There wasn't evidence of 6 shots.
There was not evidence of 6 shots, correct?
Nonetheless, your report indicates 1 + 5, right?
That was the initial call, yes, from the
Well,
call taker.
but you don't have, you have the ability with, I know those reports are done by computer, right?
Correct.
And you, when you figure out something's wrong, like an error, right, you can go back in and fix it,
Correct.
but you did not.
I did not correct the initial call taker's, what she took from the person who called in. Correct. I left it as it was called in to dispatch.
You didn't include a correction that says, in our investigation, we determined, in fact, it was only 1 shot.
I did not, and I did not change the initial report to change it from what the call taker took as it came in to say that there was only 1 gunshot recovered or 1 shell casing recovered or 1 gunshot that was heard, because and the call came in that there was a gunshot and then she heard 5 additional. Whether it was accurate or correct, it still was something that was called into dispatch, and that's how we received the initial call. So to preserve what we received initially, that was left the same.
Let's talk about this 1 shell casing.
Okay.
That shell casing was still present on the ground when you got to the scene?
Yes.
And it was collected,
It was.
it was tested.
Yes.
That's one of the routine things that lead detective does, make sure everything gets tested, right?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, one of the things it was tested for was fingerprints.
Yeah, it was tested for fingerprints, but I'll let you ask the question.
Okay, thank you. And Brice's fingerprints were not on the shell casing.
No, sir.
And the reason we test for fingerprints is because things like shell casings actually do take fingerprints.
They do, and they often also burn off from the shot.
I want to ask you about another aspect of the case. You went to the autopsy,
Correct.
which was,
The morning of the 4th.
okay, all right. It was the same day?
Yes.
Okay. I wasn't
By the
sure.
time that we finished the scene and I went to University of Louisville, it would have been about 4 or something in the morning. And then it would have gone over to the autopsy right after.
Okay. And you're familiar with the contents of that report?
Yes,
You were present at the autopsy.
I was.
In addition to the injury from the bullet, the single bullet, right? There also was an injury to his head.
Yes, sir.
That was documented. You were able to see that, right?
Yes,
And that was also documented on the autopsy report
I believe so.
and was observed by the medical examiner.
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say that I think you talked about doing a neighborhood canvas, right?
Yes, sir.
Your report indicates that you knocked on 5 doors.
I did. There was additional detective there that was doing an additional canvas on the additional side of the road within the immediate area.
Now, you've talked about things a few weeks later, it would be 18 days later, something like that.
Roughly, yes.
Roughly 18 days later. From the 4th, during, say, the next week, the week after that, there's no indication that you did any follow-up work on this case.
That's not entirely true. There was additional follow-up done. I followed up with the leads that we had. There was additional cell phone search warrant that was done for the victim's cell phone, as well as additional canvases that occurred that did not yield any results.
Looking at your reports, you did, I think you said before when you were asked by the prosecution, you didn't really have any leads.
They were not very, no, the leads on this case were not very good.
You may not have recall of this next question, but I'm going to ask anyway. About how many murder cases would you say you had you were working in homicide?
Correct. Were you asking that I was the lead on or that I worked on in general?
That is a fair follow-up question. I meant as lead.
I would have to get the exact for you. It was within around 10.
Okay, and that's fine. I was looking for the ballpark. I was curious. And then how many additional ones that you were not lead?
That I was not lead that we worked on.
That you were part of? Do you guys do it all by teams?
It just depends on the situation. It depends on the amount of cases that are being worked at the same time, depending on the day. It varies, unfortunately. But we worked over 100 cases a year, and I was there for a couple of years. I did not work every single case, but
Sure.
a fair amount in some form or fashion.
I think I did a bad job asking my question. I'm going to ask it better. In May
In May of that year.
of 2016, how many cases would you have had open either as lead or as part of a team?
This would have been the only homicide that I had open as a lead.
And then as part of a team?
As part of a team, I would have to look. I don't have that number.
Sure, I know you don't have the number, but I just meant, can you
I
ballpark?
worked several, but I was also working non-fatal shootings as well. So I couldn't give a 7 years ago. I can't remember the exact number of cases from that
Okay.
one.
Okay. You were unable to any other leads the next day, the next week, week after?
Yes, sir.
Why'd you leave the Louisville Police Department?
Family reasons, sir.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Ron. You mentioned someone had come forward and said that they heard one shot and then five.
Yes, I believe that was the initial call for the call for service that came to dispatch, that came through dispatch for patrol to respond to.
And it was phrased that way as one and then five.
Correct.
If somebody had heard 6 shots at once, you'd think they would just say they heard 6 shots.
That would be what I would assume. In the area that was in, it is not uncommon for there to be multiple different gunshots from different areas that would be audible in the same area.
And I guess the question was asked, because someone gives a statement that has facts in it that don't jive with what other people said or what your theory of the case is, you don't get to go back and change what they said, right?
Correct. That was what I heard. It would be, after going to the scene and seeing one shell casing, to amend it to say there would be one would be fair, but the call came in that there was one shot and then an additional 5. Whether that's accurate or inaccurate, I left that there for transparency.
But what you do know is there was one shot at yours.
Correct.
Was anybody's fingerprint identified on the case?
No.
So there were no fingerprints on the casing. It wasn't
That's correct.
just that Brice Rhodes' fingerprints weren't on the casing. Nobody's.
Correct.
Do you recall when you saw an injury to the victim? You mentioned his head. Where on his head was the injury?
I would have to look at the report to be sure. I can't. 7 years ago, I can't remember the head injury very clearly.
Do you remember seeing the head injury when he was laying in the street before he got medical attention? Or do you remember seeing the head injury at the hospital or at the autopsy?
It would have been at the hospital or autopsy because I did not see the victim on the scene. When I arrived on scene, he had already been transported to U of L while they were trying to give him medical attention.
No further questions, John.
All right, you're free to go, Detective Griffin. Thank you. Go on approach.
All right, let me fast forward this again.
And don't forget your phones. Thank you. Oh.
Okay, so now we are going to move on to day 2, which started at about 9:15 or 9:30 this morning. So let me pull that stream up. That was a rather boring day 1, huh? Rather boring day 1. Side note, I'm going to be moving my computer into the bedroom, into my bedroom so that I can get the better lighting, mic, that kind of thing. Dale is up and awake and moving around, so I'm going to switch my location too, but let me get this stream started for you first.
No, not yet. It's looking over an estimate today. And he thinks he's gonna be able to keep it at 1,000, so then I just gotta decide. Yeah, yeah, he said, he's looking for the state.
Okay, I'm gonna let this roll. I'm gonna mute myself, turn my camera off, and I will see you guys back in a few minutes when I'm in my other spot. You guys behave in the chat, right? I'm gonna get a coffee refill too, so.
Are you all ready to get started? Please try to be on time. I really hate keeping jurors waiting, hate it. Okay, so, Victor, you say you have an issue that needs to be raised?
Judge, witnesses who anticipate the requires a concerns testify. It's the man who was here yesterday. Yes.
So I think what I'll do then is have the jury come later tomorrow than normal, and we'll, address it and, take care of it. So did you talk to the number 2? Yeah, that's what I was told by Ballinger, that number 2 should be the used.
Somebody?
Would you mind to tell the Commonwealth I need to see them? You will come up for me. Sir, with the camera, can you come up, please? Good morning. I'm finding that huge lens very disarming. I'm not gonna allow you to stay in here and take photos. I've been allowing the one media pulling video. But it's distracting, disarming,
Okay.
not disarming, it's the wrong word.
No, I understand
Right.
what you're saying. I have a 70 to 200.
Is it gonna make noise? And has everybody put their phone over here? Okay, great. Anybody have anything that they need to talk to the court about with regards to the admonition? Come on up, attorneys. Good morning. Let me just get everybody up here. Anybody else? All right. Is the Commonwealth ready to call their next witness?
Yes, the Commonwealth calls Antonia Jones.
Thank you. Good morning. Can I have you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
Good morning. Could you tell the jury your name?
Antonia Jones.
And are you related to Christopher Jones?
Yes.
How are you related?
I'm his sister.
How old was Christopher in May of 2016 when he died?
He was 40.
Okay, and can you just tell the jury a little bit about him?
Well, he was the middle child of 3. I'm the youngest. He has an older brother, Sean Jones. Chris has 3 children, a daughter and 2 sons. I don't know.
How old are his children?
I'm not quite sure their ages, but I know his daughter, she was an adult when this happened. And his youngest was maybe around 6 or 7. And then his middle son was probably around 8 or 9, somewhere around in there.
And does your family live in Louisville?
Yes, yeah.
And did Christopher work?
Yeah, he had jobs. I think he worked at the 3 Brothers that was like right there at the corner of 41st. At one time, he also worked at was it Rallies on Broadway? So he had like little jobs like that.
And was his murder a surprise to you all?
Yes, It was a very big surprise.
As far as you all knew, did he have any enemies?
No, no.
Um, Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any other questions.
Any questions from the defense?
Sorry, Judge.
Go ahead.
Approach. Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is my brother Chris.
Your Honor, if I'm welcome to introduce this as Exhibit 21.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
I can just show the jury.
You may.
I will mark that as 21.
Any questions from the defense?
Ma'am, I'm sorry for your loss. We don't have any questions.
You're free to go, Ms. Jones. Thank you for being here. Commonwealth could please call their next witness.
Your Honor, that should have been 22. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I'll fix that.
Said it's 22. Thank you, Ms. Jones.
The Commonwealth calls Jesse Silveria.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. We'll just come right up here to the witness stand. If I could please have you raise your right hand. Please swear to tell the truth and the whole truth.
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
What is your name?
It's Jessica Hoffman, formerly Silveria.
And where do you work now?
I'm the Commonwealth's detective at the Commonwealth Attorney's Office in Bullitt County.
In 2016, where did you work?
I was a crime scene technician with LMPD
And how long were you a crime scene technician?
since 2004.
Okay, when did you leave?
I left in 2018 just due to an injury that I couldn't work that type of job, hazardous duty, anymore.
Can you tell the jury what a crime scene technician does?
Sure. So as a crime scene technician, we work under the discretion of officers. We will be called out to runs either from dispatch. We'll hear that on our radio. Officers will call us, or they'll come down to our office and say, hey, I need for you to come out to a location with me. So we're a secondary responder. So for example, if I was called out to a scene by a detective, we would go out, document everything when we got there, take pictures of the scene as is. We may videotape the scene if it needs to be videotaped. Example, if it was a homicide or other type of major crime. Then with the direction of the detectives and with them, we would take measurements if need be, which is also documenting the scene. Like I said, the videotape, we may do some presumptive tests. We'll collect the evidence, make note of the evidence in reports. We will measure where we found the evidence. Some people in the unit would scan the scene. So that part is collecting, documenting, preserving the evidence. After that, we may go to an autopsy. After that, evidence is going to be logged into the property room. We may photograph it further at the crime scene office and do further development of fingerprints or presumptives, which could be for like blood and other items and other materials. Then we would place the stuff in the property room and we document that. And then I would say like our final step that the crime scene unit does is taking the evidence to the KSP crime lab for analysis. We bring it back, secure it back in the property room. And then finally, like I'm here today, it's been years, but we have our reports and then we testify as to what we done.
And how do you, when you find a piece of evidence at a scene, how do you ensure that from collection to lab to courtroom that it's the same piece of evidence?
Right. So we'll also put markers down. I forgot to mention that. So there will be a marker down at a scene so that later we can recognize, hey, exhibit 1's at marker 2. You can look at it. You can see exactly where it was at. So that piece of evidence, to ensure that it's been packaged and secure and in the same thing, like it might get put in a paper bag and we'll write on there 1, because we're just doing preliminary documentation. So it would say 1, I'm just making up shoe. We're going to record 1 shoe. It was at this marker. We know where this location was. It was photographed. It's in this bag 1. When we get back to the office, it may, if it doesn't need to be dried or anything, it can stay in that bag, and then we're going to put a label on it. 1, shoe, all the case information. Or if it needs a new, most stuff is packaged in paper to preserve the evidence. If it needs a new packaging, if it needs to be dried, that gets labeled so that we know what we have, but then it'll get put maybe in an envelope, and you'll see like yellow envelopes or a bag with a label on there. It says evidence. You'll see evidence tape. That's how we assure that that's that item.
And why is paper a good substance for storing evidence?
Well, especially when you have items that might have at one time been saturated with any kind of material, and I'm not speaking specifically to this case, but say you had, it was wet with water, it had blood, suspected blood on it, or blood, or any kind of other thing that was wet, you don't want to create mold. Everybody knows you can have a piece of moldy clothing if you had left a bathing suit out too long. You can have moldy food. If you put it in plastic, that's just going to create more moisture. So you want to put your evidence in paper bags so that it's breathable a little bit, but it's protected, and then it stays dry. It doesn't deteriorate further.
And why do you dry some evidence?
Because biohazard evidence, for example, blood, just in general, you don't want it to saturate that bag and then later get on some other evidence, because it's going to the property room. So you need to make sure it's safe and secure. It's been packaged properly in that bag, and it's not going to contaminate any other evidence. So you want to make sure that that evidence is staying contained to that bag.
So how do you dry evidence?
We call them the CSU drying cabinets. Basically, it looks like a big refrigerator, but it's open and it has shelves, has a glass little window where you can look in there, and it has a contained filter. So we changed the filters. We put butcher paper, which is like the brown paper that people put meat and different things on. The reason we do that is because we line the shelves. That makes cleanup easy, gives a little extra protection. And what we would do is we make sure that cabinet's clean with bleach. It's always sprayed out before and after with a bleach solution. I believe it's 10%. And then we have a hose. There's like a little hose that's connected to it. So basically you're spraying it out. Then you're going to hang your clothing or your items in there that are wet. Like you can put stuff on the shelf on top of the paper. You hang your clothing up with the hangers that are plastic, and then you close that. And then you're going to put a little note on there. Case number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 initials. And then you don't get in there until you get them out to package them, and you may photograph them before or after.
And you mentioned evidence tape. What is that?
Sure. There's evidence tape, which you might hear is the crime scene tape from the crimes that's yellow, do not enter, but there's also crime scene packaging evidence tape. And you'll see it's either yellow, blue, or red. It's very thin. There's little edges. So say this was the package or the envelope. I would seal it here. I'm going to initial it. I'm going to date it. If anybody opens that or even tries to, it rips so easy. So like at the lab, it may be cut through the envelope just so that they don't have to mangle all the tape. But if somebody tried to open it where that seal is, you're going to rip that tape. So it comes in a box in a roll, and we just basically secure our evidence to show it's been properly sealed.
So that way you could see if it was tampered with?
Correct.
And then does the lab put their own tape on after they open your tape?
Yes, the lab will have their own tape, and then they'll put their initials on there.
Turning to May 22nd, 2016, did you get called out to a scene?
Yes, I did.
Where did?
Maybe we approach.
You might.
Already approaching. All right, so I took a few little bit of a break. I put some actual clothes on, made another cup of coffee, got the computer and mic and everything set up back here in my normal spot. So welcome anybody that's joined. How is your Wednesday going? And yes, I agree, you guys. This witness here, she demands attention. She's I don't know, I don't mean demands attention. You know what I mean. She like someone said in the chat, she's her voice carries very demanding. Yeah. Yep. Sounds like she knows what she's doing. I like a good witness like that. Yeah, absolutely love her accent. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, what's she doing? What's she doing? Wonder what she's doing. Where did she go? I wonder what the sidebar is about. I wonder what they're talking about. Okay, and we're back.
On May 22nd, 2016, did you respond to a crime scene?
Yes, I did.
And where did you go?
I'm gonna have to refer to my notes if that's okay, because it's been a while.
Okay.
So these are my reports, and it looks like I was called out to the rear of 4028 River Park Drive in Louisville, Jefferson County.
When you say the rear, what do you mean?
The rear of the house.
Is that an area with alleys?
Yes.
Okay. Were you responding right off of an alley?
Yes.
Okay. How did you know to go there?
Detective Jason Vance called me, and that was how, like I described, sometimes they call us. He called me to respond to that scene about 13:10, which is 1:10 p.m.
What did you see when you got there?
So when I got there, I would have to specifically refer to photos for exact scene details, but there was 2 victims at the scene and other items of evidence that I collected.
While you were there, did you take a video?
Yes, I did.
Is that what's known as a scene video?
Yes.
And when you take scene videos, what are you looking to put in the video?
So the scene video, we walk around with one of the detectives. I know that I walk around with them, and what we do is we document the crime scene. For example, if this was a scene, I would walk to the front of the house. I would show the address, might show any street signs. We're going to follow around to where the scene was, which is actually the majority of the scene at the back of the residence of the alleyway, which we're calling the rear. And you would document everything as is before you start, collecting things. I have not reviewed all of the photos yet today, but usually we don't put markers out until we've done that. I'm not sure if there was ones put out at this time, but we try to document it as is when we get there first.
Would the scene video in this case be a fair and accurate representation of how the scene looked that day?
Yes, it would.
The Commonwealth moves to introduce the scene video as exhibit.
No objection.
All right, admitted.
Hey, sweet Mary Lou. Hey, hey. The typing is repulsive, huh? Urelli. OMG. Hey. Oh my goodness. I know you don't do true crime. I know you don't, girl. But thank you for coming in and saying, hey. I sure do miss your face. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well, girlfriend. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, Tammy, it's got to be either a court reporter or one of the lawyers. Potentially someone sitting next to whoever is streaming. Sometimes that happens. But I would say it's probably a lawyer or the court reporter or court clerk. So she's getting a good view of the property, it looks like. From all the directions. And it looked like there was a ambulance or EMT. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what that was. I don't know if that was what we're seeing. I'm not sure. Keep in mind, I do have a banner running at the bottom of the screen. But yes, we do have the potential to see some graphic content. Just an FYI. Gail, I believe he has been in custody for most of the time. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure he's been in jail for a long time. Let's see what all else we're going to see here. The judge is very much interested. She's like me. She's like, mm. They may have panned the camera away from the projector or the screen in case they have, in case they have, you know, told the press not to stream the actual, any sort of graphic content. So sometimes you never know. And sometimes they're not supposed to, and then it accidentally happens. So. Brenda, yes, pretty much. But his defense is saying that it wasn't him. It was one or two. I think he has two co-defendants that have pled guilty and have agreed to testify against him. So I'm wondering when that's supposed to take place, if that's still on. What is the guy in the background there doing? Did you see that? What is this guy in the background doing? That looked like he was dancing. Okay. Well, Tammy, it looked like somebody that looked like there was a glass door behind the judge and somebody was standing behind that door. I don't know if it was someone that works there at the courthouse or if it was law enforcement or I don't know who that was. So they're getting a close-up of the home address. Got the crime scene tape. Photo bombing, right, Mary Lou? Yeah, now they're going to the rear of the house. Looks like there's a chain link fence and maybe a gazebo or something back there. Patio or something in the back. Yeah, it looks like a gazebo with a table and lawn chairs. Cute little backyard though, right? He could have been, Tammy. He could have been jumping up to see inside the courtroom. I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell. Kind of weird though to see glass doors like that behind the judge's bench, right? That was strange. So, looks like I'm assuming this is her footage, the witness's footage, but yeah. She's got some, oh, what is that? That's one of the bodies, isn't it? You really, honey? I hope you're not here anymore. You really does not do true crime.
See beyond the boys there at the end. Was that the alley that you spoke of earlier?
Yes.
Were detectives already working the scene before you were called to the scene?
Yes.
How long, when you first get to the scene, how long is it before you start taking the video?
Basically, we do a quick walkthrough. Just this is what we have. Make sure you don't step on this. Make sure you're aware that this is here. We make notes who's there. Usually, when we get there, we get the basic information, and then they're going to give us a basic little walkthrough. And then the video is usually what we do first. According to my notes, I videotape the scene first, even before I photograph the scene, just to show it as is.
So that would have been, as far as you know, how police first found the scene.
Correct.
Did you then take photographs?
Yes. After videotaping the scene, I photographed the scene.
You may. I'm going to show you what we've marked as 24 through 51.
Please be aware that if they show these are going to be very graphic. So just know that in advance that it's possible to see these. You're right, Lee. There were two, but from the video, it was a little bit grainy and I couldn't tell for sure what I was looking at. You know, it was a little bit disorienting.
Yes, these are the photographs that I took.
No objection.
So admitted.
Switch over to the photographs.
Okay, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is going to be the front of the location of the scene, showing the house 4028, which is where I responded, and then the house to the right of it, 4030.
As I flip through, feel free to start describing.
Sure.
The next photo.
So basically, due to media arriving, more people showing up, just trying to preserve dignity. We've already taken the video. We are allowed to put up privacy screens, and that's what this black screen is at the scene.
So beyond that screen, would that be where the bodies
The bodies are behind that. And this photo is showing from the alley of 4028 looking towards the back of the residence. And as you can see, the privacy screen, the back of the resident is 4028, and then the bodies of the victims. And this is the
Yeah,
victims
Gail,
we
honey.
have put markers at 4 or 5, and I think that corresponds so that we could say which piece of evidence was with them. So, actually, it should be 5 is one of them, and
We
then
love you, Gail.
6 is
We
one
love
of
you, honey.
the victims.
And I think there's some leaves obscuring
Yes.
6 marker.
Yeah, you can kind of see it too at the foot, the left foot of them facing down, the lime green in there.
So, and these markers are obviously things that you all brought and put at the scene, correct?
Correct. They're sanitized and packaged back up in their case and brought to each scene. This is a close-up picture of the victims.
At this point, are they lying how they were found?
To the best of my knowledge, when I got there, that's how they were laying. And this is a close-up of one of the faces of one of the victims, especially to get a recognition picture. This is a picture of the other victim's face close-up. And this is an angle from the head torso area of one of the victims, the one on the right. And this is a mid-range torso view of one of the victims.
Were you able to determine what that white substance is on him?
I can't technically determine it, but there is obviously charring.
Good to see you, Grinch. And I'm sorry to hear about your mama.
This is a picture of the legs of the victims with what looks to be like charred items. And as you can see here, with common knowledge, it appears to be charred items of clothing and skin, the leg waist area. This is going to be a close-up of one of the arms of one of the victims, and there seems to be a belt or leather material tied around the arm and knotted.
At this point, have you all moved the victims to see their backs?
I believe they have been turned. That would have been like after we got all the photographs.
And Grinch.
Normally the coroner would be present and the detectives. This is all with their discretion. This is a back photo of one of the victims.
Grinch, I know that you were here specifically for the, the other case. And, we'd love for you to continue to hang out with us. I don't know if like crime and trials, true crime stories, that kind of thing is your jam, but if it is, we'd love for you to come back. And if not, I completely understand. But thank you for being super duper respectful. And yeah. He says she's okay. His mom is okay. We got video of the driver and him pulling out, sitting for 3 to 4 minutes, then shooting out. He and her insurance is taking over and getting her situated. Good deal. Good. Well, I hope that, she isn't too painful or didn't get hurt or, anything like that. I hate that if she did. That's the worst though. Okay, thank you all. If it sparks my interest, I watch. Good deal. All right. So, yes, agree. This is a crazy one. We're going to restart the video. And, yeah, this guy is a character and a half, apparently. So, but thanks for coming, Grinch. I appreciate it. And all the best. All right.
Just showing the laver, which is like the discoloration of the skin, and just showing if there's any defects in the skin, a picture of their back. This is another angle further out of one of the victims, showing their torso and the back of their skin on their legs appears to be charred. This is gonna be a picture of a defect. I don't know to get into what I'm allowed to say, but appears to be a defect in the wrist of one of the victims.
A defect, you mean wound?
Yes. This is showing at marker 2. We've got a scale down, and I believe we suspected it might be some partial like tar prints and some other types of evidence. So we put markers down and a scale so that we could show where it was at in relation to the scene. So you see 1 and 2, and then you've got the big scale with some suspected tar prints in the middle of that.
Is this between the alley and the victims?
Yeah, this is like the alleyway, but you know, still kind of like where the weeds and the dirt are, not necessarily like the big concrete alley. And here you can see we've got that big scale. It's used for photography purposes so that later you can tell the exact how big it was, and then it's like an L scale so that you can see the measurement this way, you can see the measurement this way, you can triangulate, coordinate where specifically something might be that might be important. And again, that's just a 90-degree angle of that suspected tire tread impression. And also you can see like there's debris, you know, pressed down as well. And then we've got Exhibit 3. There's a White Castle's box. And you can see now that in relation to where Exhibit 3, 4, and 5 are by the victims, it just shows you like how close that evidence we collected. Where it's at, that's why we would have collected is it's that close to our victims.
So you don't know at that moment what's important, right?
Correct. Just using common knowledge and, you know, working knowledge from having done scenes like that, we know to collect that type of evidence. This is just another angle, and it's showing 5 and 6. Earlier we referred to, like I was telling you, the victims like are at marker 5 and 6, and then we later identified them. That way we can show which piece of evidence was by them, and we can refer to that later.
Were you able to edit your report to say which child is by which marker?
Yes.
Who is by 5?
So we have marker 5. So marker 5 is on the bottom or the right, depending on how you have the photo rotated.
I'll go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So we'll just start on the left. So marker 6, we have identified Maurice Gordon Jr. And then marker 5 at the foot, we have identified Larry Ordway.
At the time that you were at the scene, did you all know who the victims were?
To the best that I can recall, no, because fingerprints were taken or it had to be positively identified. I know that fingerprints were taken and then they were taken off for identification. This is just another, and that's just to the best I can recall on that. But on markers 4 and 5 is just showing these White Castle boxes and how close they are to the bodies of the victims. And then at marker 4, you've also got what appears to be suspected shoe print impression, like how you would see on the heel of a shoe. So again, there's debris in the way. We put a scale down just so that you could see in relation, like for future purposes, where exactly that was at in relation and with the inches of the L scale. And this is also a further out photo of Exhibit 4. It shows some other items to the left of it that we collected, and then to the right of number 4, where the suspected shoe print was, you can see we took a little casting. So that's a dental stone that we poured into where you can see it's marked number 4 on the underside of it. We let that dry and then we collect it.
What substance is that?
It's basically dental stone that we use, that dentists use for hardening for like when they make dentures and take impressions. So this is also an impression underneath of it, an impression of tire tread, impression of a tire track, like if you push something into the mud or Play-Doh. We try to photograph it just in case, because sometimes these don't turn out so well. So then after photographing, you've got the scale. We went ahead and mixed it up. You mix it up with distilled water, and then you pour it. We used just like a little box, since it was the small area, as like a border, like a buffer. And then you pour the material in there. It starts curing. It gets a little warm. You have to leave it for a little while. It depends on the temperature outside. And then once it's dry, then you pick it up. You don't peel it off. You don't clean it off. You package it, let it dry a little further, and then that's going to eventually go to the crime lab. So here,
Hold on, I'm just gonna flip this around,
so now you can see, if you remember where markers 5 and 6 were, is where our victims were. They've been removed. And now we're going to look for any other evidence that could have been underneath of them. We've got a little bit better view of that area, so we may put additional markers out now. It shows Exhibit 4 still in relation to where they were at.
So are those markers exactly where they were when the victims were still present?
Yes.
And who removes victims from scenes?
The coroner's office. They will call either ties or a pickup service, but they'll be there to supervise that along with the detectives.
What is ties?
I'm not sure of the exact acronyms, but they come and transport bodies to the coroner's office for a medical examination.
What was marker 7? What was that marker?
Let's see. Marker 7 is going to be our Exhibit 8, and I have it labeled as a white burnt handkerchief with suspected blood located west of the head of victim, located at marker 6.
And let me flip this one around. Is this showing the distance from the bodies to the alley?
Yes, it is.
Okay. After you took photographs, what did you do?
So after I took the photographs, I know that the castings were done, a lot of the set, we collected. Me and one of the other technicians, Sparks, collected, I believe I was the lead in it, all of the exhibits. And then as far as what I did, let's see, I collected some more exhibits.
Can you tell us what was collected from the scene?
Does the camera guy know that he's not back on the witness?
Just go through the list?
Sure.
Okay. So we have one is the videotape, which you've already watched. We have Exhibit 2. Do you want to know what marker they're at, or just Exhibit? Exhibit 2 was a cast of a partial suspected tire impression. Exhibit 3, cast of another partial suspected tire impression. Exhibit 4 was an empty white and orange White Castle box located in the grass near the victims. We have number 5, empty white and orange White Castle boxes located in the grass near the victims. 5A is a wet napkin because it came out of that box. We labeled it an A. It was a wet napkin which fell out from one of the boxes of Exhibit 5. We didn't want to just, guess where it came from, but so that's why we labeled it 5A. So Exhibit 6 is a cast of the suspected partial shoe impression east of the victim, located at marker 5. Then we have Exhibit 7, a torn piece of a brown bag with blue, appears to be a White Castle's bag, located in the grass. And then we have, of course, again, our victims located at marker 5 is Larry Ordway. Victim at 6 is Maurice Gordon Jr. 8 is a white burnt handkerchief with suspected blood located west of the head of the victim, located at 6, which was Maurice Gordon Jr. 9 is a cast of a suspected partial shoe impression. Remember me talking about the impressions. Northeast of the victim, located at marker 5. We have Exhibit 10, a wet mainstays, washcloth with suspected blood located between the victims. And then we have Exhibit 11, one partially burnt empty white and orange White Castles box with suspected blood located between the legs of the victim at marker 6, which was Maurice Gordon Jr. We have Exhibit 12, a broken piece of a red plastic jar ring located in the grass. 13, debris from under the victim at marker 5, which is Larry Ordway. It was burnt with suspected body fluids, suspected blood. 14, debris from under victim at marker number 6, which is Maurice Gordon Jr. And it was burnt with suspected blood, suspected body fluids. Exhibit 15, a piece of blue plastic located under the victim, located at marker 6, which is again Maurice Gordon Jr. That was the exhibits I collected.
And would you have packaged them as you described earlier in the brown paper and taken them back to CSU?
Yes, I would have put them in their initial bag. They may have remained in that bag and then labeled, or they may have been packaged further.
Did you take fingerprints of the victims? Or did you
I
observe your
I
partner?
observed the technician Sparks that was there with me taking them.
Okay. And is that because you all didn't know who they were at that time?
From what I can recall, they did not know, just from what I can recall, they did not know who they were at the time or had to verify, but that's why he took them to be examined.
Okay. And how long were you at the scene there at River Park?
So I have that I got there, my time's listed at 13:10, which is 1:10 p.m. And actually, I'm sorry. I got the call at 1:10 p.m. I got there at 1:38. So 1:38 p.m., 13:38 hours. And then I cleared the scene at 17:15, which is going to be 5:15. So from 1:38 to 5:15.
And did you do anything on this case the next day?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
And I'm sorry, it's been a while, so I have to refer to my report. So the next day is going to be the 23rd. I responded to pathology, which the location at that time is 810 Barrett Avenue still, to the autopsies of both victims.
What is an autopsy?
An autopsy is a medical examination of someone that's deceased, and often with circumstances that are other than a normal death. The medical examiner and myself will take pictures, observe and document the body and collect any evidence, take weights of organs and different things, and then so that they can make a determination of death.
And does CSU attend all autopsies of suspected homicides?
Yes, we do.
Did you take photographs during these autopsies?
Yes, I did.
And were they done simultaneously or one at a time?
What do you?
Did the doctors do one autopsy and then stop and do another, or do you?
I did both autopsies, so I would have had to done one at a time.
Okay. May I approach them? I'm going to show you what we have marked as 52 through 64. You know, if those are photos that you recognize.
Yes, they are.
And what are those?
These are photographs of one of the victims from the autopsy. And we always start out taking pictures of like the face shot just for identification, both sides of the face. We'll take pictures of any wounds. We'll put scales. Am I allowed to show anything or no? That's okay. We'll put scales down. It's a little ruler. Sometimes they're a sticky little ruler. Sometimes they're a large ruler, just so that you can get a good view of the size of something. For example, if it's a wound, if it's a laceration, if it's, a piece of hair. And then also we'll show like if there's any defensive wounds, any damage to the tissues, any clothing. But that's what the photographs would be. And then we'll also lay the clothing on the brown paper again so that you can get a better view of it before it's packaged and transported again.
How long is Any objections?
All right, so admitted.
No objection, Judge.
Thank you.
If you could now tell the jury specifically about each photo.
Yes, and I don't have the ME number on here, so I don't know which one, which victim this is, but this is gonna be a side view before they're cleaned and washed up, because that does happen after initial photographs. So this is looks like the right side of one of the victims. And this is a face 90-degree angle showing one of the victims.
It would, I mean, for Your Honor. If you looked at the,
That was with the marker.
yeah, if you can tell from the marker which victim this is, referring to your photos from the scene.
It's kind of hard to tell that way. Is it the red? 5.
So that would be.
So number 5 is gonna be, let me refer to my notes again. This one is at marker. Kind of hard to tell from here.
I'll pick a different picture.
Yeah,
To see the
thank
problem.
you. Just don't wanna- Yes.
Okay, so referring to exhibit 45, which shows the markers
Okay.
by the feet of the boys. Is 5 in the red shirt.
The red shirt is 5,
Okay, so
which is Larry Ordway.
and then the other boy who was not in the red shirt.
The other boy who's not in the red shirt is Maurice
And
Gordon.
does his photo, which is 30, match the photo from this autopsy?
This is
This being the autopsy.
number 5. I'm sorry, it's hard to tell from
Sorry.
here.
If we walk back and number 6 does not have the red shirt.
Then number 5 has to obviously be Larry Ordway,
Right, and number 6
is Maurice Gordon.
and the victim who is not in the red shirt, being Maurice Gordon, does his photo from the scene, exhibit 30, match the photo that I just showed you from the autopsy?
The one that's up there,
Uh-huh,
okay,
sorry.
is the one in the, not in the red shirt.
Right.
So that is Maurice Gordon Jr. I'm sorry. it's
I'm
just hard
sorry,
to
that
tell
was
from
really
pictures. I don't want to
confusing.
guess.
Yeah, right, so,
So this is
Here's the
Maurice
obvious.
Gordon Jr.'s autopsy photographs. Better correct than guessing.
Again, viewer discretion advised in case they show these photos.
Okay, so this is gonna be a photograph of the hand of the victim. And if I'm looking down at it, you can see it appears that the thumb is this way, so the left hand, and it's got charring on the fingers and skin sloughage and a removal on it. And you can see with the scale just gives an idea of like how large that is. That's a 2-inch scale, I believe.
this is another view of the hand.
This is another view of the hands, and it just shows the extent of the charring. And this is a defect of a wound that I won't say how it appears to be, but these are, this is another L scale, and I've just got a picture of these 3 wounds in the middle of it before it's all cleaned up.
And were his organs out of the body when found?
Yes, they were. If you look above that scale, that's gonna be intestine. This is another picture of the photographic scale. See where it says ABFO, it's a photographic scale. It's got 2 wound defects in the center of that.
Are those centimeters or inches on your scale?
They're millimeters.
Okay. So broken up into centimeters or?
It appears to be, but like, for example, if you looked at the 1 millimeter, you know, I'm not gonna guess on that. It just says 1 millimeter. This is a rear photo of the torso showing defects or wounds.
And has the body been cleaned at this point?
Yes, it has.
Why does that happen?
Because that way, now that we've already got the photographs at the scene that you saw what they look like as is, and then you had photographs as is at the medical examiner's office, they want to clean the body up, the victim, because it'll show more wounds, it'll show bruising, it might show patterns. You can't see it as good when there's a lot of blood, you know, with the coloring, everything just kind of runs in together. So this way you can get an ideal of exactly how the edges of everything looks too. And this is going to be another photograph of the wounds cleaned up. Another photograph of those 3 wounds. Now you can see the torso. To me, that appears to be the navel. So you've got, you know, just here I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a large 5, and then a large mass of possibly more than one defect together. This is a picture of the clothing that was on the victim. As I talked about, we put some of that paper down, just that way we could lay the clothing down as soon as we got it from the autopsy. That way you could get a good view of it. With the charring, you know, it could further deteriorate in a bag, and it's nice to get a picture before further deterioration. This is a picture of the boxers that was collected, Lucky brand, and then we've got a scale down just for reference. Here we've got some debris and pieces from the clothing that have come off, and charring, and again the scale.
Is this listed as a white t-shirt?
Let me look.
Suspected white t-shirt.
Let's see.
Good morning, Billy. And thank you. Thank you. I'm excited about the new channel. Yay! And if you're here and haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe button and make sure that you've given the video a thumbs up. As well.
We're still on Maurice Gordon Jr., correct? So I have his items collected as several charred sheet pieces, Lucky brand boxer shorts, 37 starter pants. Let's see. So it just says several charred sheet pieces, and then the shorts, starter pants as far as clothing.
So safe to say it was so burned you couldn't know it.
That's correct. That's just what we observed and just note for our notation.
Did you collect the clothing
Yes.
and store it?
Yes.
Did you collect anything else?
As far as with Maurice, or in total?
With Maurice.
With Maurice, of course, I photographed, I collected exhibits, I obtained his fingerprints, and then I forwarded them to the LMPD latent analyst, and then I placed those items in the drying cabinet like I talked about.
Do you or somebody that you observed take nail scrapings from victims' fingers?
Looks like on this one, at the scene, the hands were bagged to preserve any trace evidence. That way, on the way, nothing falls out from the nails. So what we did was we took fingernail clippings from the victim's hands. Those are packaged as evidence in case we want to send those off to the lab. And then, so those would be included with the fingernail clippings.
What evidence are detectives looking for when they take fingernail clippings as evidence?
For any trace evidence, for any sign of any struggle, like say you were in a struggle with somebody, you might have scratched somebody, you might have got some material from somewhere else under your fingernails. You know how like when you're putting on makeup, just if everybody looks at their fingernails after doing anything, you can see you might have something that might be trace evidence, might be matched to something later. Or DNA.
And do you also collect blood standards from the victims?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Did you do that in this case?
In this case, Yes, I have a victim blood sample 31 that the medical examiner would have got. We would put it onto like a little blood stain card, and then that's sent out for future comparisons and elimination. So we could say this came from this person. This one's not from this person. It's just a standard that's used.
After Maurice's autopsy, were you present for Larry's?
Yes.
And did you take photographs? of
Yes.
that too? And we'll get to those through another witness, but what did you collect from Larry?
From Larry Ordway, I collected, along with the doctor, hair sample. Of course, they did the blood sample, put it on the card that I brought, and it's going to be labeled. Again, the bags, it preserves that evidence from his hands, the fingernail scrapings like we talked about. This time it was fingernail scrapings. Sometimes if your nails aren't long enough to cut, they'll do a scraping, opposed to just clipping the whole nail and presenting it as evidence. Then we collected several charred, what we believe to be was sheet pieces from over the victim with suspected blood. Then we collected, I collected a K.A. Knights short sleeve polo shirt. It was size medium 3840 with a W logo, W as in William. And actually it's a Wisconsin on the back neck area. It was charred with defects, which would be like holes in suspected blood. Then there is a pair of black Mars and Ditch cargo shorts, size 34, charred with defects and suspected blood. I collected a red pair of Hanes boxer shorts that were charred with defects and suspected blood, and defects again are me referring to holes. 2 metal D rings, you know, the little D rings that you'll see on clothing, usually they're like metal. 2 metal D rings from within the body bag. Appears to be similar to the D rings on the shorts of Exhibit 25. So they could have just came off because of the charring and fallen apart. And then a suspected hair that we noticed on the victim's buttocks area, and it was put onto a trace lift. And then that would be it for those items.
On May 25th, did you collect from Detective Holland some items?
Yes, I did. On May 25th, Detective Holland came to our CSU office because sometimes detectives will bring stuff down to us. Like if they've collected it or they need processing, they'll just bring it on to us for further photographs or collection. I collected exhibits 88 through 98 and then 99 through 106.
And what would those be?
So I have exhibits.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I
Okay.
didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, no, you're fine. I have exhibits 88 and 98 coming from, the detective said they were from Brice Rhodes. So 88 is going to be a pair of blue and white Nike tennis shoes, recovered at 736 Fulton Street in Jeffersonville, Indiana. I have 89 fingernail scrapings from Brice Rhodes. Obtained an address on Haight Avenue. 90, a gold tone Saint or street strill cross pendant on a gold tone chain, so a cross pendant. And then I have 91 control swabs, which is like a Q-tip that I'm gonna use to take a buccal or DNA standard. Then I have 92, the actual buccal swabs, which is taking the swab to get a DNA standard on somebody's cheeks. So they had 92 and 93 buccal swabs from Brice Rhodes.
Can you describe more in detail
Sure.
what buccal swabs are?
So if you had a Q-tip and you wanted a DNA sample, you're going to take a control swab, one of those Q-tips that's not used, you're going to put it in a box. Then you're going to take a left cheek and a right cheek, and it's okay to keep them separate or together. You're going to take basically that Q-tip, and a lot of people have been doing the DNA ancestry stuff or the COVID test, the ones in the mouth. Basically, you're going to rub that Q-tip all over your mouth, the inside of your cheek. That's going to pick up buccal cells, which is used for DNA. They're going to process that to get your DNA profile. So they have those collected from Brice Rhodes. And then 94 is a white short sleeve Hanes t-shirt, size large. And then we have 95, a black HDMI laptop tablet. The serial number, I'm not going to read the whole thing off, ends in 14627. 14627. It's in a black case with a charger cord. Then we have Exhibit 96, a black 47 brand hat with the LA logo on it. 97 is a pair of snakeskin like Nike tennis shoes, size 9.5. And then finally we have 98, a pair of Trevero jeans, and that's all from Brice Rhodes.
And we've skipped some numbers. Is it safe to say there are other CSU analysts collecting other
Oh,
evidence?
in between. Yeah, so there's a lot of things going on at the same time. So like, just because I'm at the autopsy, there could be search warrants being served. There could be cars being processed. You know, as more things come to light, you have detectives and other crime scene techs, like basically could be all over the city working on this case, collecting stuff. So when we get back, we check in the evidence. We have a computer and you put your exhibit numbers. And so I'm like, oh, this person ended in exhibit 10. I picked up at 11. They'll look up later and say, oh, I picked up at 15. So there's multiple people working on multiple things at all times.
Okay. And did you also collect items that Detective Holland brought you from Jacory Taylor?
Yes.
What was that?
I have from Ann1.
Oh, sorry.
Carter.
Carter, yes. Sorry.
I have exhibits 99 through 106 from Ann1 Carter, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. 99 was a control swab, what we talked about, didn't have anything on it, the Q-tip. Then we have 100, a buccal swab like I talked about from Ann1, and 101, the right swab from Ann1 Carter. So those are the buccal swabs for DNA purposes. 102 is a pair of black socks. 103 is a black Ellison shorts with red RCHS Lions with basketball logo. 104 is a pair of black Nike pants. And then we have 105, a pair of black and neon red Jordan tennis shoes, size 9. Then lastly, we have 106, a gray short sleeve Levi Strauss t-shirt, size medium. I believe that's it as far as exhibits.
As far as in May, is that, does that conclude your involvement in this case for the month of May?
For the month of May, yes.
Couple months later, did you get called back to,
Yes, I did.
what day was that?
July 11th, 2016. And that's a Monday, I believe.
And what did you do?
So on that day, would have got a call from Detective Tonelli from Homicide, and he wanted me to respond to the auto theft garage with him to process the vehicle.
Is the auto theft garage where all vehicles involving crimes are brought, not just stolen vehicles?
So the auto theft garage is a secured padlock facility, and it's coded, it's secure. It's in the same area as the LMPD tow lot, but it's a special area for processing vehicles, and that could include if there was an auto theft, if there was, a homicide, just say somebody messed up the car and you want it fingerprinted or anything. So we process any vehicles there.
And what did you do at this garage?
So at the auto theft garage was located at 1547 Frankfurt Avenue. I met with Detective Tonelli, and then we photographed the car, again, as is. It was a 2007 Mazda 3 with a Kentucky license plate of 484 N as in Nora, T as in Tom, T as in Tom, 484 NTT. And then the VIN, I'm just going to read you the last of it, is 82818, 82818. Since I photographed it, then I collected some exhibits from the vehicle, exhibits 139 through 142.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? If you look at these 4 photographs, which I've marked as 65 through 68. Did you take those photographs that day?
Yes, I did.
65 through 68?
No objection.
This is going to be a picture of the back of the driver's side seat of the car, and then a little bit closer picture of below the headrest. And this is going to be where there was this red suspected blood, and I'm just saying suspected, and we took a cutting of it so that it could be sent to the lab. This is showing the cutting, and it's got the scale in it again. It's a 2-inch scale, a 5 centimeter scale. showing relation to the size of the cutting. Yeah, I would have packaged it, and then the possibility of it being transported to the lab, that would be at a later time that I don't have things with, but that's common practice.
And are you always working at the direction of the lead detective or somebody working with the lead detective?
Yes, at their direction and together, yes.
Further questions? Mr. Purpose?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just have a few questions. I'm not going to walk back through everything.
Sure.
If any of my questions are confusing, just let me know.
Okay.
I'm going to start with the house and the scene of the alley.
Sure.
Okay. Were you part of determining who owned that property?
No,
Okay, so you don't know anything about that location and the property ownership and all that sort of thing?
correct.
Okay. Because that's not your job.
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to flip now all the way to the car.
Okay.
Fast forward. You said that was in July, so that's 2 whole months later, right?
Correct.
In the time your earlier testimony had a lot of activity by you for about 2 days, right?
Correct.
But between May and July, you weren't really working on that. You were doing other stuff. You have other cases.
Correct.
Okay. In July, you went out to I'm going to just call it the warehouse, the car warehouse. I know it has a different name. And when you got there, you weren't the first person to examine that car, were you?
I don't know who else examined it. I just have my report as to what I did with direction of the officer that day,
Okay.
to the best of my knowledge.
And specifically, the officer who was giving you direction was Detective Tonelli?
That's correct.
On that particular day, you don't know how that car got there. Like, you weren't part of transporting the vehicle to that warehouse.
Correct. I would know common procedure.
But you don't know literally how that car got there on that day, do you? If you do, you can tell me.
Common procedure is a record taking it, but I did not witness any of that part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My point, you didn't have I guess I'm probably being confused. My point is, it was there, you didn't have anything to do with
That's
putting it
correct.
there.
Yes, sir.
That's all.
Yes.
And you didn't have anything to do with processing it before that day in July.
That's correct.
So you got there, you did what you were told to do, asked to do.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were examining the vehicle, am I correct that it had no back seat?
I have to refer to the pictures again. Is that okay? Let's see. If I'm looking at the pictures, it looks like you can see, can I show that?
Sure. Go ahead.
This is just my observation because this is how I would determine that. It looks like there's a lot of metal here, so it looks like maybe there's a cutting or no, and it looks like there could possibly be no seat just by seeing this metal. But I don't recall any further than that unless I see more pictures.
Okay. So looking at your pictures, looks like there's no back seat in that car.
That's correct.
All right. And you, on that day in July, 2 months after this happened, approximately 2 months, you weren't asked to examine the car seat.
The back car seat where it previously was?
Well, there was no car seat that you were asked to examine in the back, right?
I only took cuttings and samples of what I was told and recorded here.
Right. So you were never asked to examine the back car seat.
That would seem correct, but I just don't recall the whole specifics without like further detail, just because my mind is
Okay.
scientifically thinking about the car, you know what I mean?
Okay. But you also have your report, right?
Which it wouldn't have said each seat, but I only took the samples from the ones that I said from that back
car.
Right.
Yes.
And so looking at your report, it's okay.
Yes.
If you want to, you did not examine any backseat of that vehicle.
I did not take any evidence from any back seats. Correct.
Okay.
I'm
And-
just,
And if you had, it would be in your report.
that's correct. Yes.
Additionally, you did not examine any car seat somewhere else. Like for example, at a different location, at CSU headquarters, anyplace else.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and I'm just trying to be clear. So on that day, in the back of the car, there was no back seat that you examined. And you also didn't examine a back seat anywhere else.
Correct.
Okay. You did your examination on the 11th of July. I think you said you thought that was a Monday.
Yes, sir. It's July 11th, 2016.
But you didn't put your results into evidence until Wednesday, 2 days later? Is that right?
So on here it says I photographed the pictures, and then I on 7/13 placed them in the property room. They would have been secured. We had an evidence locker area. They would have been secured in the evidence locker area that you have to use your ID or code to get into, just because sometimes you're on other runs in between other things. So they're secured until you can get to them to package them to take them to the property room.
And if there had been a car seat that was removed, that would also be kept in that evidence room, right?
It could be kept in the evidence room or the secure CSU evidence area. It's only people, it has like, we have cards that we have to use. Only the text can get in there. I can't say where that was stored. There's several areas that could have been stored, but they're all secure.
Okay. And you already jumped to my very next question. Those areas are secured so that people can't get in who were off the street, for example.
That is true.
And in fact, you have procedures set up so that anyone who does access evidence has to log it in, right?
Any evidence logged into the property room?
Yeah.
Yes. So we get a property room report. We take it to the property room. It gets checked in. So there is dates and times that all of that occurred.
And even if someone is working for the police department, those rules are still followed. You have to log in, access to evidence, right?
Yes.
Okay. And different people have different sort of clearance. They have different cards and things like that. There's a procedure.
Yes, but as far as once it's in the property room, they are in charge of that. You just can't go walking about in there just because, even us.
Exactly. Even the folks whose job it is to take care of the evidence, they still have procedures and still follow them, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I
You're
have no
welcome.
further questions.
Any redirect? No redirect. All right, ma'am, you are free to go.
Thank you.
I think this is a good point for us to take a break as well. Let's see, it is 11 o'clock. You can go ahead and go. Thank you so much. I will go ahead and do a 10-minute break, and we'll come back outside the courtroom doors at 11:10, please.
All rise for the jury.
All right, let's fast forward. Hey, anybody that's popped in, if I've missed you. I didn't get I said hi to you in the chat, Freeze, but hi. Hi, and welcome back. Yeah, I really like this witness. She knows what she's talking about. She's no nonsense. She just gets straight to the point, and I like her a lot. Let's fast forward because we are behind on today, but since we recapped day one at the beginning. So let's just kind of scroll, see what we can. Okay. Find. All right. Let's see. Yeah, he did. He kept asking about that back seat.
All rise for the jury.
How is everybody? How is everybody doing? Everybody good? Everybody good. Please make sure if you haven't already, hit the thumbs up. Do that for me. I would appreciate it. And if you haven't subscribed yet and you like this crowd over here, I would love for you to subscribe and check that all notification bell. Ding, ding, ding.
Thank you all.
15 jurors are present.
Thank you, Deputy Mills. Everybody's phone up here. And does anybody need to report anything with regards to the admission over the break? Perfect. All right, Ms. Jones Brown, your next witness. Thank you. Good morning, madam. If you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
Deborah Rand,
How do you spell your last name?
W-R-E-N.
Ma'am, how are you connected to this case?
I'm their grandmother.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Do you recognize these photos?
It's Brice Rhodes.
And are these photos you all gave us of the boys?
Yeah.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves to introduce 69 and 70.
No objection.
Admitted.
Okay. Which one's Reese?
That's Reese.
Okay. And obviously that's Larry.
Larry. Mhm.
And if you could, I know it's hard, can you tell the jury about Reese and Larry?
Reese and Larry were really good kids. They did good to school and they played sports and they were really good natured boys. They never been in trouble. And they were very loving. They got along with everybody. They were well liked at school. Their teachers really thought a lot of them. They were involved in sports. They were just good boys.
In May of 2016, how old was Maurice?
16,
And how old was Larry?
14,
Did they usually hang out together?
always.
What school did they go to?
Homestead Academy.
Homestead. What neighborhood did they live in?
It's around the Beachmont area.
Is that in around Iroquois Park?
Yes, Iroquois Park area.
And how are you related to them?
I'm their grandmother.
Right, are you their mother or father's mother?
My daughter is their mother.
Okay. And what's your daughter's name?
Elizabeth.
Who are their fathers?
Larry Ordway and Maurice Gordon.
So they were each a junior?
Yes.
And was your daughter involved in their lives?
Yes.
And were their fathers involved in their lives?
No.
At that time, was your daughter having a few issues?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe a little bit about what the home life was like?
She was just having a hard time, with just doing things and, trying to make ends meet and things of that nature.
Were there times when there wasn't enough food?
Yes.
At the time, did they have any siblings?
Yes.
And who is that?
Twanisha, their sister.
How old was she back then?
I'm gonna say about 9 or 10,
Okay. How old is she now?
17.
And is there a new sibling that they would have met if they lived?
Larissa.
Larissa?
Mhm.
And when was she born?
September the 22nd, 2017.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
For the defense?
I don't have any questions, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Redden, you are free to step down. Thank you, ma'am.
God love her heart. You know, it's got to be tough, especially, I mean, even after all these years, it's been, you know.
Hold on, next witness, please.
Yeah.
Calls Detective Officer Stephanie Spalding.
Thank you.
I'm not sure, JC, and I'm not 100% sure that he was supposed to be a mentor to them, but I'm thinking I read something like that. We should find out soon what his connection to them, what his connection was to the boys. Apparently, there are
Hi,
even
Officer
some
Spalding, can you come on up?
YouTube videos of this guy singing.
If you raise your right hand, please.
But I don't know for sure.
You swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I mean, I
Officer.
saw
You can have a seat.
some, but they weren't. I didn't get to listen to all of them.
Good morning, ma'am. What is your name?
Stephanie Spalding,
Where do you work?
LMPD's 3rd Division,
How long have you been with LMPD?
since 2009.
And when you say the 3rd Division, is LMPD divided up into a number of divisions?
Yes, I apologize. We have 8 divisions and then several other specialty units, but now I'm in the 3rd.
And does each division cover a certain geographic area?
Yes,
At the time of May of 2016, where were you working?
in the homicide unit.
Were you aware on May 22nd of the case on River Park?
I'm not positive of my work schedule that particular day, but I did not respond to that particular scene.
And how many people were in the homicide unit back then, approximately?
Approximately 25 to 30.
Okay. And how do you all divide up responsibilities?
As a new case is called in or we're notified, then that particular detective would then take that case and we would fall in line right behind them.
So is there a rotation and
Yeah.
just your day, that's the case you get?
Yes, and we would often help others, but we may or may not be available to respond to every single scene.
So on May 22nd, when was the case assigned to Detective Tonelli? The case on River Park?
According to the case records, yes.
Yeah. So obviously, not all 25 detectives rushed to River Park, right?
Correct.
Because everybody has their own cases. Okay. But did you all help each other as needed on cases?
Yes, we did.
So at some point, were you asked to do some things on this case?
Yes.
And what was your first role in this case?
My first role was actually on May 24th. So it was a few days later, and I was working in the homicide unit at the time in the office, and I did take a phone call from JCPS.
And what were you directed to respond to a certain school?
Yes, I was asked to go to Olmsted North in regards to an assistant principal who wanted to speak with us more in depth about the 2 young victims.
And at that time, prior to this phone call, did you all have an identity for the victims?
No,
And did Olmsted give you names of children that they thought it might be?
yes.
How did LMPD put out information about the children?
There were sketches that were released to the media of the 2 victims.
Okay. And why sketches and not photos?
We were unable to identify them, and it would have been too difficult for anyone to have to see those things.
The actual photos of.
Yes, I'm sorry. The photo.
So after you responded to Olmsted North, did you then have an identity of the children? A possible identity?
Yes, we did, and then we went to the address of that was provided to us.
Who did you meet at the address?
I was with another detective who then interviewed their mother.
The mother of the children?
Yes.
Okay. After that, did you all get information that led you to another address?
Yes, and at some point during that day, again, we do go to several different scenes and help detectives on various things, that I went to Height Avenue.
And who did you understand that address to belong to?
Brice Rhodes.
Okay. What did you do at Height Avenue?
First, I was sent there to keep it as a secure location to make sure nobody came in or out of it while a search warrant was being written, so I remained outside of the building.
Was the search warrant completed?
Yes.
And did you all go into an apartment?
Yes, we did.
Do you recall the address?
May I reference the letters?
If there's no, yes.
Okay, thank you. The address?
Yes.
763 North Height Avenue, number 2.
Do you recall the layout of the building 763?
Yes.
How many units are inside of it approximately?
So it's a building of, I believe 4, if it was only 2 stories. So you go in and into a main doorway, where then you go downstairs for the units 1 and 2, or you can come back up and go to the upstairs for units 3 and 4.
And what type of apartment complex was it?
It was a gated condo type townhome community.
And were there lots of other units sharing a parking lot?
Yes, maybe 15 to 20 buildings or so.
Okay. At the time that during the search warrant, what was your role?
I was the person who logs the items. When maybe another detective locates an item, then they inform me, and then I write it on the log sheet to be sent back with the warrant during the execution.
So are you actively searching?
No, I'm usually stationary with the paper.
Okay. And did you write down items for the warrant?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall what was found during the first warrant?
As listed on the log, there is a small knife and a large knife that was collected by another detective from a bedroom.
Okay. What happened after you all finished logging the search warrant?
Then we secured the location.
Pardon?
Then we secured the location and exited.
Okay. And at that point, did you understand that you all were just leaving?
Yes, we did believe at that time that we had completed our part at that location.
What happened next?
Then I left, and I did inform Miss Rhodes that we were finished with the search warrant. And shortly after, approximately 20 minutes or so, I was instructed to return back to the location and remain outside again to keep it secured in order for a second search warrant to be executed.
And during this time, did you speak with the mother of Brice Rhodes?
In between?
At any point at Hyde Avenue?
Yes, before the first one, and then I did inform her that the second one, or before the second one.
Did the second search warrant get executed?
Yes.
And what was your role in that one?
I was also the person who logged the items.
And what did you log that time?
May I reference the sheet? It's difficult to read because it is a copy, so I can't read all of it. So there's probably a better sheet that maybe has more things, but from what I can see, there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items total that ranged from small to very large. If you'd like me to try to read it, I can.
Sure, if you could.
Okay, the first one says carpet from living room. The second says carpet padding from living room. The third is artificial plant and says living room table, and artificial plant from kitchen table. apologize, I cannot read the next item other than a lanyard from within the living room. And the third, or the sixth, I'm sorry, is also a carpet from the living room. I'm sorry.
Detectives. Did you do a canvas while you were at Height?
Yes, I did.
And what did that entail?
I went through to each of the units and attempted to make contact with the tenants for all of those that lived within the complex.
Did you also go to process a car?
Yes, I did with another detective. We went to the garage to process for a search warrant.
Was it the same day?
It was May 25th.
May 25th. Okay, the next day. What car was it?
It was a blue Mazda.
Okay, and what do you recall from that event?
I know we did process it and they took photos and that there was
You're welcome. It's a pretty good read.
say evidence collected, but that doesn't mean necessarily a physical object.
Okay, that's fine. And we'll have another detective to testify to that. So thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Detective Spalding, were you you were the last one to exit the search of the residence on Hyde Avenue, correct?
I can't say I was the last person to actually physically leave the particular unit, but the complex itself, yes, I believe I was the very last person at that point driving.
And after the first warrant, you testified that you had actually told Brice's mother, Mrs. Rhodes, that she could go back in and the search was over, correct?
According to my investigative letter that I encountered her outside, may I reference that real quick?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm sorry. Before I drove out of the gate, I did observe Miss Rhodes sitting in her vehicle, and I informed her that she could go back into her unit. Yes.
And so then at some point late or shortly thereafter, you said within 20 minutes, you told Mrs. Rhodes that she had to leave again because you guys were coming back.
Well, it was an approximate that I gave, and within my letter, I cannot state anything that's not in here because it was quite a few years ago. What I do know is that based on the times of when I was asked to return, so I left, according to my notes, I left at approximately 20 to 11 hours, so it's just before 11 p.m. And then I returned at 22:35, so within the 20-minute range or so. But I do not recall whether Miss Rhodes was still in the parking lot or in her unit. I do not recall.
But you did just testify that the search was finished.
Yes, we left after the first search warrant, and that was complete.
You said you found not much. It didn't sound like in the first search. You collected some knives, you said, I believe?
I did not collect them. I logged them.
You logged them.
Yes.
And those didn't end up having any evidentiary value, correct?
I cannot answer to that.
Did you, in your duties, happen to video either of the searches of Mr. Rhodes' residence on Hyde Avenue?
No, not in my capacity as a detective, no.
And then you said that you were present for the search warrant of the blue Mazda, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall if there was a back seat in that vehicle?
I apologize. I do not recall.
No further questions.
No follow-up, Your Honor. All right. Officer Spalding, you are free to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Almost next witness.
She's a pretty detective. Pretty detective. Let's see who we got next. I didn't hear who they said.
Oh, sorry, you can come right up here to the witness stand.
Here we go. Here we go.
If you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Thank you. You can take your hand up.
Good morning, sir. What is your name?
Kevion White,
Could you spell that?
Keyveon. Last name White, White.
Back in 2016, in May, where were you living?
I was living with my auntie, Miss Red.
Your aunt?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you all have roommates, housemates?
Not sort of. We was considered all family.
You are all family? Were those people Elizabeth Wren and her children?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you related to them or just really close friends?
Just really close.
Okay. And did you all live together?
Yes, ma'am.
How old were you in May of 2016?
15, about to turn 16.
Okay. Were you friends with Larry and Maurice?
Yes, ma'am.
On May 21st, which would have been a Saturday, did you see them?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you see them?
We lived together, so we woke up together.
Okay. Do you recall what they did that day?
I think that we went out to like Fagenbush Lane. We had played.
Sorry, somebody coughed. You went to where?
We had went to like Fagenbush Lane, a little neighborhood, and played basketball, I believe, that day.
Okay. Anything else you recall about that day?
Not that really stuck out besides a bunch of phone calls.
Did you know who the phone calls were
No,
from?
ma'am.
Or were they phone calls that they received?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they both have a cell phone or just one of them?
They both had cell phones.
Were they both getting the phone calls?
No, just one.
Who?
I think it was Reese.
Okay. Did anything happen as a result of the phone calls?
No, we had continued to play basketball until we had went home later on.
Okay. At some point, did they leave?
Yeah, they did.
And who did they leave with?
Honestly, ma'am, I can't recall who the driver was or who was driving the car.
What kind of car was it?
I don't remember.
And do you remember telling Mrs. Wren at the time that they left with?
I'm gonna object to hearsay.
Don't want to approach.
These are just babies at this time. So they lived together. He lived with those two teen boys, I guess, yeah, wow. Tough. You know he probably wants to just bounce over that table, right? I think I would. So he's probably going to, I mean, I don't know what this witness is going to say, but I'm assuming it's going to be something, you know, saying that those boys left with Brice Rhodes. So we'll see. We'll see if that's what they say. How's everybody in the chat doing? Everybody was kung fu fighting. But yeah, if you haven't read that article that I linked a while ago, it's an older article, like when it first came out, and it looks like they updated it a couple years later, like in 2018. So I don't know. I haven't had a chance to like read all the way through it and see. So it would be a lot of the original like information. I haven't looked at any of the newest articles since his trial date was set or anything like that. I just Googled and did a quick click to open that article, but it's like he keeps just peeking at the camera like around that lawyer. Like, I'm still interested to know though what that bandage is on the back of his head. You'd think if it was a tattoo, though, because he's got a bunch of other tattoos that's not covered up. I mean, maybe they do have it covered if his lawyer feels like it would be offensive to one of the jurors or any of the jury, you know, it's untelling. So my hope is, though, that whenever they take a lunch break, we can skip through the lunch break and go straight to, you know, get caught up to the actual real-time live feed. That would be awesome sauce. And it's still pretty early in the day, so I'm expecting that we can do that, hopefully. Crossing fingers. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Hold on a minute. Ooh. It went away, and now my nose is burning and my eyes are watering. I try to look at the light to see if that helps, but it's not helping. Oh, goodness. Here we go.
Sorry. At the time, let me back up a second. Did they leave? And did you go with them?
No,
You stayed at the house. At some point, did their mother ask where they went?
yes.
Did you have a conversation with her?
Honestly, I can't remember the conversation that we had.
Do you recall what you told her? Do you recall a statement you made even earlier today about recalling that?
Yeah, I did, but a lot of it's out of hurt. I can't honestly say that I seen them leave with that man over there.
Okay. Do you recall telling her anything along those lines, the mother?
Yeah, we had made phone calls and such after they hadn't came home to their so-called friends, and certain stuff just started adding up and going together.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Certain things started adding up and going together.
Okay. So was it your understanding during the time they were missing that they had gone somewhere?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you think they had gone?
Judge, I'm going to object to speculation. if that's
Give
what-
us a statement.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
I don't have any questions. Thank you, sir.
You're free to go, Mr. White.
Well, that was easy. That was quick. You know, I bet
Criminal
he
sex
was
witness.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Sergeant Jason Vance.
Thank you.
Sergeant Jason Vance is who's next. Yeah. Hey, Cal. And yes, Brenda, have a good day. No worries if you can't come back. No worries. I get it. All right.
Ready to go, huh? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you.
Please tell the jury your name.
My name is Jason Vance.
Where do you work?
I work for the Lowell Metro Police Department
What is your position there?
currently. Currently, I supervise the audit unit in the Accountability and Improvement Bureau.
How long have you been with LMPD?
Approximately 18 years.
In 2016, where were you?
In May of 2016, I was in the homicide unit.
Were you dispatched to River Park on May 22nd of 2016?
I was.
How did you find out that you needed to go there?
I was contacted via MetroSafe. It's our dispatch center that homicide was needed at that location for an investigation.
And what did you see when you got there?
I was met there by members of the Louisville Fire Department's arson unit. There was also some patrolmen from the 2nd Division, and there was 2 deceased persons laying in the back of a vacant property.
Could you describe the property?
It appeared to be vacant. It was a transient area. You could tell that it was in the back of the property, so it was there was an alley behind the property. And you could, in my description, it would, or the way I would describe it would be is that people used it like as a cut through to get to other places.
Did you all observe anyone residing in the house in 4028?
No.
So you say arson was there.
Yes.
When do they come to a scene?
When there's a fire that consists of a criminal act.
Did you all have reason to believe that the fire had still been burning recently, or did you have any evidence of when the fire was?
I did not. No.
Were you the lead detective on this case?
I was not.
How does that work with the homicide unit?
So at the time of this notification, I was actually on another scene, which delayed my response to the location on River Park. But we work shift work. We also have a rotation about how we're assigned cases. So, if you are if you're number 3 on the list, as that third homicide, in sequential order, you would get that third homicide that occurred. And it could be months, could be days, could be hours. You don't know.
So what does everybody else do?
So we assist in investigations, but in this time frame we're talking about, we also did a lot of death investigations as well.
What are death investigations?
Suspected criminal acts, and at the time it was policy for the unit and the department that we would investigate all overdoses, which kept us extremely busy.
But this was obviously not a death investigation, right?
No, it was an obvious criminal act.
Were you, I guess, what you all call the scene detective?
Yes.
And what does that entail?
So my job was to make notifications to our command, and then the command notifies the person that's going to be assigned as the lead investigator. Try to obtain as much information at the scene as I possibly can. Make sure that the scene integrity is there, that all the evidence that is identifiable is secured, and then subsequently calling CSU, our crime scene unit, to help me process the scene, collect evidence, photograph evidence, as means to, collect all the evidence related to that incident.
What sort of evidence did you notice here?
There was obviously the two persons that were deceased. They appeared to have been burnt, at least, their clothing and some of the tissues were damaged. There was, it was in the back of a vacant property, so the grass was tall. There was trash everywhere. There was there was one tire impression I remember that we end up plastering to get, to compare potentially for as information in the case would progress. We tried to identify, there was tree branches that had been, potentially damaged as a part of maybe a car. So we took photographs of that damage, tried to identify as much evidence related to the incident as possible, and collect it or photograph it.
Were you present when CSU Tech Silveria took photos and did the video?
Yes.
Did you all believe that the victims had been killed there?
No, we did not.
And why is that?
Because of their positioning, and they had obvious injury that would have resulted in blood evidence, and there was virtually no blood evidence on the scene.
So how long do you end up staying at a scene usually?
It depends. Typically it takes, between 8 and 12 hours to do a scene. I'm not sure the duration of time I was on this scene, but it's usually a long time.
Were there other detectives besides yourself?
Yeah, so the process, the way it works is that initially, because I was on duty at the time, I respond, I make notifications, and then the command within our units first make notifications for other detectives to respond as well and assist in the investigation. There was a lead investigator assigned. So as the time went on, more people showed up to assist in, canvassing or, other jobs, responsibilities, part of the investigation.
And at that time, did you all know who the victims were?
No.
What was your next involvement with the case?
I spoke to a few people on scene that day. I believe that I handled the initial, we were trying to identify who the victims were. So I communicated to the CSU Layton examiner and started that process.
What is Layton? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. So in an attempt, to identify the persons that were deceased, we use latent fingerprints. So we take fingerprints, and in some cases, and I believe it was this case as well, that because of the age of the victim, that we wouldn't necessarily have their latent prints on file. So we would not be able to identify them through that mechanism. But that's the first process.
Okay. What happened next?
Honestly, I don't recall what my next step was. I know at some point during my participation in this investigation, I was called to another location to assist in the location of one of the victim's cell phones.
Before that, did you ever go to the home where the boys lived?
Yes.
Okay.
Multiple times.
Tell us how you got, why'd you go there? What happened?
At some point during the investigation, their identities were suspected, their suspected identities led us to a residence. And then we responded to that property and spoke with the family.
Do you recall where that was?
I do not.
Okay. Did you speak with Elizabeth Wren?
I did.
How many people were at the house, if you recall?
4 or 5, maybe.
Was her brother there?
Yes.
What was his name?
I don't remember his true name. I believe he went by TJ.
Okay. Did he have information that was helpful to you all?
Yes.
What was that?
Judge, I'm going to object to your side.
Do you want to press?
Y'all in the chat talking about food. Now. It looks like they got rid of the toilet flushing sidebar music. Thank goodness, right? Thank goodness. Speaking of, I think I have to take a potty break. Anybody else need to take a potty break? Potty break. I'm gonna go take a potty break, and I will be right back. You guys take a potty break too. See ya back in just a second, but I'm gonna keep this rolling.
Did TJ Wren have the address for Brice Rhodes?
He
Or-
did.
Or at least know where he lived.
He did.
And so what happened with Mr. Wren?
So he got into my police vehicle, and he showed me the address where the defendant lived.
So you all drove over there together?
Yes.
Where was that address?
I don't recall the address. It was off of, I want to say off North Height maybe, but I'd have to refer to my investigative report to.
No, that's fine. What neighborhood is that?
It's kind of like Lower Brownsboro Road area.
And so you and TJ drove over there?
Yes, and Detective Mike Lauder from the homicide unit as well.
Were you all in the same car?
We were.
What were you thinking would happen? Were you just gonna write down, like, note the address and leave?
Yeah, I thought it was important that he, one is identify the address, but once we got to the address, because of the way the multi-family dwelling buildings were kind of laid out, we actually were gonna have to walk into the building to get an address, like an apartment number. So we're in the process of doing that, and we were interrupted.
And what was the interruption?
The defendant arrived to his to his property, or his home, and TJ identified the defendant because based off his vehicle. So we got in my police vehicle to not alert him that we were there.
What car was he driving?
It was a Charger.
What color?
I want to say it was black, but honestly, I don't remember. It's been a while now.
What did the defendant do at the residence that you observed?
I think he walked in. I don't recall that as well, but he wasn't there very long. We were in my police vehicle, and it was a very short duration of time. And then we subsequently followed him to not alert him.
And by police vehicle, you weren't in a cruiser at that time?
No, I'm in a marked car.
So you followed him with Detective Lauder and TJ Wren?
Yes, TJ was in the backseat.
What happened?
We followed him. He went down Zorn Avenue to get on 71. He took 71 to 65 South, and at that point, I identified that potentially he had observed me because it appeared that he was doing what we would consider counter surveillance. So the way he was driving his vehicle. So he took 75 or 65 South all the way down to Fern Valley, over to Preston Highway, went north. He turned around, went south, and then he went back north, which in my experience as law enforcement would be, we would describe that as counter surveillance. So it may just be that he's paranoid. I don't know, but I was concerned because I had a civilian in my vehicle that he thought that we were the police.
Judge, I'm gonna object. This is all speculation at this point.
You all approach.
Just stick,
That's fine. I'll
just
sustain
stick
it.
to, without speculating, what happened next?
I had to drop TJ off at a tire shop. I had to physically ask him to walk into a tire shop for his safety.
And did you continue following the defendant at that
Did.
point? Did you involve other cars?
I did.
Okay. And were you present when he was arrested?
I was.
Okay, can you describe what happened there?
We alerted other members of the homicide unit, and we made contact with the defendant at the Speedway, I believe it was. But it's pretty close. It's on Preston Highway, pretty close to the Indian Trail, the intersection.
Did you go back and pick up TJ?
I did.
Okay. Were you also involved in a situation with the victim's phone?
I was.
Can you describe that to the jury?
As a matter of my tour of duty that day, and I don't recall the day that was, but it was late. It wasn't the same day as what we were speaking about. I was alerted that the U.S. Marshals Task Force was utilizing a ping location process to locate the victim's cell phone, and that they had located that cell phone at an address somewhere in Shively. And I basically responded to that location.
Did you say it was in Shively?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall where in Shively?
I'd have to refer to my investigative report, but I don't recall the address, but it was a family member, individual involved in the case.
So you went to the house?
Yes.
Was it a house or apartment?
It was a house.
What happened when you got there?
made contact with the homeowner and her daughter. It was a bi-level house. So when you walked into the living room, immediately to the right, there was a, the second level was like maybe like 6 feet higher than the level you're standing on. And I had a clear view into a bedroom up a short set of stairs. And I observed an individual on a cell phone. And when he saw me, he took the cell phone immediately, concealed it under the mattress.
Were you able to collect that cell phone?
I was.
Who was that individual?
M1 Carter.
And to your understanding, did the cell phone belong to Maurice Gordon?
Yes.
What did you do with Mr. Carter?
Mr. Carter went to the homicide unit office for an interview.
Did you do one more thing with this case?
Yes, I was alerted on another day to come to a location off of, I believe it was in Georgetown Circle, over on Berry Boulevard, to collect a set of shoes or boots that belonged to another one of the victims in this case.
1 second. No. Let me just. Okay. Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
71, 2, and 3. Recognize those photos.
I do.
What are those?
They're pictures of the boots that I collected at the location.
Are those a fair and accurate representation?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves to introduce 71 through 3.
No objection.
Admitted.
Whose address was this?
I don't recall. I'd have to refer to my investigative report. I believe it was a friend or maybe a sister of a friend of one of the victims, but I don't recall exactly.
Of one of the co-defendants?
Co-defendants, sorry.
And is this the boots as you found them?
Yes,
Was this woman, young lady, cooperative with you all?
she was.
Next one, are these the same boots?
Yes.
And is that the same boot? Okay. And what did you do with these boots?
I took them to the crime scene unit lab and had them processed and secured into the Louisville Metro Police Department room for potential examination.
And I know you can't remember dates, but was this all in the same 1 week period or so thereabouts?
This is within days of the initial notification. Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any questions?
Judge, you had said you wanted.
Oh, that's right. I'm glad you said that. I wanted to break for lunch before we did cross-examination. All right, so we are going to go ahead and break for lunch. I will excuse the jurors. I'm going to read the admonition one more time. Before you go on break, please recall my earlier order. You are not to do any research on this case or post information about this case. If you accidentally encounter information about the case from any source, it is your duty to bring it immediately to the attention of the court. We will come back here at, I'll have you guys please be outside the courtroom doors at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, and they're going to lunch. So let's fast forward through. I'm gonna have to go back through and re-listen to this last witness 100%. So let me fast forward.
Usually judge, obviously he doesn't have to stay here.
Yeah, yeah, you can go ahead and step down and come back at 1. Thank you.
He's giving us duck lips.
Okay. Anything we need to handle?
Ooh, Lee, put up
Hearing
breakfast, did ya?
silence, we will be in recess
sorry,
until, let's say 10 till 1. Let's all come back at 10 till 1.
Yummy, Lee. I'm actually hungry. I did not get anything to eat though. I just grabbed another cup of coffee. But let's fast forward it.
to B, and it has worked.
I came in this morning, and he had mentioned also the staff. So, he said, but as long as you work on me, I'm just fine.
Okay.
I think that's,
So it was the boss's fault, not mine.
yeah, it wasn't.
I like listening to this
But it's working.
Starving. We're gonna eat.
chatter. Okay. Yeesh. Hold on just a second. Let me unmute that. Mute myself for a second.
Detective Vance, you can go ahead and retake the stand. All right, and I will just remind you, you're still under oath. Anything we need to talk about with regard to the admonition? Excellent. All right, Mr. Griffiths. I did. It's okay.
Sorry. Good afternoon. I'm not going to go through everything that you already talked about again. So if I'm jumping from topic to topic and I get confusing, tell me, okay? Because that's my fault. That's not your fault. I wanted to start off just by asking you a couple questions about your report. It doesn't look like it's in front of you, but you reviewed it before you came, right?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. Your report's actually dated 2018. Is that because that's the last time? Does it do the thing like where it updates to the most recent edition, or is it something you actually wrote in 2018?
It's something I wrote in 18.
Okay. So the work that you did on this case in 2016 wasn't memorialized into report until 2018?
In that form, no.
Okay.
Correct.
Prior to that, it was in note form or handwritten form, something like that?
Yes.
Okay. And after you wrote your report in 2018, you actually went back and corrected it, did an addendum to it?
I did. I'd left out some information that was in my notes mistakenly.
There's a method that you can go back and do that and fix that right on the computer and add something more?
No, it was an individual report, a separate report.
Okay, so a separate report, but referencing the first one.
I'm referencing the information I left out.
Okay.
Yes.
You did a few different things in this case, and you laid them out. In addition to what you explained on direct, you also participated in the interviews of N1 Carter on the 24th of May in 2016.
If you say that, yes, I agree. I do not recall.
Okay.
It's been some time.
And you participated in the interview of, and when I say N1 Carter, I'm talking about the suspect in this case, N1 Carter. Okay. And you participated in the interview on the 25th of May of Ja'Cory Taylor, also a suspect in this case.
Okay.
Do you remember participating in interviews, sitting down and questioning the suspects in this case?
I do not.
Okay. Would you be surprised that there's transcripts provided by the prosecution that lists you as the detective actually doing questioning?
It would not surprise me at all.
Okay. You talked about recovering some pieces of evidence in this case. That was part of your testimony earlier today.
Yes.
And you walked through some of the places you were and you were recovering these objects and things like that.
Yes.
When you were interviewing Ja'Cory Taylor, you told him that one of the objects that you had recovered was the back seat of the Mazda. Do you remember doing that, sir?
I do not.
Would you like to see the transcript of that interview that shows you making that statement?
Sure.
Okay. For you guys, on page 79 of this one's marked May 26th. I know there's more than one, so I'm not trying to. All right. Let's see. It's a big document, so I pulled out the right page. All right.
Lots more
That's you,
keyboard
Detective
clacking
Vance, right?
going on in the courtroom.
There's not 16 different Detective Vances on this case. And I'm not trying to rush you, so you tell me when you've read it. It's in the middle. I'm gonna open mine to the.
So you're referencing line 15 on page 79 and on down?
Yes.
I do actually remember this conversation now.
Okay. So now that you're looking at this, you're able to remember the conversation?
I remember that we were called, we as the police department was called to a location, a dumpster, and it was in the south end, which is what prompted, allowed me to recall that memory.
Yes.
In the transcript.
And I apologize because the topic actually begins the page, and I wasn't trying to be tricky. I just got it starts the very next page before 78. If you go backwards, single page, and you went forward. I think it's in the very back there.
What page are we on?
78 is what I should have said. I said 79. So I'm going to give you a second to look at page 78. You let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Okay. So you see that you were saying you remembered going to the dumpster, and in that dumpster, do you remember recovering the seat there?
That's what I stated to the person I'm interviewing at the time, Ja'Cory Taylor. But I do not recall that, but I'm reading the transcript.
Okay. And again, I just want to turn to the very front, and I'm not trying to make a mess of it.
You're good.
The transcript is from the 25th of May. It says 2015, but it should say 2016.
Right.
Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions about that. I'm gonna put this here just on the off chance that they have a question.
You're good.
Okay, and I want to ask you about other items that you recovered, some of which you testified about a little bit. I just want to make sure I'm clear on it. You testified that you recovered a phone,
Yes.
right? And you recovered that from one of the other suspects in the case, specifically Antoine Carter?
Yes.
All right. And that phone turned out to be the property of one of the victims.
Yes.
You also recovered boots from a friend of one of the other suspects, Ja'Cory Taylor.
Yes.
Okay. And those boots turned out to be the property of one of the victims in the case.
Yes, I believe so, yes.
And you did not, you participated in the arrest of Mr. Rhodes.
Yes.
You did not recover from Mr. Rhodes any property that belonged to the victims in this case.
I didn't take any action to recover anything, so I wouldn't have been in that capacity.
Right, but I'm just saying, you did recover other pieces of property, so you did not, in any capacity, recover property that belonged to the victims from Mr. Rhodes.
No.
Okay, I have no further questions.
When you were doing these interviews, were you the only detective interviewing them?
No, I was not.
Do you all sometimes like take turns come in and out of the interview rooms?
We did.
Did you go to the scene where the dumpster was?
No,
Do you know which detectives did?
I do not. I just remember that it was a unique situation, so that's what recall when I read it in transcript. It's what made me recall that memory.
So you would have heard about whatever was recovered at the dumpster from other detectives?
Yes.
No further questions.
I have no recross.
All right, you're free to step down.
Judge, may I get my document back?
Yes, please. Someone would like to call their next witness?
Your another Commonwealth calls Chris Middleton.
Middleton. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Could you tell the jury your name?
Chris Middleton.
And where did you work?
Used to work for Louisville Metro Police Department.
How long were you there?
21 years.
And how did you come to leave?
Retirement.
Where are you now?
I'm retired, working for a sales agency.
Okay. Were you in the police department in May of 2016?
Yes,
What unit were you with?
he's in the homicide unit.
Okay. How long were you a homicide detective?
Altogether, approximately 13 years.
Were you involved in the case where Larry and Maurice were killed?
Yes, to some extent, yes.
Can you tell us how you got involved? What was the first thing you did on this case?
I believe the first thing I did on it was assist in the arrest of Mr. Rhodes, and then in the drafting and executing of search warrants.
Well, let's start with the arrest. How did you get involved in that?
It's been a while, so bear with me. Remember, we had our own radio station, our radio channel. They came across and said, I believe it was that they were following Mr. Rhodes, asked that I assist in it. At the time, I was driving a car that wasn't real common as a police car. It was a white Toyota Camry, so it wasn't as noticeable. So I followed him, made contact with him at Speedway on Preston Highway, and at which time he was placed under arrest and taken into custody.
Where is that Speedway on Preston?
If you're familiar with Preston Highway, but the closest reference I can give you would be Indian Trail and Preston Highway, right across from, I guess it was an old feeder supply or something like that, Staples or whatever, Pep Boys, right there. To give you an idea, I guess that's the closest I can put you.
How many detectives were involved in the arrest? If you recall.
I know it was, I would feel comfortable saying maybe 4 or 5.
And were you the actual arresting officer?
I was the one that made first contact with Mr. Rhodes, yes.
So he was arrested and did somebody else take him?
Yes.
What did you do after that?
Eventually, somehow I came to writing a search warrant.
Okay. Was this the same day?
I think so, yes.
And would you recall the date,
I'd have to look at my notes.
if you could?
I guess it was done May 24th, 2016.
May 24th. Can you tell the jury what a search warrant is?
Search warrant. Trying to put it in the best way possible. Basically, it's the gathering of information, compiling it together from every source you've got, whether it be other detectives, witnesses, involved parties, sometimes even actually the suspect. Take that information, gather them together, draft it into a written form, present it to a judge for their approval, and if probable cause is found to issue that search warrant, it gives us the opportunity to enter a residence, a car, and sometimes even search a person if need be to more extent than just patting down pockets and stuff like that. But it is presented to a judge. The judge reads it, and if that judge finds probable cause, it is issued, and we execute the warrant. When I say execute, it means we go serve the warrant. We either search the house, the car, the person, or whatever it may be. Maybe it's sometimes something as mundane as just records, but it's a legal document giving you the authority to search for an item of evidence.
What were you searching or seeking to search when you drafted the search warrant?
Taking the information I've given, initially, we were searching the residence, I think, to see if any items of evidentiary value, that would be, rather be a weapon, clothing, notes, just anything that showed evidentiary value of any involvement.
And when you say the residence, whose residence?
Mr. Rhodes' residence.
And where was that residence?
It's on Height Avenue.
Okay. And is that in Jefferson County?
Yes.
Do you know what major street is Height off of?
Brownsboro.
After you drafted the search warrant, did a judge sign it?
Yes.
And did you go execute it?
Yes.
What did you find in the house?
Well, we actually did 2 warrants. The first warrant, I think we found 2 knives and a hammer.
Okay. Did you collect those?
Yes, they were collected by the crime scene unit.
What happened next?
We closed out the warrant, exited the house. I made a phone call to Donnie Burbrink, Sergeant Donnie Burbrink, at the time, let him know we finished up the warrant.
So was he like your supervisor?
Yes, I'm sorry. Either immediately or just a short time later, he called me, or we discussed that a second warrant would need to be drafted because we'd already closed this one out. A second one needed to be drafted because of new information gained during interviews and through the investigation.
So was this information you all didn't have when you were doing the first warrants?
Right.
So did you draft a second warrant?
Yes.
Did you all go back in the house?
Yes.
This time, what was the difference? What were you looking for?
This time, I think it was more towards the effect of more of a forensic style evidence, not actual physical evidence that you pick up and can carry out, but items that would be indicative that something happened at the scene, whether it be body of fluids, minute pieces of evidence, stuff like that, stuff that would take more of a forensics manner.
So what did you do during the second search warrant?
To be honest with you, I sat and watched the crime scene unit do their job because I'm not a forensics person. I'm not smart enough to do that job.
What did you see them do?
They provided, I think it was called luminol. It's a reactive agent that they spray, and once you spray it, it reacts with blood in terms of blue color. So they did that. And at that time, it was decided, due to the magnitude of it, we actually removed all the carpet in the living room of the house.
So when they sprayed it, what did you see?
Blue.
On the carpet?
Yes. And actually on some plants too, like some potted fake plants.
And at that point, did you take the carpet? Did somebody take up the carpet in your presence?
Decision was made at that time to remove the carpet from the residence.
What type of carpet are we talking about? Was it
I like
an
it.
area rug or was it wall-to-wall carpet?
Oh, it was like wall-to-wall carpet. It was installed carpet.
And do you recall what times you were what time you were there?
I think I'm reviewing my notes. I think we left like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
So we were there for quite a while.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness.
Amen.
I'm showing you what we've marked as 74 through 87. Did you just look at these pictures outside?
Yes, I did.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the apartment on Heights that evening?
Yes.
How long is to introduce 74 through
74 to
87.
87.
87.
Okay.
87?
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Excuse me?
What is this picture?
This would be the front of the apartment complex.
And if you go in those front doors, would you get to the apartment in question?
Right.
Is this the living room of the apartment?
Yes.
Into the kitchen, I guess?
Right. That's the
Another
kitchen.
angle.
Mhm.
Just turn this one. What room is this?
That's a bathroom. Once again, the bathroom.
Okay. Is that looking into a bedroom?
Yes.
Oops.
They need to figure out how
Another
to
bedroom.
display these pictures because they're making me drunk.
Is this a trash can in the apartment?
Yes.
And is this also in the apartment?
Yes.
And is this the room where we're about to see some knives under a mattress?
Yes.
Okay. Were those in the same bedroom?
Believe so, yes.
And at this point, do you have any idea if these are connected to this case?
I have no idea. And you know, that's part of the search warrant. You have your known injuries or your known situations. And then part of search warrant, this could be possibly related, it possibly could not be, but it's, you know, collected in the effect of that it could be.
And then is this one of the knives you collected?
Yes.
And is that the other one?
Yes.
And were those the only two things you collected during the first search warrant?
Yes.
During the second search warrant, did you physically have the carpet collected and taken out of the apartment?
Yes.
The carpet, also the carpet matting?
Yes.
No further questions?
I missed what you said your job is now.
Work for a sales agency, sir.
Okay. I might still call you detective at a reflex.
Okay.
Your involvement in this case was only the arrest and then the search warrant, is that
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
So you didn't go out to any of the other scenes or anything else?
Not that I remember. We were, just so busy. It was help when you can help.
Okay. You initially said that you collected 2 knives and a hammer. I think we saw a photo with 2 knives and hammer. But isn't it correct you actually only collected the knives?
It possibly could be. I think, I didn't look at my notes when I said that. And to be honest with you, these are, it says small knife and large knife. But like I said, they're so, when you copy stuff, it's hard to read. So-
Okay, I wasn't sure. You said it's so, but I wasn't sure what the end of the sentence was. So you were, and I think you just said this, but I'm trying to make sure I got it right. You were done with the first search.
We'd finished the first search.
First
Yes.
search. And when I say done, like you got in the car, you told the other officers to go about their business and you left.
I don't remember if I'd actually got out of the apartment complex or not. I don't remember if I even made it off the road or what. I mean, it was, I don't remember.
Well, if you look, you note when you're done with the first search, right?
Right, but with that being said, you can have a time that you're finished and still have control of the scene because it takes time to draft the second warrant, takes time to get the judge to sign it, and takes time to get it. So you may have a clearance time on here. You know, to give you an example, what's this say the clearance time is? 23:11. And then if you go over here on this one, 23:56. So you're talking a span of 45 minutes.
Yes.
So with that being said, you know, driving from Height out off Brownsboro Road to back to the office, to a judge and back, I would feel pretty comfortable saying that we didn't even make it out of the area because it's such a fast turnaround. You know, it was a computer written warrant, so it's not something I hand wrote on scene. So, you know, it would have been something I feel comfortable saying there's a good possibility that we never even made it out of the parking lot before the phone call was made. Because I would have called my sergeant as soon as we cleared it and let him know that we're done. So, you know, I feel comfortable saying that he's like, hey, we got another warrant. But because we'd already closed it out, once we draw that line across it, that warrant's closed. It doesn't matter if we stay in the parking lot for 5 days or 5 seconds, we're gonna have to write another warrant because we've shut the door and we've walked away from it.
Are you saying you actually wrote the second warrant? I thought the second warrant was prepared by someone else.
If you look at it here, the first warrant is,
But I may not have been clear. I meant the second.
Detective Chris Middleton. Both warrants are mine.
Okay. And you're saying you prepared the second one by computer?
Yeah, they're all done by computer these days. I mean, I haven't written a hand warrant since probably '06.
Okay. You do agree, however, that well, maybe you don't remember. Would you be surprised if we've already heard testimony that the people involved in the first were leaving and exiting the scene?
Wouldn't surprise me at least a little bit.
Okay.
And like I said, the fact of the matter is, I could have released everybody because I wrote the warrant, made the phone call and said, hey, here we are. I got to write another warrant. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I don't know the exact answer. But with such a short turnaround, you know, and it wasn't my habit to leave a house unsecured.
Would you be surprised if we've already heard that the owner was told, you can go back in, we're done?
No, I have not. I wouldn't be surprised, but like I said, it's what, 7 years later, so.
Sure. You talked about how CSU, the
Crime Scene Unit.
Crime Scene Unit, I shouldn't use abbreviations, was present in the second, but they were also present in the first search, weren't
Yes, yes.
they? And in fact, you note in your report that, I'm not going to get this name right.
Allgaier.
Allgaier, that is correct. That specifically a tech named Allgaier was there in the first. And that person, I think, would have been responsible for any crime scene analysis that needed to be done, right?
Like I said earlier, the first warrant wasn't so much as analysis done, it was a gathering of possible evidence, whereas the second one was more of a forensics gathering of evidence, you know, using the luminol and gathering that type of stuff. So I can't really talk to each person from the crime scene unit. I can't really talk to each one's position or role.
Understood.
Okay.
But I wanted to make clear, there were some folks from CSU there.
Right.
First time.
Right.
Were you the one telling them what to do or what not to do in the first search?
as I stated earlier, I try not to. There may be items that I point out, but I've not been to, forensics classes and stuff like that. So just like I've never been to law school, I'm not gonna tell you your job.
But you were in charge of the scene
I am in charge of the scene.
at both warrants? Luminol, well, you're not, hopefully we have some people from CSU coming and testify. You talked a little bit about how luminol works a second ago. Luminol actually hits on a wide variety of things, doesn't it?
It does, and it's not an end all thing. It's like, I guess, a large majority, I wouldn't put a percentage on it, but a large majority of your evidentiary, you have what's called, I guess, a presumptive, be a fair word,
Sure.
presumptive reaction. And so with further investigation, further analysis, that proves what you thought. It's, same thing, the old high school science, hypothesis and theory and all that. You get your evidence from doing your proper testing.
You also processed a search warrant on the Mazda in this case.
I did the search warrant, yes.
So let's talk about the Mazda for a second. When you went and processed the Mazda, were you the one who removed, scratch that, when you got there and were processing it, it already was missing its back seat? Is that correct?
Possibly. I don't remember much about the Mazda at all.
Do you have an indication in your report?
I don't think I do. I think my report deals more with the house. I may not have even, the house was, I was more with the house. I wasn't with the Mazda.
But you did do the search warrant for the
I did the
Mazda.
search warrant, and the thing about a search warrant, I can do it, I can walk in, I can execute it, and, I'm part of the homicide unit. I trust the guys that I work with to do their job. So it's not a big thing to execute it and then get called on to do something else, another part of an investigation. So, you're not always present once it's done.
Were you, as the author of the search warrant, were you in control of the scene on the Mazda?
I don't remember much about the Mazda. I don't think I had much involvement with it.
What I asked was whether or not you were in control of the scene.
Like I said, I don't remember much about the Mazda. I couldn't tell you if I was there with it or not. That's what I answered.
Okay. So you're not sure?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as far as what happened to the rear seat of the car, the Mazda specifically, you just don't know?
I have no idea.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Have a good day.
Just to get the search warrant straight. Okay, there was the first search warrant you wrote.
Mhm.
Did it cover the apartment and the Mazda?
Yes.
And would it have been common for you all to split up those duties?
Absolutely.
And would the Mazda have been searched on scene or at the auto garage?
Could have been done either way.
And as far as you remember, you just participated in the search of the apartment.
Right.
What was the difference between the information you all possessed between the first warrant and the second warrant that caused you to search differently?
My understanding was due to interviews that were conducted.
I'm going to object to hearsay.
Can I approach?
So this back seat is a thing, huh? This back seat is going to be a thing. Wow. Mickey in this back seat. Mickey is struggling with the no back seat issue. Like, where did you spoof? So, yeah. JC's got me, see, now Lee has this beautiful virtual breakfast all set up. It's the thing about virtual food, virtual snacks. You eat them and it's like you poof, just like thin air, just like the back seat, right? And then JC here in the chat is making BLTs. Yo. The back seat trial, yeah. If the back seat don't fit, you must have quit. Is it kind of the same? I'm cracking jokes. I know. Lame-o. But some of this stuff is just like the details, you know, kind of like I miss a lot of the detailed things. And so I have to I always try to make notes of who I need to go back and rewatch. So I've got to read this one. Let me pop it up here on the screen. Where'd you sit at the Brice Rhodes trial? Not in the back seat. So, yeah, they're having a heavy-duty sidebar. Let's see what Brice is up to over here. He has, like, permanent duck lips, right? He's got permanent duck lips. I'm just wondering if he's going to stay behaved. He's been behaving. He seems like he's cool, calm, collected, you know. But some of the other...
Were interviews being actively conducted down at the station while you were on scene?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that more information came to light that led the homicide unit to believe that this actually was the crime scene?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Briefly. I sat down and looked again at your report, which I believe is the exact document in front of you. You testified a minute ago, I think it's by mistake, that you closed out and finished the first warrant at 23:11.
Like I said, it's hard to read, but it's what it appears to say.
I think it says 22:11, a whole hour earlier.
Got a better copy?
Let me see yours for a second. Well, that's a terrible copy. But that's not the, let me, if I could look.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay. Where I was getting it was there. So what does that say?
Even better, 22:11, because that would give plenty of time to write the warrant and get back and get it done. So, I mean, that's still an hour difference. Doesn't make it's not a deal.
Well, let me make sure that it's clear though what we're talking about with the jury. So you had said it's such a short amount of time that you would just be sitting in the parking lot, but actually the amount of time from when you cleared was not quite 2 hours, an hour and 45 minutes.
Possibly so, but I mean, like I said, it's.
Sure, I'm just making sure I got the times.
Right, you're right on the times, but
Okay.
it's not. I was kind of proud of myself, to be honest with you, get one done in 45 minutes, so it makes more sense.
So, yeah. I did think that was a rather short window right there.
I was kind of proud of myself on that one.
So, and when we're talking about, every once in a while, I understand military time, I can do the conversion, but just so it's clear with everybody, you then cleared the first warrant and according to your report, we're done at 22:11. That's 10 p.m., 10:11, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next warrant, you began serving, or the next warrant at 23:56, right? So that's 11:56 p.m. Okay, just making sure I got that right. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
All right, this witness is done. Who's next? Who's next? They're just like chop, 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 chop.
Almost
Let's
ready
see.
to pull their next witness.
Yes, if you want to call Christopher Jensen.
Thank you.
Christopher Jensen.
Oh, can you all come up for just a second?
Another sidebar. I'm gonna mute and fast forward. Clack, 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 clackety, clack, clack, clack. It looked like, was it just me, or did it look like this next witness was wearing orange? Maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know. We're getting ready to find out though. And we're only like 20 minutes behind in real time, so we're getting close to getting caught up.
Thank you, Deputy Mills. You want to be seated? Anybody have anything to report? Excellent. All right, Ms. Jones Brown, the Comel's next witness, please. Thank you. It's for Jensen.
Oh, have a good day, Lee. See you later, Tater.
Mr. Jensen, good afternoon. I'm going to need to swear you in. If you could raise your right hand for me. Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thanks. You can put your head down. Go ahead.
Could you tell your name to the jury, sir?
Christopher Allen Jensen.
And Mr. Jensen, it appears you're in custody.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you serving over in Indiana?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it anything to do with this case?
No.
Back in 2016, did you live in an apartment on Hyde Avenue?
Yeah, North Hyde, or is it Hyde Avenue Gardens?
Okay. What type of apartment complex was it?
It was a condominiums, but some people would rent out the condos to, like, people owned them, but they would rent them out to different people. Kind of like subleasing, I guess.
And were you subleasing there?
I wasn't, but I lived with somebody who was. I was their roommate.
Okay. And did you, as a resident there, did you come to know one of your neighbors, Brice Rhodes?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And did you all, were you acquaintances who talked and texted occasionally?
Yeah, we weren't really all that close. We didn't know each other for very long. It was just on occasion we would see each other.
Okay. And what type of car were you driving back then?
It was a 2016, I believe, Dodge Charger.
What color?
It was black.
And was it your car?
No, it was a rental car through Enterprise, but it was in my name.
And how long had you had it?
It's been so long, I'm not really sure.
More than a weekend?
More than a weekend, yeah.
Was there a point where he borrowed the car from you?
Yeah, he borrowed it once and brought it right back to me, and then the second time he borrowed it, it didn't come back.
Do you recall when this was?
No, honestly, it's so long ago. It was warm outside. I know that.
In relation to, well, did a detective question you about this?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall when that was?
I can't really give you dates exactly.
Did the detective question you at the time? There were a lot of detectives at the scene doing an investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long before that had Mr. Rhodes borrowed the car?
It was the day when the car didn't come back. That's when detectives came and knocked on my door.
Okay. And you said 2 days before that was when he borrowed it for a short period of time?
Yeah, it was back to back, one day and then the next day. So he borrowed it 2 times, and then the second time didn't come back, and that's when the detectives were at my door.
Do you recall what day you told the detectives that he borrowed it?
No, ma'am.
If you saw a transcript of your interview, would that help refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I'm showing you page 5.
Okay.
You can just look towards the bottom.
Yeah, that's right.
And do you remember now when you borrowed it?
Yeah,
And what day was that?
Saturday.
Okay. And that was the day he had it just for however long he was supposed to have it?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the second time he borrowed it, you said he didn't bring it back?
It didn't come back, and that's when I talked to detectives.
And did you ever get the car back?
No.
Okay. As far as you know, did detectives eventually seize the car?
Yeah, it was in evidence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you know Mr. Rhodes to have his own car?
Yes, I believe it was a Mazda, like I've seen him drive a Mazda, light blue Mazda 4-door.
Light blue Mazda, okay. And did you tell detectives that he usually drove a light blue Mazda?
No, I don't believe I did.
Hold on 1 second. If I showed you a part of your interview, would that help refresh your recollection? Okay, page 9. It looks like you're all actually standing in front of a car at that point.
Yes, ma'am.
So did you let detectives know which car he usually drove
Yes, ma'am.
when he wasn't borrowing yours?
Yeah.
What were you all doing that Saturday when police came?
We were moving.
And by you all, I mean you and your roommate,
Yeah,
sorry, not to be
yeah.
clear. Had you ever been in the blue Mazda?
No, ma'am.
And did detectives take DNA samples from you and anybody who you were friends with who'd been in your Charger?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Mr.
Jensen?
So,
You said you let Mr. Rhodes borrow your Dodge Charger and you were renting that vehicle?
yes, ma'am.
You don't have any idea how many Dodge Chargers are in Louisville in 2016, correct? When Mr. Rhodes picked up that vehicle from you, there was no one with him in the car, correct?
No, ma'am.
And when he dropped the vehicle off, there was no one with him in the car, correct?
First time?
Either time.
Well, the first time there was nobody in the car. The second time I didn't see it because it didn't ever come back to me. So
And you actually received a text from Mr. Rhodes that told you he was in Elizabethtown, correct?
honestly, it's been so long, I can't really recollect that. I don't know. It was in 2016. I don't really remember details like that.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect? No. All right, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones Brown has come off ready to call their next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Detective Rutherford.
Thank you.
Detective Rutherford. Detective Rutherford, come on down.
Hi, Detective Rutherford. could please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Could you tell the jury your name, please?
My name is Chris Rutherford.
Where do you work?
I am employed by the Louisville Metro Police Department, and I'm currently assigned to LMPD's homicide unit in the cold case section now.
How long have you been with LMPD?
I've been with LMPD since 2008, summer of 2008,
And how long with the homicide unit?
since the summer of 2015, so a little over 8 years.
When did you move over to cold case?
About a year and a half ago, last June.
So in 2016, you were with active cases.
Yeah, I was on what we refer to as the fresh side.
Did you have some involvement in the case we're here to discuss?
I did.
It looks like initially you dealt with fingerprints to some extent.
Correct. It taken a little while to identify the victims, so I was kind of involved in that process, scouring like records for missing persons, and then I transported the fingerprints, I believe, to the Department of Homeland Security to have them run them through their database to see if we could identify the victims that way.
And as far as you know, that led to no leads, correct?
Correct. They had no record of the victims on file.
And is that common in children?
Yes.
And on May 24th, did you become more involved in the case?
I did. On the 24th of May, I was requested to respond over to the Height Avenue, I think it's called the Height Gardens Apartments, to attempt to locate Chris Jensen. The defendant had been arrested in a car that Mr. Jensen had rented. And so I was assigned to attempt to find him and conduct an interview of him to see what he could tell us.
And were you able to locate Mr. Jensen?
We were.
And did he tell you whatever you asked him?
He did.
While you were talking to Mr. Jensen, did you learn what car the defendant usually drove?
Correct. We were able to get a description of a vehicle that the defendant was known to drive and then subsequently located it in the apartment complex.
Did you personally see the vehicle?
I did.
And can you describe for the jury anything you remember about the vehicle?
It was a four-door, I believe it was a Mazda, light blue or silver in color. When I located it upon approaching the vehicle, I believe it was the driver's window was down. There's a strong odor of bleach emanating, like really, really strong odor of bleach emanating that I could actually smell from almost across the parking lot. Looking into the vehicle, the back seat was gone, had been removed, and you could see into the trunk compartment too. And it appeared from the outside at that point that everything in the trunk compartment, like to include the carpeting, had been removed from the trunk.
Did you also take buckle swabs from anybody involved with the Charger?
Correct. Anybody that we had known that had been in the vehicle since Mr. Jensen had it, we requested buckle swabs for comparison purposes if they were needed.
And why is that?
For the lab to process any testing, for instance, if you're a known person that's been in that vehicle, they would want your DNA sample to be able to rule you out from somebody else's DNA that was located in that car.
So you had to get anybody who might have been in the Charger.
Right. Any known persons that Mr. Jensen, who's the renter of the vehicle, knew were in his car, we requested the DNA samples from.
And at that point in the investigation, did you all have any idea of how much or how little the Charger would be involved?
I personally did not.
You right?
I'm showing you what we marked as 87 and 88. Look at those. Pass those photos.
Yeah, this would be the Mazda that was identified as one that was had been operated or known to have been operated by Mr. Rhodes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves to admit those as 87 and 88.
No objection. Admitted.
No objection.
That's right.
Okay, and is this as you found it in the apartment complex?
That's correct.
Right. I have no further questions, thank you.
Detective, you just testified that the windows in that vehicle were down. In the picture that you said reflects the way you found it, the windows were up.
As my recollection is the driver's window was down.
There was no back seat in that vehicle when you found it?
Correct.
And you participated in these searches of Hyde Avenue, is that correct?
Correct.
What was your,
Just assisting detective on the search.
did you happen to record any of your search
How so?
on video?
We did not have body cameras at that point.
Thank you.
When did LMPD issue body cameras to detectives?
I believe our unit got them in the summer of 2020, July, August-ish timeframe.
Any follow-up?
No, ma'am.
All right, Detective Rutherford, you are free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones Brown?
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, calls Rebecca Kimmer.
They're calling Rebecca Kimmer, sounds like. So, wow, I'm just thinking 2020 is whenever the department got, oh, it's the judge that's typing. Okay, judge, you need to move the camera or the something. Mute yourself.
Hi.
If you're
Please raise
typing.
your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
But I was just thinking about the time between whenever they started getting body worn
My name is
cameras.
Rebecca Kimmer, Kimmer, and I am a crime scene technician with Louisville Metro Police Department, where I have worked for approximately 10 years.
What do you do with the crime scene?
I assist the detectives and officers on crime scenes that they may have. So we document, we go out, we photograph, do video, collect and obtain DNA or evidence from the scene. At that point, we bring it back to the office and do our further testing where we then package and transport to the property room.
And on May 24th of 2016, did you respond to 763 Hyde Avenue, Unit 2?
Yes.
What were you instructed to do at that location?
On that evening, myself and technician Stevenson responded. We were responding to do a search warrant for Blue Star, which is a chemical that we are able to spray on. It enables us to see blood that's not visible with the naked eye. So it will fluoresce in a bright blue color with the presence of blood.
And did you do that at this location?
We did do that.
Where did you spray this?
We sprayed throughout the entire condo. We focused on the living room and then a bathroom.
And were you didn't know anything independently about this case, right?
I did not.
Okay, so just whatever the detectives told you to do.
That's right.
And you don't know where they were getting their information?
I do not.
Okay. So when you sprayed it, what happens? Like
So typically, once we spray, if the presence of blood is there, it will fluoresce in a bright blue color.
And is that, do you have to have the lights off to see that? Or
We have to keep the lights off and our cameras go on different settings in order to capture that luminescence.
And back then, were the cameras quite as good as
They were not,
Um,
unfortunately.
So did you attempt to take pictures?
We did attempt to get photos. Unfortunately, the camera was not cooperating. At that point, we decided to try to capture the presence and the positive reaction on video, and that was not successful either.
So what do you do next if you can't memorialize that?
So once we determined that that was not successful, we moved on, and at that point, we just decided to take up the entire rug and carpet, along with the carpet padding throughout.
How do you get a carpet up?
We worked well together, pulling it up that night. We just cut and pulled it up. basically.
And was that carpet then collected?
That carpet was collected and I transported that back to the crime scene unit. At that time, it was 633 West Jefferson.
So how many pieces, or like, did you have to cut it up? Did you roll it up?
So once we took the entire carpet, we took it back to the office, laid it out, and at that point, in a more controlled environment, I was able to get better photos, and then I did carpet cuttings of areas that were presumptive to be blood. And those were then sent off for testing later on.
So how big was did you pull it out in one piece?
We did.
And so we have the carpet
And then
the
the-
carpet padding?
Yes.
So is that just two large things?
It was 2 large things, yes.
And did you have to cut them into smaller pieces?
Once I got back, I did smaller cuttings to send those off to KSP for testing.
And how do you know what pieces to send to KSP?
You do presumptive testing that show up for blood, and then anything that I could see that was visible, I cut those pieces as well.
And we throw around acronyms so much, I sometimes don't notice when I'm doing it. We say KSP, what are we talking about?
Kentucky State Police. I'm sorry.
And they run a crime lab?
They do, yes.
And is it your intention that they do a DNA test?
That's right.
Yes.
Showing you 89 through 98.
Thank you.
Those photos.
I am freezing, so I'm gonna go get a hoodie or a long sleeve sweatshirt and a heating pad. I will be right back.
I do. Yes.
No objection.
Thank you. Admitted.
Just go through each picture and you just tell us what we're looking at.
Okay, so that's the carpet that we rolled back, and then the padding underneath there. And that's the padding. So that's the padding once we removed the carpet itself.
Is this the living room?
This is the living room, yes.
Would we have a kitchen to our backs?
Yes, and then the little hallway to the left up there is the entrance foyer from the entry exit door.
So y'all just move the furniture to the side?
Mhm. I think that evening, they, in order, once we did everything that we needed to do process-wise, the detectives moved the couch and whatnot out onto the small patio there. Again, that's just more of the padding with the photo, or the staining underneath. And in this photo, this is where we started to peel back the padding underneath, and that was just the floor there where it had soaked through. And just documenting the stains. Again, with the documentation of the stains. And just layering, so we just photographed layers as we took each layer off. Again, that's just the base.
Are you all wearing gloves during this?
Yes. And just more documentation of the stains and the layering.
And is this the areas where the blue star reacted?
Yes. And then that's just the padding again once more. Again, with the padding.
And so you said that was, you have to dry that, or?
Yes, so that carpet was saturated. And so at that point, we took it back to the office. We laid down, we have brown paper that we lay down. We laid that down and then laid the carpet on top of that in order to let it dry on its own.
And is that, as far as the carpet goes, is that?
Yes.
Other,
yes.
The next day, were you called to another location?
So yes, so later that evening, I believe, may I refer to my report?
Are you unable to recall?
I don't recall
That-
the time.
Okay, any problem with that? Go ahead.
I believe it was, so we were called back out at 2:56 in the morning to another search warrant.
So would that have been on the 25th?
Yes,
Obviously of May 2016.
yes.
Where were you called?
We were called to, 6508 Hackle Drive.
Do you recall where that is?
It's in the 3rd Division. I believe it's off Cane Run Road, if memory serves correctly.
And why were you called to that location?
We were called to that location in an attempt to collect evidence that the homicide detectives had been notified was there in a dumpster.
What manner of location was that?
It was the rear of an apartment building. There were 2 dumpsters back there, and they had knowledge of evidence in those dumpsters.
And so were there detectives already there when you got there?
Yes.
And what was your role at that scene?
So my role was again to photograph, document the scene as is. And at that point, we started going through each dumpster and pulling every item out one by one, photographing and documenting what was in the dumpster.
Was it standard dumpster?
Yes.
Um,
It was a functioning apartment complex, so.
I'm just gonna start with this while he keeps numbering. Right now, there's 99. All right, I'm sending you what we've marked as 99 through 133. Let's get some of this stuff out of the way.
I'm literally sitting here with a heating pad on my legs in my lap and a blanket over top of that. And I put socks on and a hoodie or a sweatshirt. I'm so cold. Brr.
Are those photos you took that night at the
They are.
dumpster and at CSU right afterwards?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves to introduce 99 through 133.
No objection.
Thank you, so admitted. Did you say 134?
33.
33, thank you.
Is this the dumpster in question?
Yes.
What are we looking at there?
We're just looking at the beginning of the photos with the top layer of the trash and debris. These are articles of burnt Looks like towels and blankets or that top layer there. Another blanket or partial towel. And then just more of the burnt evidence. Again, with the burnt, that's one of the comforters that was removed.
Did you all start taking stuff out?
Did. So once we initially looked into the dumpster, realized there were things in there, we started to slowly peel back the layers. So we would photograph, take out, photograph again, and then go back for another, what I would say, like a layer. And again, this is just another photo of once we cleared off that top portion.
So there would have been debris covering this layer in the beginning.
That's right. And then this was the pink blanket that was on top there in the previous photo. We just pulled it out and laid it out as best we could. This is a pillow that we located in there, and at the top left corner, there's a blue latex glove that had been burned and melted onto the pillow. Again, this is another towel that was kind of folded, wadded over inside of a latex glove. This was looked like maybe a body pillow of sorts, just a very long pillow that was also in there and burned. We took it off and took it out in the photograph. This is one of the sheets that came out of the dumpster. And this was the bottom of the dumpster. Once we pulled those other items out, this was the bottom. Again, just full of typical debris. It's just another angle. And at this point, we started to go a little bit further down where we located, I believe that to be a pillowcase, maybe. And just a different angle there. And then again, just a different angle. And this is where the detective is just slowly pulling things out so that I can photograph and as he's taking them out. And then this is another that we just laid there on the pavement. Just getting up close on the stains there that we found. Just more photos once we take them out. This is just another of the layering there. Okay, and this is back at the office where we were able to get a better look at it. So once we lay down the paper, we were able to see better and then lay it out in a more organized fashion, if you will. And at that point, we also will look for different defects or anything that we can see with the naked eye. And then again, this is just back at the office where we're laying things out again, getting better photos in a more controlled environment. And that looks to be the same as the previous, looks like a fitted sheet, possibly. I believe this was a pillowcase, if I'm not mistaken. And then just possible staining there that we wanted to document. And this is a pillow that I spoke on earlier. And this was a shoe that we recovered out of the dumpster that we brought back with us. And then this is the cell phone that we recovered. And this is that glove that I spoke on with the rag inside that was turned inside out, knotted in the blue latex glove.
So at the time, do you know which of this evidence might have anything to do with this case?
We don't.
So do you have to
I don't.
collect everything?
We do.
Did you all collect absolutely everything for the dumpster, or did you make decisions about?
They made decisions on what they wanted me to collect.
And who made those decisions?
The detectives that were on scene.
Was that Detectives Peter and Metzler?
Yes.
So when you collect these items, does this look familiar from business?
Yes.
Does this case have a lot of boxes of evidence?
Yes. A lot.
Yes.
What was it she said? That they have a lot of, did she say that this case has a lot of boxes of evidence? Is that what she said? Yeah. I don't know. I'm wondering if they're gonna like pull out a lot of that material and show it, you know. I bet that that's what they're going to do. You guys are still talking about cookies in the chat. I get nice and situated here and get all nice and warm and cozy. And then what, you know, Poppy, my dog, starts scratching at the door. So I had to take my blanket and my heating pad off and go let her in.
I'm going to show you two these are examples of evidence from the case.
Yes, so this is Exhibit 67, which is a burnt blanket that was recovered. This is 64C, Exhibit 64C, which is a cutting from Exhibit 64.
Did you bring gloves and scissors?
I brought a knife.
Okay. Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves to introduce 134 and 135.
Any objection subject to this prior discussion? Great, thank you, admitted.
Taking them both all the way out.
If you could just like maybe pull them out. Why are there like bright orange stickers on these items?
So the bright orange stickers indicate that it's a biohazard, whether that be blood, body fluids, it's a biohazard. So that's just indicative for everyone coming in contact with it.
And is that on every piece of evidence that might have bodily fluids on it?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing specific to this case?
No, just in general. This is 134, the blanket.
Could you tell the jury what all this tape means?
So once we get back to the office, we will go ahead and package all of our evidence. So we package it, we make a label for it here with the information for each case, case number, name, location, and date. And then we will use the evidence stickers there and the evidence stick goes across so that once that seal is broken, it can be signed and then documented down here as to who broke the seal, on what date and time was it broken. And typically there's a location.
And does the blue tape signify something?
This looks like it went to the lab, so they opened it once they did their testing. You want me to take it all the way out?
If you could just show them, I don't know. Yeah, that's good.
So this is part of the pink blanket that was removed from the dumpster off Hackle Drive.
Thank you. Looks like we're gonna need more tape. And I'm just gonna walk up here because the evidence sticker.
Am I good to go?
Yes.
This is 64C. And you see once PSP got it, once they received it for their testing, they then circled the areas that they tested for DNA. That's just the way they label by items. They don't go with our exhibit numbers.
I'm not open anymore, but I just want to.
You do not want me to open any?
No.
Okay.
Just, are these other items, just if you could look at them and
Mhm.
tell us if these are other items collected.
This is 64B, which is another cutting from the padding and the carpet that was collected that evening. This is 63A and 63B, which are more cuttings from Exhibit 63, which is the carpet and the padding. This is 64D, another cutting from Exhibit 64. Here we have 63E and 63F, which are two cuttings from Exhibit 63.
And if you open these, would they look very similar?
Yes.
That'd be great. Thank you, Detective Snelling.
So, from the carpet, the top carpet,
Yes.
did you, when you submitted that to the lab, did you do it in these square pieces?
Yes.
And how, do you have a notation of how many pieces got sent to the lab?
I do not. I wasn't the lead technician, so I was not in charge of sending those items off for testing.
Would the lab have that?
Yes. Yes.
And then, what did you note? Okay, so from the apartment, you all collected carpet padding, and then you may have subdivided that into various pieces.
That's right.
Did you collect anything else from the apartment?
Yes. So along with the carpet cuttings and the padding, we also collected one clear glass vase that had a brown artificial floral arrangement in it that had possible blood, and then we collected a silver mirrored vase with another brown artificial floral arrangement that may have also had possible blood. And those are the only things that I collected from that apartment.
When you went to the dumpster, we saw a lot of pictures, and you said earlier that not every single, like you all wouldn't have collected, I don't even know, something on the bottom of the dumpster that, I won't put words in your mouth. Were there things from the dumpster you didn't collect?
That's right.
Okay. What was an example of the type of stuff you all were collecting?
We were mainly looking for items that appeared to be burned, items that may have had possible blood or staining that could have been consistent with possible blood. We were looking for those type of items. Items that resembled bedding, we were looking for items such as that as well.
And if we could go through and if you could just tell the jury, you don't have to read the whole summary of each item, but just a blanket, whatever.
Okay.
Obviously, we have a blanket already.
Okay. So Exhibit 67 was a burnt pink blanket, which is the exhibit that I just showed. Exhibit 68 was a burnt brown and green pillow. That's the one with the blue latex gloves that was burned to the top there. Exhibit 69, they were various burnt pieces of a towel. Exhibit 70 was a possible blue plastic tote that was partially melted. It was burned with miscellaneous dumpster items. That included a brown and white White Castle bag. And that I did note down here that had a strong odor of gasoline when we collected that. Exhibit 71 was a burnt blue, blue, purple, green, and white twin bed sheet. 72 was a burnt green and white fitted sheet. Exhibit 73 was a burnt, damaged black and silver Samsung cell phone. That was the cell phone that I showed. Exhibit 74 was a burnt, damaged black HTC cell phone. Exhibit 75 were 3 brown carpet cuttings that were located in the bottom of the dumpster. Exhibit 76 was a burnt white towel. Exhibit 77 was 1 partial burnt white sock. Exhibit 78 was 1 burnt green and white bed pillow. Exhibit 79 was 1 blue latex glove with the white fabric or cloth that was rolled into it. Exhibit 80 was 1 burnt black and silver Nike brand athletic shoe. And it was unknown at that time if it was a left or right shoe. Exhibit 81 was 1 burnt Reebok brand athletic shoe. Again, unknown if it was left or right. Exhibit 82 was 1 burnt white towel. Exhibit 83 was 1 burnt white and yellow flat sheet with some type of orange fabric that was attached to it. Exhibit 84 was 1 piece of miscellaneous burnt fabric. Exhibit 85 was 1 burnt Air brand athletic shoe. Again, unknown if it was left or right. Exhibit 86 was a cut piece of white knotted fabric. And Exhibit 87 was 1 white, blue, and red Murphy USA brand lighter.
And were all those items properly packaged and stored at CSU?
Yes, so they were all transported and secured in CSU that evening. At what point I then photographed everything individually. I was able to get a better look at everything, document anything that I thought could possibly be blood or defects, and they were then packaged and transported to the property room for safekeeping.
Is the property room a secure location?
Yes,
And is it from the property room that they're sent to the lab?
yes,
Does the lab then send them ultimately back to the property room?
yes.
And
We actually go pick them up. We transport them back and forth.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Cross exam. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Griffiths.
We haven't spoken before today.
No.
Okay. I bet you started and I missed how long you've worked for the LMPD.
Approximately 10 years.
Okay. And has it always been in the CSU unit?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to that, you worked outside, someplace else? Or
I've always been in the crime scene unit.
No. I mean, prior to working for LMPD.
Oh, yes. Prior to that, I worked for Norton Brownsboro Hospital. I was a medical lab technician there.
Okay. So you started off talking about, I think, photos and things.
Yes.
You may not know this, but I just got, when I say just got, I mean like 10 minutes before you got on the witness stand, just got this video.
Okay.
Do you know what's on this video?
I don't.
Okay. This, I was told, but I haven't had a chance to watch it.
Okay.
Is maybe from the scene of the search warrant on Hyde Avenue.
Yes.
All right.
Is he trying to make her nervous or something?
It's probably, most likely, going to be a dark video. That is the video that we took in an attempt to capture the Blue Star reaction when we couldn't get the Blue Star reaction on our camera. So then we attempted to do video and we were not able to capture it.
So you said dark video. I just want to make sure what you mean, because
It will be dark.
Like,
There should be darkness. The lights were off. It needs to be total darkness in order to capture those results. And so it will be completely blacked out.
okay. And when you say that, you mean, and I won't see any results either.
No, not on this video. We were not able to capture it on that video.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
I assume that you folk, I mean, I know you're in the CSU, you're in the, what's the stand for? I know.
Crime scene unit.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I should know that.
Yeah.
Okay. you guys are made of procedures, right? You have procedures on top of procedures.
Yes.
So when you make a video like this, what's the procedure?
In terms of,
What happens to it? I mean, you don't like put it in your pocket and leave with it.
no, at that time in 2016, our videos then became exhibits. So our video then turned into Exhibit 62, which was scene video. We labeled those, they became an exhibit, and they were secured then.
So did you know that this was something that we just got today, this afternoon?
When you told me just now.
Just now?
Yeah.
Okay, I was curious. I wasn't sure.
No.
So somewhere along the lines from, were you the one actually holding the camera?
Yes.
Somewhere along the lines of you holding the camera in this courtroom, something did not go right.
Right.
If I'm just getting it now, 7 years later.
Well, not that it didn't go right. We were attempting to capture the results of the Blue Star on video. We were not able to capture it due to the lighting, and the camera has to have a certain amount of filtering settings in order to capture those results. We thought we might be able to get it on video. We were not able to. It was just an attempt made.
That wasn't the part of going right. I meant that you have procedures set up, so if you record something on a video, everybody knows about it. It goes into the case.
Yes, yes.
Right. So you would assume that if you make a video, it doesn't pop up 7 years later in the middle of the trial, right? That's not the way it's supposed to
Well,
work.
it was still considered an exhibit, so it could, because it's at that point, it's Exhibit 62, so it's still evidence.
Right, but like these are in boxes and labels that we all knew about them and they all came to this courtroom. This was news.
Typically, they were on a small cassette. So someone obviously put that onto that disc. I'm not aware of when it was put onto that disc, but back in 2016, when we would finish a video, we would label the video with our name, the date, the time that we did the video, and the case information, and then we would secure it not in a box, but in an envelope with the same labeling as that labeling there that you see, and labeled Exhibit 62.
And you would expect that to go to the officers,
Yes.
the detectives. in
Yes,
the case, right?
yes,
And
that we
presumably
would
the
have, yes,
prosecution and defense and everybody.
yes, anyone that needed access to that, yes,
Just like all these other.
that's right, yes.
So you would agree with me that something went sideways if the first time we're all getting it is today. I'm not crouching at you.
No, yes, yes, that's a fair assumption.
You're saying that when I look at this sometime later on today or tonight, that it will be a completely.
Total darkness.
Total darkness, black
Yes.
video with nothing on it.
That's right.
I think you said you took photos that also were basically black,
Yes, we were not able to capture it, unfortunately, yes.
which is why we haven't seen those up on a screen and we have, right?
Yes, probably so, yes.
Okay, you didn't.
It's just darkness.
And this probably is a dumb question, but I'm gonna ask anyway. There isn't a second video, like you didn't have one, when you went in, for example, you didn't have one walking on the
Oh, no.
door, when you're doing everything else, no other.
No.
At scenes, the CSU does make videos and did make videos back then, right?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time that you were there executing, and I know you aren't the one executing the warrant, but you're part of the team.
Yes.
That was not considered a scene worthy of videotaping?
So typically, the videos are done on the initial scene itself. So the very first response location where the actual crime took place, or where they were called initially, those videos are done immediately. So on a homicide scene that we get called out, we will start with scene video and then we will do our photos. On a search warrant such as this, we typically do not do a video. This video was only done in an attempt to capture the positive Blue Star reaction. So we went a little bit out of order with that one.
The, you may not know this, so tell me if this is outside the scope. Did you know that there were 2 warrants and searches at that location on Hyde Avenue?
That part I'm not aware.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. I'm not gonna ask you about stuff
Okay.
you don't know. You were only involved in a single search of that residence?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right, I'm gonna pivot to, am I right that there were only 2 locations, I'm gonna say locations, 2 locations you went to?
Yes, for myself that night, yes.
And only 2 locations on this case, right?
For me, yes.
For you?
Yes.
I'm only talking about.
Yes.
So let's talk about the other location. The other location was a dumpster,
Mhm.
and the dumpster was really on the, it may not be the exact opposite side of town, but it's pretty close.
Pretty close, you're
Pretty
right.
close. It's southwest.
Yes.
When you got to the dumpster, you were not the first people from LMPD on the scene.
That's right.
Do you remember how many people were already there?
If memory serves correctly, there were 3 detectives there. Yes.
And do you know how long they've been there?
I do not.
That's not your job, right? You're not-
No.
You were, once you arrived, does that make you in charge of the scene, or are other people still in charge of the
They're
scene?
still in charge of the scene.
Okay.
We're an assist unit, so we work at their direction.
Okay. I was trying to give you a promotion, I guess.
Thank you.
And how many people from your unit arrived? I know you were there. Were you the only person there?
No, myself and technician Stevenson. She has since retired, but she was my assist that evening.
Is that a normal 2 people kind of?
Typically, if we work a big case, we typically work together so that we can assist one another.
Okay. If that's the case, and tell me if I'm wrong, because I'm not sure. Does that mean one person is doing more of the physical handling and the other person's maybe memorializing with a camera or video?
Sometimes, but typically we pretty much help each other out. It's an equal job, so.
While you're there doing that, do you have the detectives pitch in? Are they doing that too? Or are you the only one who's touching?
We are just us, yeah, yes, yeah.
Um,
Typically, we try to keep fewer hands involved, typically.
When you arrived at the scene, I shouldn't say scene, that location. There was no fire going then.
No.
There was no any fire that was there. It was out.
Yes.
It's a dumpster, so one of the issues for you is you're not sure what items could have been in there before that have nothing to do with you.
Mhm.
I couldn't tell, but it looks sort of like normal size dumpster. It's not
It was standard.
It wasn't some huge industrial size.
No.
Okay. So you were using your best judgment to determine which items were, had evidentiary value and which did not.
That's right.
And you were also getting some input from the detectives there. as
Majority
well.
of the input,
Majority,
yes.
okay. So when you say majority, you mean that they're telling you that item matters, I don't think that item does. I'm not trying, you tell me, is that right or is that wrong?
We were kind of bouncing ideas off of one another. Again, we were going by what we could see visibly with the naked eye. If something appeared to be blood, we really honed in on that. And then burnt items that appeared to be heavily damaged or that were close in proximity to one another that looked like they had all been dumped together. That's kind of what we were looking at, if that helps.
Okay. But an item that had previously been in that dumpster, if there was a fire, would still be burned.
True, yes, that's true.
Okay.
Some of the things like the latex glove and the pillow, they had kind of meshed together. Some of the things you could tell that were inside that tote, they may have had a little bit of blue plastic still on them. Again, we were working at their direction. So kind of going by what they instructed.
Okay. And as you were taking items out, you're also photographing them, and we saw a whole bunch of photos.
Yes.
All right. For the most part, unless something, I think that one was like stuck, just, for the most part, everything that is evidence worthy gets its own photo, right?
Yes, yes,
Unless they're stuck together or
Yes.
something like that.
yes.
So we saw a whole bunch, I don't know, I think it was, my math is right, 34 photos from the
I
dumpster.
believe so.
Does that sound right? Okay. And there wasn't anything that didn't get photoed, right? That's a terrible sentence. Everything got photoed.
Yes,
Photographed.
yes.
There is no photo of a car seat, back seat.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Well, I mean, you just saw the
Yeah,
photos,
no.
right?
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
And also, you have some, I mean, we all don't have perfect recall from 7 years ago, but you remember the event, right? And the reason there's no photo of a big old car seat is because when you got there, as far as what you saw, you didn't see a car seat.
That's right.
If you had seen a car seat, you certainly would have taken a picture of
Yes.
it.
That's right.
If you had taken a car seat into evidence, you would have
Packaged it.
packaged it.
Yes,
Right. In fact, something as big as that requires a whole lot of extra packaging and making sure. Okay. Because you have procedures for big items, right?
yes, yes.
So anything like that, you certainly would have taken a photo of, and you would remember probably.
Yes.
And you're sitting here under oath today, and you're saying, no car seat.
No car seat.
So any car seat that was there would have been gone before you arrived.
Yes, I
Okay.
did not document or collect a car seat.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Right, Direct?
Yes, just circle back to the video.
Okay.
On that, back in 2016, you took the video, correct?
Yes,
And you're saying it was on a cassette?
yes.
Was that, like, did you have a video camera?
So we had handheld camcorders that actually still used the small cassette tapes at that time. They
So
were
did-
very tiny.
When you got, and were you able to review it on scene?
No, no. I mean, we could see
So
the
you could
screen itself that it was coming up black, so, but we didn't actually go back and replay anything at that time.
But you could see as it was filming?
Yes.
It wasn't-
Yes.
And then you took the cassette back with you, and what did you do with it?
Again, once we get it back to the office, it becomes an exhibit. So we then would label the exterior of the tape with the case number, the date, our initials, and the exhibit number that we've assigned, and the description, which was scene video, which then became exhibit 62.
Is exhibit 62 listed on the CSU?
Yes,
Is that the CSU report that we've all been working on?
yes,
So everybody's known that it was listed in the report, even though we didn't have it.
yes, it's in my report.
So, hold on, let me let the light come on. Maybe that's it. All right.
That's probably it.
Okay, so I'm gonna just hit play.
Again, in order to capture the results from the Blue Star reaction, it needs to be total blackness. That's why you see this dark video here.
Yeah, they're right over there. You can go move them.
And so is this just gonna be another 8 minutes of this?
Yes,
Okay.
of us just trying to capture the results. Mhm, mhm.
Okay, just for the record, can we see the numbers moving 44, 45?
Yes.
8 minutes of
No.
Is
blackness.
there ever audio with
No.
CSU, see
No.
videos? All right, thank you.
I'm gonna stop this so we can turn the lights back on. Has CSU made any changes to improve video?
Yes.
Video of Blue Star?
Yes. Typically, we do not capture positive reactions of Blue Star on video. We just attempted that evening to see if we could finagle it in a way that it might work, and it did not work. It was not successful, obviously. That was just an attempt that we made to try to capture those positive results.
So if you went out now to a scene and
We would not video it.
You wouldn't video it
No.
at all?
We have new cameras. We would photograph
Is there a better way to photograph now?
with our new cameras. Yes, seems to work better.
What's different about those?
They're just updated. It's just an updated camera, basically.
No further questions. Thank you.
Judge, I don't have any further questions, but due to the new video, could this be subject to?
Yeah, that was my plan, actually. Ms. Kimmer, you are free to go, but you're what's called subject to recall, which means that if something arises and we need to call you back to ask questions about the video, that might occur. So you cannot be in the courtroom. You might not have been anyway, but for the
Wasn't.
remainder of the trial, you cannot be in the courtroom. But for now, you're free to go.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
You're fine.
Does anybody need a break?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Oh, you don't? Okay, just 1 second.
All right, so they're ready for a break. I don't know about this backseat issue. This is stressful. And I agree, Kel. Imagine being called to trial on the stand to verify that you did your job correctly. Talk about stressful. Tammy says, well, he didn't catch her in a lie. Failed on his part. Yeah, she was very, adamant. Kind of put me in the mind of the other witness that was there earlier today. I forget her name. The crime scene.
All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. I would ask y'all to be back about 3:20 or at 3:20 outside the courtroom doors.
Okay, so now I'm going to fast forward and get to where we should be. So we're coming up on being like caught up with them in real time, which is amazing. And then I'm going to go grab a little bit of something to eat. I'm getting like that hangry. Anybody else hangry? So missed the whole lunch hour. So I'm gonna grab a little something to eat. Husband will be leaving for work the next 45 minutes or so. So I'm going to go see what he's doing real quick. And you guys go get what you need. Food-wise, drink-wise, potty-wise. Go do all the things. And be back momentarily.
Y'all be seated. Anybody have anything to report? Okay, good. Just 1 second.
Well, I haven't left yet. I was trying to work on getting this stream back to where it needs to be. It looks like now we're pretty much caught up. I think we're like 2 minutes behind. The judge is biting her fingernails or the skin on the side of her finger. They're having a sidebar. And yeah. There he is with the duck lips again. He's got duck lips. Maybe they're just naturally that way. Does it look like they're naturally that way, or that he's on purposefully?
No, I
like,
think he is.
Sound like the judge said, I don't think he is. Like she was talking to me. Oh my goodness. All right. So, yeah. Okay, now I'm going to let you fend for yourselves. I'll be right back.
Just let me know when we're ready, John. Y'all can sit down. Okay.
No, we don't have any judge.
Oh, okay. Can you come up here or come and talk to you?
Parents, cousins, you know. I mean, some German in our family. Well, ancestors.
Come on. Y'all want to come up? Not Mr. Britton yet. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm probably wondering what's going on. Our next witness is actually in custody, like the earlier witness was, but they're having trouble locating him, which is odd. We know that he's somewhere there, but we're going to take about a 15-minute break to try to get that figured out, not have you all just sit here until then. So go ahead and head on out and be back in front of the courtroom doors at 3:45.
All rise from jury.
Okay.
Okay, all right. All right. If Mark's in corrections, he's over.
I'll call him.
Yesterday.
I'll call him.
He's in corrections. She's calling corrections right now.
What in the world? So I was literally in the kitchen with my phone watching the stream, so I didn't miss anything. And literally, she says, yeah, we can't, blah, 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 blah. We have a witness in custody, but we don't know where he's at. Da, 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 da. So you guys, I literally just slung a piece of lunch meat between two pieces of bread and grabbed a bottle of water and flew back in here because I gotta eat. I gotta eat. I'm hungry. How in the world can they not locate a prisoner? You stop begging for food, little Miss Poppy. You go on. Go, go, go. Go. I love whenever Kel says that. Don't be dumb. I love when she says that. I don't know why he has the Band-Aid on the back of his head. Sherry, oh my God, Sherry says I'll take you guys with me when I go potty or eat. But yeah, I don't know about the Band-Aid on the back of his head. I've been wondering the same thing. I don't know what that is. Don't know why head came up. JC says, I think he had some kind of medical stuff going on with his head. I saw a picture of him when he first got his hair cut, and it looked really bad, like some terrible head acne. Ooh. Ooh. Mickey said it's the meanness working out of him. Oh my God. The other lady on YouTube talking about him, his music videos are still up on YouTube. I didn't watch them. Rap music used to be okay a long time ago, but now it's so toxic. It is. Yeah, I like the old school rap, like from when I was like 90s, Now I can't. Now it's just too much for me. Mickey says the prisoner is missing. He's probably with the back seat, y'all, wherever that is. I know. The back seat, the back seat, the back seat. Oh my goodness. So Tammy, the next witness is supposed to be someone who is currently incarcerated, like an earlier witness that they had a while ago. So they're supposed to be coming over. They're detained or whatever you want to call it. But so they're having trouble locating him, though. He should be with a guard, right? Maybe they went to look for the back seat. Let's go see what we can find out. Okay, let me see. Well, it's live. I mean, we're like literally caught up in real time. So, you guys, I don't know. I don't know what to think. What is going on up there to where that they can't find him? Lord have mercy. Yeah, I guess another witness from, I don't know if it's prison or county jail or where the guy's from, but sheesh. Let me run over to Twitter real quick, see if I can find something out. Maybe some of the media's got some information. Let's just tap in here and see what we come up with. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing any updates as far as what's going on with whoever, you know, whoever this next witness is. It's a little bit scary. I mean, right? You guys? What in the world? What in the world? I want to keep updating this. Okay, so here is an update. It says, next witness is in custody, but they can't locate him at the courthouse. Break until 3:45 while they find him. That was from Kathy Russin on Twitter. Yeah. So it looks like they're on break till 3:45, which is about 5 minutes from now. So you guys just chit chat up in here. I've got a sandwich I'm going to eat. So I'm going to turn my camera and my mic off and eat the sandwich. And I'm going to enjoy it. So I'll be right back. It's salami. So, and I was in such a hurry. There's no cheese or mayo or mustard or nothing. Just salami and bread. So sad. I'm back. That was probably one of the worst sandwiches I probably ever had in my life. Not even kidding. It was dry as a gourd and yeah, not good. Hey, welcome back, Lee. So, Lee, the next witness that we're waiting on, is apparently a prisoner that was being escorted over to the courthouse. And apparently they can't find him. They don't know where he's at. So we shall see. Hey, Amelia. Oh, wait. Let me see what Amelia says here. I had to hop off earlier because I find out that's a medication I've taken for 2 years needs approval. I've spent my day on the phone fighting with my insurance. Oh, honey, that's the worst. That's the worst. I've been in situations like that with my thyroid medicine. Yeah. No fun. Lee says he's in the back seat. Well, it's a good thing he's in the back seat because nobody knows where the back seat's at. No, Mickey, it's the next one. The one that we're waiting on. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. A lot of jailed witnesses, right, Mick? Well, I mean, it makes sense. Look at the crew he, hung out with. You know? I know, Kel. I know, right? He is a piece of work. It's sad. So just a backstory for anybody that's jumping in a little bit. If you're behind on this story, this is Brice Rhodes sitting right there. He is he's been charged with triple murder of a man and 2 teenage brothers. Hold on just a second. So anyway, he
Because it had to.
oh, we have some audio.
No, that's not, well, that might just be a local practice thing, but that's not how anybody in Louisville would read that. They would read it as if the judge grants probation, it's this many years. If not, it's this many years, but it's up to the judge and the Commonwealth subjecting.
And we did object, and he went into custody.
Well,
So-
not right. Well, he
And
did.
he went into custody.
I think
for
that's
years
just a
as
local
juvenile.
custom thing. But that is typically how it would read in Louisville if they were objecting and did object. They can. The court doesn't have to follow it, but they can.
I'm not trying to make a big issue of this, Judge.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's safer to just say, just let them introduce it so we aren't creating an issue later.
So can I just refer back to the fact that there is a plea agreement? I'll let them do what they want to do, and then at some point redirect. I'll get into the terms.
Do you all have a problem with them saying that there is a plea agreement at all? Because then it kind of looks like they're trying to hide it or something, if not. Like they go through a whole lot of questioning and don't even mention there's a plea agreement, and then you bring it out. It looks like they're trying to hide it. I'm sure they have. Okay, so yes, I will let you ask about the existence of a plea agreement, but no further details, which the defense may bring out. And if you object to that procedure too, you can say so for the record. Now. Okay, thank you. All right, we ready for the jury? Great. He's here.
Okay, so yeah, real quick, while the jury's filing in, the Brice Rhodes character is on trial for triple murder of a man and two teenage boy brothers. And the first guy that he killed was the wrong guy. Apparently he thought it was somebody else. I don't really know about that, but yeah, it's not who he was supposed to, who he thought he was shooting or something. So, and then the two teenage boys were witnesses to that. And so he ended up allegedly killing them. He did have a couple what do you call them, conspirators or whatever, that were found guilty and or pled guilty. So okay, so let's see. I'll probably try to, Gail, for sure. Oh, Kel says he thought the guy he shot was on a hit list.
Thank you.
All right, here we go.
Anyone have anything to report? Okay. All right, so as you all might have noticed, there are times during trial when we're dealing with like what's going to come next and how things are going to go. I want to just note that if you see court staff or me or even the attorneys using their phones, that's what we are doing. You know, we're not just goofing off or anything, but we need to be able to take care of business while we're in court as well. Ms. Jones-Brown, are you ready to call your next witness?
I'll be handling the next witness, Your Honor.
Oh, Mr. Cunningham, I'm sorry.
I do have one more issue that I'd
Okay,
like to.
sure.
Okay, there we go. So there was a good explanation for why they're on their phones a lot. I think it was Tammy that was asking about that earlier. She's watching the chat. I know it, right? So, yeah, they found the missing jailbird. I guess so. Honest to goodness, it was probably just a miscommunication. They thought that they were going to be there sooner than they were, and they weren't there, and who knows? It's untelling. All right, we have sound. Maybe they're getting ready to bring in this next.
Oh, Your Honor, the Commonwealth's going to call Anwar Carter.
Thank you.
Isn't that one of the guys? This is one of the guys that helped him, I think, right? That name sounds familiar.
Mr. Carter, as best you can, I need you to raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You can have a seat.
Good afternoon. Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Anwar Carter.
And how old are you, Anwar?
22.
Where do you live these days?
For the US.
And were you here in town in 2016?
I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing.
I understand if you could just speak just a little bit louder.
And that's, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may, yeah, you want to move the microphone? Thank you, Mr. Cunningham.
So, you know what we're here to discuss. Let's talk a little bit about how you know different people here. How do you know Chakor?
Good.
And were you all very close?
Yes.
What sorts of things would you do with Chakor when you were here?
Hang out. We used to go find different females to hang out with.
Anything else y'all do together?
We used to
I'm sorry, you gotta speak up so they can hear you.
We used to hang out. We used to hang out. We used to smoke. We used to.
I
play
still
basketball.
can't hear you, and if I can't hear you, no one else can.
We used to play sports. We used to find different females to hook up with.
And did you all grow up together? Did you know him for a long time?
Yes.
And what was his life like?
Yeah. He was homeless for a while.
And so, as a result of his homelessness, how would he get by? What sorts of things would he do?
So we used to steal out of people's cars. We used to sleep over at a friend's house.
And what about you? Did you have people to live with here in town?
Yes.
So how old were you in 2016?
15.
When you were 15, do you remember how much you weighed or how tall you were?
I was about 120 pounds.
So how did you meet Larry?
At school.
And did you meet Maurice at school as well?
Yes.
And what was your relationship with them?
We're the same as Corey. We used to go link up with different females. We used to hang out.
Was there anybody in town that you were closer to than the three of them?
No.
And do you recognize Mr. Rhodes in the courtroom?
Yes.
And what did he go by as far as you know?
Rambo.
And how did you meet Rambo?
Maurice and Larry.
And before we get to,
Judge, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that response.
Can you repeat that, please?
Through Maurice and Larry.
how long, when we get into May of 2016, how long had you known Rambo for?
Couple weeks, 2-3 weeks, month.
So how many times had you met him before the night of the first shooting?
I don't know, a couple.
So tell the jury, how did the idea of a shooting happen?
We was in somebody's backyard. We was all smoking.
And must slow down a little bit. Who's we?
Me, Corey, him, Maurice and Larry.
Okay. And what happened?
We was all smoking. He said that somebody got some money in their head and we just need a gun.
That's what Brice said.
We need a gun.
And just to spell it out, what does that mean? They have a price on their head and we just need a gun.
Somebody, we get paid to kill somebody. We just need a gun.
Now, at this time, do you know approximately how old Rambo was? Was he older than you guys?
Yeah, he's way older than us.
I'm sorry?
He's way older than us.
Yeah. Was he bigger than you all?
Yes.
Was he the one that was coming up with the ideas?
Yeah.
So how old
Judge,
were,
objection, that calls for speculation.
I'll allow it. Overruled.
how old were Maurice and Larry then? Do you know?
Like 15, around my age.
Okay. So when he first proposes this idea to you all, do you think he was serious?
Mhm.
When did you decide that he was serious?
The night we actually did it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that. When what?
The night we actually did it.
Thank you.
So, how was a gun acquired?
Corey bought the gun.
And when Corey bought the gun, did he know what did everybody know what the purpose for the gun was, or was it just a coincidence?
Everybody knew what it was for.
All right. Had you ever done anything like this before?
Mm-mm.
Were you nervous about it? Well, what was your feeling about this?
I wish I wanted to get paid, but then I'm on the fence. It could have went either way, either or.
At that time, what did you think would have happened if you would have backed out? Did you think about that? Okay. So,
Judge, was there a response to that question?
You nodded your head no, correct?
so let's get to the day in May. You all get together. How did you first get in touch with the group that day?
We had like me and Corey. He had went over his grandmother's house. While Maurice and Larry, they was at home. So then when we was gonna get dropped back off of Maurice and Larry's house, they was already gone.
Okay. How did you get around in those days?
Yeah. We used to walk, we used to catch rides, people used to drop us off, bikes, everything.
And at that time, did Rambo have a car?
Yeah.
Did you have a car?
I ain't have a car of my own.
So who was it that drove you around that night?
Q.
Q. And how do you know Q?
Q's Corey's cousin.
So and we're talking about two incidents, so it's easy to get confused. Talking about the first incident, there was a night where you had a truck, the night of the hit, right?
Yes, yeah. I had stole a truck.
And that was that in order to carry this out, or you were just driving a stolen truck at the time?
I just had a stolen truck.
Okay. So what was the plan for that night?
That night we were supposed to we was in the backyard again. And you feel me? We all linked up. And you feel me? We went from the south to the west. And you feel me?
And how did you all know where to go?
I was just following behind.
Okay. So you're following a car. What's the car that you're following?
It's a light blue Mazda, I think.
Okay. And who was in that car?
Larry, Maurice, Brice, and Corey.
And where was everybody seated in the car?
Maurice was driving. Larry in the passenger seat. Brice in the behind Maurice, and Corey on the other side.
And who had the gun?
Brice.
And who knew who the target was?
Judge, speculate, call for speculation. Judge.
I'm going to sustain that.
How did you all know where to go?
I was just following behind.
So how long did you all drive around?
30, 45 minutes.
And did anything eventful happen during that time? So
Besides murder.
Besides what?
Besides murder. Besides somebody getting shot.
Yeah. Okay, so you're driving along, the car in front of you stops around 41st Street,
Something like that.
stops somewhere in that area?
Sure.
Oh, this is getting deep. It is very sad. I mean, he right now he looks like an itty bitty baby, right? Back in 2016, he was an itty bitty baby. I mean, he was only 15 years old, stealing trucks. I cannot. I
Does the
can't.
car in front of you stop?
Yeah, stop.
Hmm.
Stop at the end of the block.
And what happens?
I heard somebody say, "You got the street, bitch."
And I'm sorry, but we got to have you enunciate clearly so everybody can hear. What was it that happened?
I heard somebody say, "You got the street, bitch," and the shot went off.
Who was the somebody that said that?
Brice.
Could you see Brice at that time?
I didn't see him, but I knew where he was positioned at.
Sorry, please repeat.
I didn't see him, but I knew where he was positioned at.
And you heard or saw the gun go off?
I saw it.
Was it inside of the car or outside of the car?
It's like his arm was dangling out the car.
And who was he shooting at?
Somebody in the street.
Had you ever seen that person before?
No.
Did you know anything about that person?
No.
Did that person talk or engage anybody?
That I know of.
Was he facing the car or facing away from the car?
Facing the car.
And after the gunshot, what happened?
Shit, we peeled off. Then we had like 5 to 8 houses down, and he shot at somebody's house.
See, he shot the gun more.
Yeah.
And what did you do?
Just driving.
You just continued to follow? And where did you go that night?
Went back to Maurice and Larry's house.
Was everybody at Maurice and Larry's?
Mm.
What'd you all talk about?
And
Do people talk about the shooting?
no,
Why not?
that ain't how I talk. That ain't how I get my problems up. That ain't how I express my problems.
So you don't talk about stuff like that after it happens?
Just let it go.
Why do you not talk about it?
Just let it go. Just
Did you expect to get something as a result of participating in this?
yeah, I wanted some money.
And how was that supposed to happen?
So he's supposed to break us off.
And who was supposed to break it off?
Right.
How was that going to happen?
We didn't get that far. I just knew he's supposed to break us off. Supposed to get the gun. He's supposed to break us off.
And when you say break us off, you mean share the money?
Share the money.
Come on up.
Nah. Super sad. I agree, Kel. I agree.
So did he end up giving anybody any money as a result of that?
No.
And how do people feel about that? How did you feel about that?
So they really could.
You didn't care that you didn't get paid?
So I didn't think he got paid. So.
Were other people upset about not getting paid?
If you know, you can answer that.
I don't know.
Okay. what did you end up doing with your, did you do anything with your truck that night?
We burned it.
And why did you burn it?
He said in case it was on like camera or something.
And who's he?
Right.
And so how did you burn the truck?
Put gas in it. Lit it on fire.
Were you ever around? There was a phone call that you overheard between the boy's mom and the defendant, right? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And you could hear, what could you hear? Where were you?
Objection, hearsay.
What was the question?
I'm asking where he was when he overheard this phone
What
call.
did you overhear?
Okay, don't say what somebody else said. If you want to re-ask the question.
Who was talking on the phone?
Shit, it was Larry and Maurice's mom and Brice.
It was who and Brice?
Larry and Maurice's mom.
Larry and Maurice's mother? Okay, thank you.
And what was the tone of the conversation?
It was about the shooting.
And when did this conversation happen?
Whenever Maurice had told her about it.
Was she angry?
Objection.
You don't want to come up?
Yeah, so it does randomly blur like that every once in a while. He kills me when he does that with his beard. I can't stand when he does that. And he does it nonstop. It's a wonder he even has any hair on his face left. JC says, good, I got a hair appointment. Or an eye appointment, because I said that about this hair on his face. Anyway, you have an eye appointment tomorrow. But yeah, you're good. Yeah, I think he groomed these kids too. Lee says, can't this guy do anything but mumble? Well, yeah. I mean, it's hard to understand him. I think, I mean, I think he's probably nervous. He doesn't want to be there. He's scared. He probably talks fast anyway. But it is hard to understand him every once in a while.
All right, so now let's jump forward to the night that you were talking about on the 24th. So on the 21st, late night, how are you traveling around that night? The truck's been burnt. How are you traveling around?
Getting dropped off.
Okay, and so who was dropping you off?
On the 21st, I don't remember.
Okay. Earlier, when we were confused about which night we were talking about, you said that Q was driving you around.
Yeah.
So that's the night that we're talking about.
Okay, yeah, Q dropped me off.
Okay. So Q is dropping you off. Who's with you?
Me and Corey.
And where does Q drop you off?
Drop us off over his house.
At Brice Rhodes' house. Had you been anywhere together before his house?
Yeah.
Where'd you go to?
First, when the Maurice and Larry's house, they was already gone.
How did you know they were gone?
We walked in the house.
And they
was already gone.
They weren't there.
We called him
Okay. So where'd you guys get dropped off at?
over his house.
Over at his house? Had you been to his house before?
Yeah.
Who else? What time of day or night is it?
It's nighttime.
Nighttime? Who's at the house?
It's what? Larry, Maurice, me, Corey, him, and like 3 other people.
All right. Who are the other folks that are there?
I don't know. Tyron.
Okay.
I don't know.
Had you've explained the people that you know that were there. Had you met Tyron before?
At night.
Just then? And there was another person there that you didn't know?
No.
And you don't know who they are now? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me what was going on that night?
We was all smoking, drinking. And then you feel me? Larry and Maurice got into an argument. Not Larry and Maurice, but Larry and Corey got into an argument.
Was it common for people to get into arguments when you all were hanging out?
Yeah.
And what happened with this argument?
Maurice grabbed a knife.
Okay. So Maurice picked up a knife. Did he wave it at Corey?
Yeah, I ain't gonna say he waved at him. He picked it up in an aggressive manner.
And what happened next?
So we take it from him and he smacked him.
You say he, do you mean Brice Rhodes?
Brice took it from him, he smacked him.
How did he take a knife from him?
He been looking up with the knife anyways.
And what, can you describe the knife?
It was like a big combat knife.
And what did Brice do after he took the knife?
He's like he gonna violate him.
Okay. Brice is going to violate Maurice. And can you explain in general terms, what does it mean to violate somebody? What's that term mean?
Really means like inflict pain. Like he could have just hit him in the chest. He could have did a range of things.
It's like a disciplining of the person.
Yeah.
So did that alarm Maurice? How did Maurice respond?
He was gonna go with it. He thought it was just gonna be a punch in the chest.
And why would he go along with it?
That's big homie.
I'm sorry?
That's his big homie.
Oh. So is there a time where you?
I just want to make sure I'm understood. Did you say because he's
May we
big?
approach?
Yes.
I didn't hear that either, and I don't, because he's made what? I don't know what he said. And now there's no audio. Okay, it's back.
All right. So is there a time where people in the house separate from Maurice?
Yeah. We put both of them in the bathroom and we took a vote.
Both who?
Larry and Maurice.
They're in the bathroom. And where are you guys?
Living room.
And what happens in the living room?
So we took a vote.
What's this vote on?
If they should die or not.
If they should die or not? Who's calling the vote?
Brice.
What was your vote?
I'm the one that said no. I just said yeah.
And did your vote win? Did your vote win? did you think about what would have happened to you if you tried to leave at that point in time?
I ain't had nowhere to go. He lived too far out.
So what happens after the vote's taken? What happens to Maurice?
He put a sock in his mouth, tied his hands behind his back, and put a hat over his head.
And where did he do this?
In the living room.
And what happened after that?
He started hitting him in the chest at first.
With an item, with his fist? How was he hitting him?
We hit him in the chest with a fist first, hit him like 3-4 times. And then Tyron passed him the knife. He started stabbing him.
So Tyrion handed him the knife. Was he making a noise?
He couldn't. He had the sock in his mouth.
Was he trying to make noise?
Yeah.
How many times did Brice Rhodes stab him?
I don't know.
Where did he stab him?
The torso, out up here.
Was he standing up or was he on his knees?
He was on his knees.
And he stabbed him in the chest?
Chest, stomach, around there in the general area.
In the what area?
In his chest, in his stomach, on his torso.
Did he stab him other places?
I don't know.
How long did this go on for?
Until he stopped breathing.
Do you have any idea the time?
I don't know.
Was there a lot of blood?
Yeah.
Where was the blood going?
In the carpet and the sheets.
Were the sheets set out to catch the blood?
Yeah, sheets was really there to move him.
Who got the sheets?
Price.
And where did he put them?
Shit, like we had dragged Maurice by the door, and then bring Larry out.
Now these guys are your best friends, right?
Yeah.
What's running through your mind?
Make sure I get out.
What's that?
I gotta make sure I get out. Try to save somebody else. Make sure I'm safe.
And what would have stopped you from getting out?
Probably if I ain't go along with it,
What would have happened?
probably been with him. Probably same situation, same fate.
All right. So they bring Larry out of the bathroom. Does he have? When does he get the sock?
He already been like he had the belt, he had a hat, he got the sock. He had the sock when it was his turn.
Okay, when you say he had the belt, what do you mean?
His hands was already tied behind his back. He had a hat over his eyes, so he couldn't see.
And he had a sock in his mouth?
He got the sock when it was his turn.
Is he making noises?
Not yet. He started making noises when he started getting stabbed.
Was he on his knees?
Yeah.
Did he know what had happened to his brother?
No.
Was there blood in the spot that he was at?
Yeah.
Did he respond to that?
Yeah, he started like trying to kick everything off, get his hands untied, get his hands free and stuff.
Was his brother making any noise at that point?
Brother already did.
So how many times did he get stabbed?
I don't know. A lot.
Who was stabbing him?
He stabbed him till he was dead.
Brice did?
Yeah. Then he passed the knife around.
Who did he pass the knife to?
He passed it to me.
Why'd he pass you the knife? They're both dead, right?
Yeah, both dead, but he said, so we all gonna be in it. So it's on all of us now.
So you would participate
Yeah.
So what did you have to do with the knife?
Stab him,
Who'd you stab?
Larry,
How many times did you stab Larry?
like 3.
What'd you do with the knife?
Pass it back to him.
What'd he do with the knife?
Pass it to somebody else.
Who was the next person up?
I don't remember.
Where was Jacory?
Corey's right there with him. Corey's in there.
Was Jacory handed the knife?
Yeah.
Before or after they were both dead?
After.
Do you know what he did with the knife?
He stabbed him a few times.
Who'd he stab?
Larry.
All right. What's the next thing that happens?
We put him in totes. You feel me? Took him and like with him, Rice, Tyron, and somebody else. You feel me? They were supposed to take him to like a abandoned house and burn the bundle.
The 3 older guys were?
Yeah. They're supposed to take it to a abandoned house and burn it.
And when you say totes, what most people know, but what's a tote?
The little thing that you put clothes in.
Like a suitcase?
No suitcase. It's like a like little things that you put the like Christmas stuff in.
Like a bin?
Yeah, bin.
So the bodies got put in a bin. The plan is the 3 of them are going to go get rid of the bodies. Do you help carry the bin? How did the bins get down?
We all helped take it to the car.
And which car was it you took them to?
To Sky Blue Mazda.
And did you help load the bins into the car?
Yeah.
Did you see the inside of the car?
Yeah.
Do you remember? Was it a normal looking car?
It was a regular car.
So the 3 of them are going to go do this. What are you and your cousin supposed to do?
Sit back, clean the blood up. Scrape the blood out of the car.
And how was it decided that that's what the 2 of you were going to do?
There wasn't no room in the car.
Did someone tell you to do that?
Yeah.
So they left. You're up in his living room. Did you think about leaving?
No.
Why?
Because I knew he was gonna drop us off eventually.
So what was the process for cleaning up?
We had some bleach. We just scrubbing the floor.
What were you scrubbing the floor with?
Rags.
How long did it take you to do this?
We went from that night to like next morning. He didn't go to sleep.
So you worked through the night cleaning it up? And how long after did Brice come back to the house?
Yeah.
How long was he gone for?
He's gone for a while.
Did he say anything about what had happened? Did he help you clean up?
Yeah.
Once you all had the house cleaned up, what's the next thing that happens? What do you do with the stuff?
We took it to various dumpsters.
Okay, so you hopped in a car. Which car did you hop in?
In the blue one.
And where'd you put the stuff?
Which mean we put the stuff?
So the stuff you cleaned up, you put it in. How'd you carry it out of the apartment?
In the bag.
Okay. And then the bags, you put them in the car?
Like the trunk.
In the trunk area? And one of you all was in the front seat? Where were you?
Front.
Okay. And then did somebody sit in the back seat?
Corey.
So where'd you go in the car? And who's driving the car?
Brice driving the car.
All right. And where do you go to?
We went to like different dumpsters and set the dumpsters on fire.
Why different dumpsters?
Just to spread the evidence.
So it seemed like spreading the evidence was a good idea at the time.
I was just in the car.
So did you end up, so stuff gets dropped off, gets burnt. How was the stuff set on fire?
Put some gas in the dumpster, lit it on fire.
And then drove off? Where'd you go that night?
I went to Park Hill.
And what was going on in Park Hill? Where'd you go?
I went shopping train.
I'm sorry?
So it was over. So I was trying to trade shoes.
Okay. What, were you wearing the same clothes that you had on earlier in the day?
Yeah.
And so you're changing out of those clothes? Who's giving you clothes?
I know people.
And did you end up with any items that belonged to either Maurice or Larry at the end of that night?
Yeah, I had some shoes and I had the phone.
Okay, whose phone did you have?
I had Maurice.
And why'd you have Maurice's phone?
So I picked it up
Where'd you pick the phone up?
at the house.
And were you able to use that phone?
Yeah.
What time was it when you were done for the night, when you were back? Was it all through that Saturday? Was it, or all through that day? Was it late afternoon now, or was it nighttime?
It's like late afternoon.
And did that phone ever ring?
Yeah.
It did? And who was on it?
Different people. I would use the phone. I'm calling people.
Was there anyone related to Maurice or Larry that called you on that number?
Yeah, his mama called.
And who did she want?
She was asking where they was at.
What'd you tell her?
They was in the store.
And what'd she say to that?
She said, I'm calling.
Were you worried about what she was going to think at that point? So what'd you do with the phone?
She kept using it.
And then later on that day, did you get a visit from somebody?
Yeah, U.S. Marshals.
And what happened?
She got booked. They took me in for questioning.
What were you thinking when that happened?
She was panicking.
And had you not thought about the phone might be traceable?
That's before I even know you can do it.
You didn't know it? Because how old were you then?
15.
Okay. So that night, do you talk to police?
Yeah.
And do you end up telling them what you've told the jury?
Yeah.
And do you have a plea agreement with the police that night, or is that something that happens later?
Something happened later.
So you told what happened before you had any sort of deal?
Yeah.
So after you did the cleanup, after you went to the dumpsters, after you set the bags of stuff on fire, what'd you all notice about the car?
It had blood in the back seat.
And so how was that handled?
Cut the back seat out.
And who cut the back seat out?
Brice.
What did he do with the back seat after he cut it out?
we put it in the back of somebody's garage.
Was it somebody you knew?
And the person,
Is it somebody that he knew?
I don't know.
I don't have any further questions.
You'll approach.
Oh my God, this is gut wrenching. So I did miss a few minutes. Husband was leaving. Dale was getting ready to go to work, and I had to go talk to him for a couple minutes and get the kiddos something to eat, a little snack. You know how that goes. Kids always want something whenever they see the cabinet doors open, right? But anyway, yeah, this is, feel bad for this kid. Also, I'm like, I don't know that there was much arm twisting going on with him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, maybe there's a lot of stuff he's not telling. But yeah. Like remorseful, you know what I'm saying? But you got your answer, Mickey, about the couch, or the, I almost said couch, about the back seat. Some random person's garage.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Pull it down a little.
Mr. Carter, you gave an interview on May 24th, 2016, 2 days after Larry and Maurice's death, correct? And you sat down at the police station with Detective Tonelli. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
Thank you. If you could give an oral answer where the jury could hear you, please. And you were alone during that interview. Is that correct?
Yes.
I didn't see your parents there, but the detective was questioning you, right?
Yeah.
Did you ask for an attorney at any point?
Yes.
But did they keep questioning you?
He left. And then he still came back and questioned me. He let it turn.
And you talked to the police several times that I can tell, right? And man, you told a lot of lies. Didn't you?
I'm going to sustain the objection. Please refrain from testifying.
I'm asking if he told a lot of lies.
Right, but before that, you made a statement, and I'm asking you not to do that
Yes, ma'am.
again.
I'll be glad to. Did you tell a lot of lies to the police?
Yeah.
Thank you. You even lied about knowing Brice, right? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Isn't it true that you first told Detective Tonelli that I promise I'm telling you everything, but I don't know Brice, and I've never been in a car with him. Did you say that?
I don't know, not to my knowledge.
If I told you that I have a transcript, word for word, of what you said in that interview, would you believe that you had said that?
Yeah.
I have an approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm sensing so many emotions in this young man. I have a hard time calling him a young man because he looks like a kid to me. But I know he's not a kid. Anyway, I mean, he might as well be. He's like, what they say, 22? 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, he should be about 22 years old. Barely old enough to walk into a bar, right? But I feel like he's got anger. He's, obvious. I mean, and rightfully so. He's got all these emotions. You can feel like he's angry, nervous, scared. And like somebody had mentioned a while ago, his chin up in the air, trying to show that he's brave. I'm just going to see, because if I feel like that this lawyer is going to try to get under his skin hardcore. Right, JC? She says me
Did you
too.
tell
Making me
Detective
dizzy.
Tonelli that you hadn't heard anything or didn't know anything about Maurice and Larry's death? At first?
Yeah.
And then later, you changed your mind. Is that correct? At some point, you said I think you just said this, you were speaking to a detective and a different one came in. Is that what you said, Mr. Carter?
No.
Did you, at some point, when you first spoke to Detective Tonelli, did you at some point stop speaking to him?
Yeah, and I asked my attorney.
Okay, when you asked for your attorney. And then at some point after that, did you start speaking to him again? And was that an hour and a half later?
I don't know. I don't know that time. It seemed like though.
Do you remember promising this officer who was speaking to you now that you would be telling the truth?
Huh?
When you started talking to the police again for the second time, do you remember telling them, I'm telling you the truth?
I don't know, probably.
Is it true that you told Officer Tonelli, or whichever officer you were talking to at that time, that Larry and Maurice stole money from Brice's closet? Do you remember saying that to the officer?
Would you please answer out loud, yes or no?
I don't remember. I don't remember saying that.
If I were to show you a copy of the interview, do you think you would remember saying that?
Yeah, I don't remember me saying it, but I probably said it.
But what?
I probably said it. I don't remember me saying it.
Did you tell the detective at that point that you weren't close to Rambo?
Yeah.
Did you tell the detective that Rambo didn't hang out with Maurice and Larry?
Mhm.
Do you remember telling Officer Tonelli that you were not involved in the crime?
Yeah.
Could you answer? Yes. Eventually, you changed your story again for a third time, correct? And at that point, did you admit to killing Maurice and Larry?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Mr. Carter, do you remember during the interview, Officer Tonelli telling you that Rambo was throwing you under the bus? And at that point, could you answer out loud? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, it became Rambo this and Rambo that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And now you tell the detective that Rambo stabbed Maurice and Larry. And that you participated, but he made you do it, right?
Yeah.
Yes. You also told the detectives that Rambo had shot Christopher Jones, correct? But then, at some point, the officer tells you, actually, let me back up. You didn't offer the information about, or you didn't offer any information about the 41st Street shooting, and I'm referring to the murder of Christopher Jones, until Detective Tonelli said, Rambo's blaming you for that too. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You remember telling the officers that you saw Ja'Cory Taylor buy the gun?
I ain't see him buy the gun. I know he bought the gun though.
How do you know?
Shit, he don't know has money.
Were you present when the gun was bought?
No. I was there, but I didn't see him get it.
How did you know he got it?
Because it was in his pocket. He the one that's told it.
It was in Ja'Cory's pocket.
Yeah, he the one that was told it.
Do you know where he got the gun?
Mm-mm.
You said you were present. Where were you?
We was all over. We was in somebody's trailer park.
Mr. Carter, do you remember telling law enforcement that Brice bought the gun? That Ja'Cory bought the gun while you were there in the home of Larry and Maurice's mother? And then today, you've come to court and told this jury something different again. Is that correct?
Object to the form of question, Your Honor.
What's the issue with the form?
What is, it's not a specific question. What is he saying that's different?
Have you
What does
told?
she reference?
You want to try to rephrase it?
I will rephrase. Have you told this jury anything today that you didn't tell Detective Tonelli before?
Not to my knowledge.
Isn't it true that you told Detective Tonelli that you stabbed Maurice 3 times?
Probably.
And you stabbed him in his side? Did you tell that to Detective Tonelli?
Probably.
And did you also tell Detective Tonelli that Ja'Cory stabbed Larry?
Probably.
And today, you told this jury that you stabbed Larry.
Yeah.
Which is it? Is it both?
Ain't both.
Could you repeat that last answer?
No, it ain't both.
I'm going to go back to the purchasing of the gun. Today, your testimony was that the gun was bought for the purpose of murdering Christopher Jones. Is that correct?
Yeah.
But yet you told Detective Tonelli when he spoke to you that Jacory had bought the gun for his own personal protection. True?
Probably.
You weren't in the Mazda, correct? Your testimony was that you were in a truck that you had stolen, a pickup truck, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were behind the Mazda. Was there anybody in the car with you?
Huh?
And tell the jury, again, you had said that, who was in the Mazda?
Maurice was driving, Larry in the passenger, Rambo behind Maurice, and Corey on the other side.
What time of day was it that you guys were driving around?
It was nighttime.
So you couldn't actually see in that car. And you didn't actually know who had the gun at that point, did you? Because you were in the truck behind.
I was in the truck.
And you also testified that the shot came from the blue Mazda, correct? But yet you burned your truck and not the blue Mazda. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Let's go to the next incident, I'll call it, later in May. You said that someone named Q was driving you around. Was he charged with anything, to your knowledge, related to this? You also testified that there were let me back up. I want to stay together with the different dates so that you can stay clear. Before you burned that truck and you were following behind the blue Mazda, someone shot Mr. Jones out of the window of the blue Mazda, correct?
Yeah.
And you told Detective Tonelli that you ran over Christopher Jones in your truck, didn't you?
Yeah.
And that was really one of the things that you told him every time. I think you were consistent on that, is that I ran over Christopher Jones.
I felt the bump underneath, and I was driving past him, so I felt the bump.
You remember telling the officer during your last interview that you weren't scared of Brice?
Yeah, probably.
But yet, you also told the jury that he made you do all of this. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you also told this jury that even when Brice supposedly left you alone, you still didn't leave. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Brice didn't point a gun at you or anything like that and say, I want you to stab Larry and Maurice. Did that happen? Yes or no? I'm sorry?
No.
Your interview on May 24th, you told detectives with the Louisville Metro Police Department that there were 3 other people at the home on Hyde Avenue. Who were those people?
I don't know.
I'm sorry,
I don't know.
you don't know who they were? There were 3 other people present, is what you're telling this jury, at Hyde Avenue that weren't charged with anything in this case?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
That's correct? But you don't know who they were?
Mm-mm.
You told the police, I think, that there was, let me make sure I get this right. I believe it was a white woman and 2 other black men that were present there. Is that correct? That showed up at one point. Do you remember saying that?
I know 2 black people, 2 black dudes.
You remember, you said, I think you testified also, Mr. Carter, that it was actually Maurice and Jacory who were in an altercation at Hyde Avenue.
That's it.
Brice wasn't in an altercation with anyone. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And in fact, you said that Brice even took the knife away from Jacory at one point. Is that correct?
Go to with Maurice.
He took the knife away from Maurice. You admitted to stealing Maurice's shoes after he died,
Yeah.
correct? And you admitted to stealing Ann Juan Carter's phone? I mean, I'm sorry, you admitted to stealing his phone as well?
Yeah.
Who all do you remember being in the room at Hyde Avenue?
Me, Corey, Maurice, Larry, Rambo, Tyron.
And you had told the police that there was also a light-skinned male there, is that correct?
Probably.
Okay. To your knowledge, was that person ever charged?
No.
How old are Tyron Coleman and the light-skinned man?
Older than me.
Were they adults?
Yeah, probably.
So there were at least 4 people over the age of 18. We'll say, I'll even say over the age of 15 in that room at the time. And nobody stood up to Brice. Nobody tried to stop this from happening. You didn't try to take him down.
No.
You stabbed your best friend. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Mr. Carter, I want to talk to you now. You told the jury that you are living in the custody of the Florida DOC. Is that what you said? And what is DOC?
Department of Corrections.
Department of Corrections. So are you in prison right now?
Yeah.
Where are you in prison?
Hamilton County.
Hamilton County, Florida?
That's one.
What are you there for?
Burglary.
What else?
Burglaries.
Burglaries? More than one? Were you also charged with being a convicted felon in possession of a gun? You don't remember that?
Get charged with.
Were you accused of violating the terms of your probation for being a convicted felon in possession of a gun?
Yes.
You were. And so you admitted to having a gun, correct? Down in Florida? Did the court ever have a hearing about whether you had a gun or not?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And what did the court find? That you did or you didn't?
I didn't.
And what were you being accused of? What kind of gun was it? Do you remember?
Can we approach her?
Right.
Yeah, I'm reading your guys' comments. I know. You think the kids started off being inspired by his music, but at some point they became fascinated with the street life. Then when it came down to it, they really wasn't about that life. Yeah. He groomed them into his gang life, yeah. Tough. Tough stuff. It's crazy though that this kiddo is in Florida, so they had to drive him all the way up here. So, no wonder they were like, well, where is he? We can't lose this one. Billy says agreed. Sad, and you have to blame the parents. All right, Tammy.
Mr. Carter, you are a convicted felon, however.
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you pled guilty, or I'm sorry, you might not have said, did you go to trial, or you were ultimately convicted of several burglaries, is that correct? And isn't it also true that down in Florida, you were also convicted of dealing in stolen property, providing false information on a pawnbroker form, and multiple counts of thefts from buildings and vehicles? Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Carter, in October of 2016, about 5 months after the deaths, maybe not even 5 months after the deaths of Maurice and Larry, do you remember entering into a plea agreement with the state of Kentucky regarding this case?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Judge, I'm showing the witness what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 1. Mr. Carter, can you take a look at that document and see if you recognize it?
Yes.
And what does that appear to be?
Plea agreement.
And whose plea agreement is that?
It's mine.
I'm going to flip to the second page here. Whose signature is this on this page?
Mine.
And whose signature is this?
It's Elizabeth Brown.
Whose?
It's Elizabeth Brown.
And is she the prosecutor?
Who she is.
What does it say that the charges were?
Murder.
How many counts?
3.
What does it say is the maximum penalty for those?
20 to 50
Or,
or life.
or life? Is that what you said? What else were you charged with?
Tampering with physical evidence.
Judge, I'm gonna move to enter this as defense exhibit number 1.
Any objection? Admitted.
Mr. Carter, I want to talk to you about the details on that plea agreement. You pled guilty to the murder of Christopher Jones.
Yes.
You pled guilty, and you admitted to running him over with your truck. And you pled guilty to the murder of Larry Ordway.
Yes.
And you pled guilty to the murder of Maurice Gordon.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Come on up.
Crikeys. Crikey. Yeah, the article that I read said that this guy and the other one, what was the other one's name? Jacory. There's so many people in this case that I'm like losing who's who. But anyway, they both pled guilty to I don't know if it was all three, but said that they would testify
Can you all
against
come up? I
him.
just want to ask you another thing.
So yeah, I don't know. Mickey said she's trying to taint his character and prove he's a liar. We know already, lady. Credibility. JC says, I'm glad I was able to stay home with my kids most of their young
Ladies
lives.
and gentlemen, we're just talking about timing. We're trying to just finish this witness before we break for the day. We think we can do that by 5:30. Is there anybody who absolutely cannot stay until 5:30? Okay, wonderful. I'm sorry for the interruption, Mr. Harsky.
And finally, you pled guilty to tampering with physical evidence as well.
Yes.
The Commonwealth, the plea agreement says the Commonwealth actually amended the charges. Did they do that as part of your agreement? And it says that it was amended to facilitation to murder
Yes.
on the 3 original charges. Is that what you pled to?
Yes.
I'm going to read the recommendations by the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth recommends a sentence of 5 years on each count, 3 counts of facilitation to murder, and 1 count of tampering with physical evidence. The Commonwealth recommends a total sentence of 10 years if to serve, or 20 years if probated, with the sentences running concurrently or consecutively respectively. The Commonwealth objects to probation. The defendant agrees to give a full and truthful proffer as to these events and to testify truthfully in any and all proceedings on these events. Any question about the veracity of the testimony will be determined by the judge by preponderance of the evidence. Should the defendant fail to testify truthfully, as determined by the court, the Commonwealth reserved the right to withdraw from the plea and proceed against him on the original charges under the indictment. Any and all statements made by the defendant can be used against him. You understood that when you signed it, right? So you only got the offer if you agreed to testify against Brice. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's why you're here today, to get the benefit of your plea agreement. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you told me you remember talking to me on the phone and my investigator?
Yes.
And you told me I don't even want to come. Is that true?
Yeah.
But yet, the Commonwealth made you come, correct?
Yes.
They made you come and testify against Brice. Yes?
Yes.
Did you meet with any members of the prosecution or talk to them prior to today?
Yes.
When did you do that?
This morning.
And you understood that this plea agreement says that the Commonwealth is going to evaluate your testimony here today.
That's not what the agreement says.
You don't want to come up.
I think she said come up.
Hi, and welcome, Tanya. Is it Tanya or Tanya? Hi, and welcome. You think she's effective? The defense? Yeah. She's doing a fair job.
This deal says that the Commonwealth, the prosecution has the right to revoke your offer if you don't testify the way that they want you to today. Is that correct?
That's not, I'm gonna.
The objection's been overruled. You will be able to deal with it on redirect. Go ahead.
And if they're not happy, it says they could reinstate the charges, right? And give you life.
Yes.
So you don't actually get to tell the truth today. You're here to make the Commonwealth happy. Is that true?
Probably.
Thank you. Judge, let me give you this.
Yeesh. Thoughts. What are your thoughts? You think he's telling the truth? You think he lied some? You think he told all the truth? You think it's all lies? What do you guys think?
All right, a few questions. First incident, you're in the truck. Were you trying to run over Christopher Jones?
Yeah.
That you wanted to hit him?
Yeah.
And why do you think you hit him?
I felt the bump under the tire.
Did you, in previous statements, say that it was an accident that you hit him?
Probably.
But you intended to hit him and you felt a bump under the tire?
Yeah.
Do you know what the bump was?
No.
So why do you think you hit him?
Because he was the only thing that was in the street that I've seen.
You were asked with respect to your role in the stabbing. I think your response to the defense question was, it ain't both. Is that what you said? So by that you mean you stabbed one person?
Yeah.
Who was the one person?
Stabbed Larry.
Stabbed Larry? Was Larry alive when you stabbed him?
No.
All right. At one point, the defense asked you, they said 3 other people in Brice Rhodes' house. Other people, let's break that down and make sure that we all understand what that means. At the time that the stabbings were going on, name everybody who was in the house?
It was me, Larry, Maurice, Corey, Rambo, Tyron, and the other dude.
And one other guy that you don't know who he is. Did that other guy participate in the stabbing?
Yeah.
Did Tyrion participate in the stabbing?
Yeah.
Was it afterward or before?
Afterward.
All right. As far as Florida goes, how long is your sentence in Florida?
About 4 years.
4 years? And you're serving on that right now? Now, on the day that you got picked up by the police, I want to talk just a little bit about the interview process. Were you surprised that the police picked you up?
I was surprised. I was panicking.
You were panicking? So you go down to the police station. Was it your plan or your intent at that time to just sit down with the first police officer you saw and tell them that you and your cousin stabbed and killed your two best friends after you saw someone else stab them after seeing that same person shoot and kill someone? Was that your plan?
Judge, I'm going to object to that question. I don't even understand what it was.
Was your plan just to come in there and just lay everything out on a platter for the police right at the start, as soon as you sat down?
No.
No. So did you tell them other things at the start of the conversation that weren't true?
Yeah.
Now, when you first showed up, did the police read you your rights like happens on TV?
No.
They never read you your rights?
No.
Is it possible that in the last 7 years you've forgotten that they did? So they start talking to you. Did they give you anything to drink? Did they give you any food?
Yeah.
Were they describe how they were, what their demeanor, how were they acting toward you? Were they being mean? Were they pressuring you?
No, that was nice.
Were they telling you what to say?
No.
Were they just asking you questions?
He was asking me questions. He said, I had to use the bathroom.
And at some point, did you ask for a lawyer?
Yeah.
And then did you have family show up?
Yeah.
Who showed up?
My mom and my sister.
Your mom and your sister? And did police give you all privacy to talk?
Yeah.
And what happened after you talked with your mom and your sister?
So I didn't tell them everything.
You went ahead and told everything? And when you told everything, did you tell the police the truth?
Some of it.
What'd you leave out?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the police what you told the jury today?
Not the first time.
At the end, after you talked with your mom and sister and talked with the police officer came in and talked to you after your mom and sister showed up. Was he a different police officer than the first one?
I don't remember.
Do you remember if the police officer you talked to tried to relate to you?
Judge, objection. That's speculation. Asking whether an officer tried to relate
Yeah,
to him.
what is the statement objection?
Okay. But the bottom line is, that same day that you first started talking to police, you told them what you told the jury here today, right? And you didn't have a plea agreement in place at that time, right?
No.
You had no deal at all, right? You just told the truth. How old were you?
15.
All right. Now, your plea agreement, you didn't plead to murder, did you?
No.
What'd you plead to?
Facilitation.
And what is facilitation?
You got something to do with it, but you're not utterly responsible.
Okay. And as part of this agreement, the Commonwealth said, if you got probation, it would be 20 years worth of probation. Is that right?
Yeah.
And if you had to serve, if you had to go into custody and serve, it was going to be 10 years. Is that right?
Yeah.
And the Commonwealth objected to your being probated, right? The Commonwealth wanted you to go in and serve time. Is that right?
Yeah.
So you're 15 and you enter into this agreement. Did you end up getting sentenced to serve time?
I did 3 years in DJJ.
Okay. And for people that don't know, is DJJ the juvenile prison system?
Juvenile justice.
And so you did 3 years. Then you came before a judge when you turned 18, and the judge had a chance to re-sentence you.
Yeah.
And the Commonwealth again objected to your probation. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Now, in this agreement, is it your understanding that the Commonwealth can just anytime we want to walk away from the deal? Does the judge have to determine that you were dishonest here today before the Commonwealth can take your deal away?
Yeah.
So it's the judge that decides what happens to you, not us. And we've never made any promises beyond what's in this deal, right?
Yeah.
So you got 10 to 20 years. We objected. We sent you through the juvenile system and objected again.
Judge, he's testifying.
Bringing it up.
This is Doug.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of the transcript where the police went over your rights with you, would that maybe refresh your memory?
My eyes are getting heavy. My eyes are getting heavy. I've sat here with this heating pad and I'm like getting sleepy.
All right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
No.
So are you able to read okay?
Yeah.
All right. So right here, this is see that right there?
Yeah.
That part is what so at some point in time, did a police officer say to you, you have the right to remain silent, anything you say can be used against you and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I meant by read you your rights. So do you remember a police officer going through that with you? No further questions, Ron.
Recross.
Mr. Carter, did you just tell this jury that you served only 3 years for
Yeah.
pleading guilty?
Yeah.
And then you were probated. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anything else?
One last reread, right? So
Hang on.
They said 5:30, Lee.
What up?
We'll see if they stick to the 5:30. It's 5:25 right now. So we will see. And then this dude will probably be headed back to Florida. They're in Eastern Standard Time, Lee. Eastern Standard.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and end for the day. Tomorrow we have something that I have something else, another court matter I need to take up in the morning. So I'm going to have you come in a little bit later than normal tomorrow. I'm going to have you come in at 10 o'clock a.m. And also I don't think tomorrow will be as long of a day. So we will have you come outside the courtroom doors at 10 a.m. tomorrow. In the meantime, I'm once again going to remind you that you are not to do any research, post information about the case, or discuss the case with anyone. If you accidentally encounter information about the case from any source, it is your duty to bring it to our attention immediately. We will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Also, in case it isn't obvious, you all can bring water or whatever you want to drink in with you.
All right, so 5:26, and they are done for the day. So back tomorrow at 10 a.m. So yeah, I guess that's what we'll plan on starting at about 10 a.m. tomorrow then. So we'll get an extra hour, which is good. I think that'll be good. But that's it for tonight. I guess we'll see if they have any kind of arguments here before they, because usually they'll see if there's anything that the state or the defense wants to take up before they leave for the day. So we'll see if they have anything, and then we'll call it a night. Call it a night.
All right. I want to thank you all for staying on task today. I know that it's stressful, but I really appreciate everything you all are doing to move the case along and stay on point. Is there anything we need to deal with before we come back tomorrow? Yeah. 9:15. But if you're here by 9:15, we'll be fine. I assume he's still in the jail as far as you know. Okay. All right. So he should be here tomorrow at 9, and we'll be good to go.
No, that's yours. Oh, that's Elizabeth's. It's way too big handwriting for me.
I wonder who that is he's talking to. So yeah, I guess they're wanting him back at 9 in the morning. 9:15, but she said that they won't be starting until 10. So I guess I'll just keep an eye on it and see. I might start the stream at 9 and then push it back to like 9:30, 10, depending on what they do. So we'll see. We'll play it by ear in the morning. But thank you guys for joining me all day, all morning, all day, all afternoon, and all evening. It's been a long one today, right? I feel like it drug by for a while, but this last one on the stand, he was a good one. Sad and interesting, but anyway, you guys, please give the video a thumbs up before you leave. And if you're new and you happen to decide you like it here and want to stay and hang around, I would love for you to subscribe and hit that notification bell. Click the all notifications so you get notifications whenever we go live streaming every day, or at least every day that there's a trial or something that we're covering. So anyway, goodbye, Gail. Bye, Mickey, Lee, JC, Billy. Billy said, boy, Pacific time really, wait, what did she say? Pacific time sucks because I miss early morning. Yeah, I know. It does kind of stink, but you know, you get to catch up. You can always put us in 2 times speed if you need to. All right, you guys have a great night. I will see you in the morning. Bye. Bye, everybody.